Tech team, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We'll start at 9:05 a.m. Exactly. Just please wait, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All this time.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, dear.
Thank you all for logging in. It's 8:55 now. We'll start at 9 a.m. sharp. We are on schedule and on track. The opening lecture is by Dr. Sanjay Oak. It's going to be talking about interprofessional education, which is essentially the theme of the conference. And this is the opening keynote address of the day. We'll just wait for 5 more minutes and start.
Good morning, dear friends.
Just wait for a moment.
Sunday morning.
Please wait. बताऊंगा आपको. After 5 minutes, we'll start. Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in 2 more minutes. It's 9:05 today morning. I know it's a Sunday morning, and I'm really grateful that there are almost 200 people logged in right now, and I can see the number steadily increasing. So we'll be starting the session in just 2 more minutes. We have a very interesting session by Dr. Sanjay Oak on interprofessional education. Technical team, please be ready. We'll start in 2 minutes. Please wait 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. We are officially onto the second day of SIMULCON-2021. The first speaker for the day is going to deliver our much important Professor J.J. Yakimovich honorary oration. Dr. Sanjay Oak is someone who's world-renowned in the field of surgery and in the field of medical education. He's a renowned pediatric surgeon of nearly 37 years of clinical standing in the faculty. He has a rich experience of healthcare administration for nearly 16 years. He joined the Government College Miraj in 1977 and has a very illustrious academic career, winning several awards and distinctions in pharmacology, forensic medicine, and general surgery. He subsequently did his master's in general surgery and pediatric surgery. He was awarded honorary FRCS by the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. He has published more than 250 scientific papers in pediatric surgery and laparoscopic surgery in children, journals, and international review. He has written over 51 books in Marathi and English. He has been awarded the prestigious BC Roy National Award in the year 2005. He was also part of the Corona Task Force in the month of April 2020, appointed by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. To his credentials, he also the Hariom Ashram Perit Rangachari Award for Original Research, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Award for Social Contributions, Sant Gyaneshwar Award for Literary Contribution in Marathi, Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak Puraskar for Social Contribution in Public Health, Nivagowda Patil Award for Social Contribution in Corona Work, and Sakal Sanman for Corona Contributions. An illustrious speaker. We have a session being streamed live right now. Technical team, can you please stream this talk?
Good morning, dear friends. A bright Sunday morning in the SIMULCON event, and I feel truly honored to be virtually with you and deliver the prestigious Professor Dr. J.J. Yakimovich honorary oration. I do find certain similarities between me and him. Professor Jakimowicz is a professor of safety in healthcare at the Faculty of Industrial Design Engineering at Delft University of Technology in Netherlands. And I do find two similarities in him and me. He has been an expert in delivering safety in ergonomics of minimal invasive surgery. And since 1999, when I started pediatric minimal invasive surgery in India, I have declared myself to be a confirmed lapro-lunatic. But Professor, he has a chair that focuses on the quality and safety of medical technology, and therefore he has been a member of several national and international surgical societies and past secretary of European Association of Endoscopic Surgery, which is so prestigious an organization is. So therefore, we have things in common. One is operating and operating it safe. When it comes to my life, I owe my surgical career to several institutes. But on the left side, you see KEM Hospital, which is a very premier institute in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, a hospital which has about 2,000 plus number of beds, virtually 100% occupied, where I learned my alphabets of pediatric surgery. And on the right hand side is the illustrious Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, which bestowed a fellowship on me. So these institutes helped me to learn surgery and also how to teach surgery to the next generations. But a place where I designed the first simulation laboratory in India was D.Y. Patil University at New Bombay. And this helped me to make the surgery safer when I want to pass the art, the skill and the nuances to the next generation. So today, in the next 25-30 minutes, I'm going to work on the role of simulation in the interprofessional education. So we have SIM IP as the theme of the entire oration. So let's get the concepts clear in the earnest. That simulation enhanced interprofessional education, SIM IP, is when participants and facilitators from two or more professions are engaged in a simulated healthcare experience to achieve the shared objectives and outcomes. Now see, every word is important. So there are 4 keywords in this narration. First, it's an interprofessional education. Second, the participants are engaged in simulated healthcare. So it's simulated. Third, there is sharing. It is not didactic teaching, but it is sharing of the experience. And the most important things, what are they sharing? They are sharing common goals and objectives, and therefore the outcome that is likely to happen at the end of that. So this then provides an insight in the roles and responsibilities of the individual participants, and it also inculcates a feeling of accountability and deciding every person's role. So in the true sense, it's a collaborative experience between professionals from different walks of our healthcare. So people come together. And they come together, they join hands, and in the process, they learn together. What do they learn? They learn with each other. They learn from each other and they also learn about each other. So it's a complete acquisition of the objective of a teamwork. Now, is it very simple? Is it a cakewalk? Unfortunately, no. And I can tell you, changing the mindset of people is the Herculean task when you want to execute this. And Henry Beecher said it beautifully when he said, the difference between perseverance and obstinacy is that one comes from a strong will and the other one comes from a strong want. So it's like an obstinate mule which refuses to move ahead for even an inch. And this is the most important barrier of mindsets. But then there are some other logistic and physical barriers that we must consider right in the earnest. So as you see, the institutional support, the hospital, the medical college, the department where you are working, it must provide you the funds, the infrastructure and the logistics. It should identify the champions who are the real good, innovative, inspiring people who believe in the whole exercise. You must also identify the stakeholders for whom you want to do this activity. Is it young medical students? Is it doctors? Is it residents? For whom? How do you reduce the cost? Austerity is not the solution. It comes with a price. So every effort that you make has to happen with an objective that I will reduce the cost sincerely. Train and develop the faculty courses. Buying the simulator is not the end of it. It is in fact just the beginning. You need to design a program. You need to define a faculty course. And you need to develop a philosophy to adhere to the best practices in facilitating education. Debriefing is an art. It's not that everyone can do it. And you have to learn the art of debriefing in a meaningful conversation. So in the whole process, you combine meetings, you convene smaller groups together, and you develop an interpersonal relationship which goes a long way to overcome the barriers in this IPE. So it's like making a nice culinary dish. It's like cooking. And like you get all the ingredients right in place, you must decide, how am I going to structure a pre-brief? How am I going to plan a robust scenario? How am I going to incorporate the curriculum into the scenario? How am I then going to execute and record? What are the principles of my debrief? And what kind of feedback I will get? So these are the ingredients of a successful interprofessional education using simulation. How to develop curriculum? You must first of all know who are your stakeholders. If it is for college undergraduates, it's level 1. If it is for your resident doctors, it's level 2. If it's for consultants working in a trauma unit or in an EMS, it's one level up. If it is at a professorial level, it is still higher a level up. And at times it can be for policymakers and even for lay people. So you must gather the data. You must have the data well in place, which will account for why do you need to do this exercise. So you must perform a needs assessment. You decide right before you begin what are the outcomes that you want to arrive at the end of this particular exercise. And then define the role of each professional unit. Your objectives must be SMART, specific, measurable, accountable, replicable, and happening in a defined time frame. These are SMART objectives. Obviously, teamwork is the watchword, and you must align the objectives with the content to each of the team members and integrate them. Map the competency of individual members as you progress. So create scenarios where concepts have evolved towards a successful patient care. That is your curriculum development. I had an experience of designing a sim lab having about 14 simulators of different types and several task trainers which we utilize right from first MBBS to super specialty residence level. And we had designed about 28 different courses and certain tasks which were incorporated. So we had 1.5 days course on arrhythmias, difficult intubation, road traffic accidents and multiple fractures and multisystem injuries, organophosphorus compound poisoning, the presentation of a patient and the support that one gives, a pregnant woman with distress in labor, with a shoulder prolapse, twins, bridge presentation, hemorrhage in a laparoscopic cholecystectomy, and then there were also task events like knotting in minimal access surgery. Now, one size does not fit all, and that is the reason you must know who are your stakeholders or who are your students or clients, whatever you want to call them. But please remember, you can't design one course and train at multiple levels. One size does not fit all. You need tailoring, and you need to tailor the courses along with its contents at different levels. So it adds cost, and therefore frugal engineering, reverse engineering, start from the outcome. This is what I want eventually. So how can I go on incorporating that at every level, keeping the cost under check? So reverse engineering and frugal engineering is the key and the hallmark of success in these cases. Let me give you another culinary example. Chicken. Now, chicken is one, but these are 15 or 16 different types of things that you can make. Right from a chicken soup to a barbecue chicken to chicken tandoori to chicken biryani to butter chicken to chettinad chicken and various things that you can make. Similarly, you should know the content and the forms that you want to evolve at different level to make it palatable. It's your design. Let us take a common another example, medication safety in hospital, which is a key issue. And how can a simulator help you? First of all, if there are instrument failures in the patient care, in the monitoring, that can be picked up. If there are at times instrument mismatch leading to erroneous reports, and the commonest example I can give you, I am operating a small baby about 1 day old or 2 day old, and the SpO2 probe fails to make a decent contact with his cutaneous capillaries, and I get erroneous reports of SpO2 throughout the surgical procedure. I can simulate this particular scenario using a baby simulator and then training the surgeons and the anesthetist and the nurses in the theatre how to avoid errors and how not to get carried away. Consumables mismatch, drug interactions. When you prescribe multiple drugs to an indoor or to an OPD patient, some of them may be receptor interactivity, and that commonly happens when there are multiple consultants prescribing drugs, each concentrating on their own domain but not considering the patient as a whole, leads to an issue in medication safety. Adverse effects and adverse events that happen in the hospital. And therefore, there is a role of clinical pharmacologists who will support the simulation exercises that happen to ascertain medication safety. How can it help in surgery, and how can it go beyond the surgical techniques? Well, thinking process. When I take the levels of lap cholecystectomy and go on increasing the difficulty content from level 1 to level 6, I want my resident to think which particular energy device he is going to choose to arrest the hemorrhage, where he is going to use the clip, is he going to tie, what is the length of cystic duct at which the clip will be applied. So the thinking process can be brought into picture in simulation. What is going to be the strategy when there is a patient who has multi-system involvement? So the strategic approach towards a case management, smelling the mishap, things are not normal, something going amiss, either a hemorrhage or a leak or something opening in the bowel. So smelling that mishap right in the RNS. Control of unexpected hemorrhage when you do cases like minimal access splenectomy and just one of the posterior vessel gives way coming from retroperitoneum. It's an unexpected hemorrhage and how you control that. And overall in surgery, meeting the unexpected. You open a patient thinking that you are going to come across an appendicitis, put a laparoscope in, and you get a Meckel's diverticulum. And then how you are going to tackle such issues of meeting the unexpected. All these things we can develop courses using a simulator. Overall, it drives a collaborative practice. It bonds and it cements the bonds between a surgeon and an anesthetist, a surgeon and his assisting nurse, a critical care intensivist and the technicians who work in ICUs. And the whole concept of code blue and rapid response teams in the hospitals can be developed and can be ascertained to be perfect using simulation in interprofession education and work. Dear colleagues, I head the COVID task force of my entire state. And it would be true if I say that for the last 20 months I have lived COVID, and because I had a severe COVID forcing me to be put on ventilator, I almost died of COVID. COVID has given us quite a few good things also. And one of the good things that COVID taught us was that we must know how to come together. We must know how to form teams. We must know how to respect our colleagues from other parts of the profession. And therefore, scenarios like this, that when you don't know each other by even your face or name, when you are all donned in the dresses which conceal your identity, the only way to know and to respect each other is to respect the role played by each one of us in the management. That someone will be critical care intensivist, the next gentleman is pulmonologist, the next one will be a perfusionist, then there will be a physiotherapist, and there will be a nurse intensivist who supports the well-being of that particular patient. So understanding each other and understanding patients for a better care, both these things become a part of interpersonal profession. You must have an appropriate evaluation plan to judge the percentage success, failures, lacunae and gaps in whatever you executed. So you use reliable statistical tools, consult with the experts even before you start assessing. Measure how the SIM-IP impacts individual and the team behavior. Explore how you can measure the SMART objectives and decide about the competencies. And finally, you must measure the patient outcomes. So you must have your evaluation strategy and plan ready even before you put yourself into the execution. Interprofessional communication, respecting others, preparing to listen to others' voice, and being in a perpetual learning mode is the most important thing. And one thing that COVID taught me in the last 20 months was listen more and talk less, so that you will be more intelligent, knowledgeable, and you can pick up the gospel truths from other parts of healthcare profession. So you must network yourself in a brilliant manner that will finally brighten the prospects of patient care and therefore the chances of survival in your critical care units. It will help to improve the patient outcome and also the patient safety. It's a classical scenario of an ICU bed. So it might start right from the patient trolley, its wheels, its up and down and Trendelenburg's and reverse Trendelenburg's mechanisms, the infusion pumps, the ventilator, the oxygen units, the panel that is above the patient's head which comes out with several electrical outflows, and all these things will enhance patient safety. And all these things you can now use using simulation. It has been an unfortunate event in India and even overseas that in last 20 months, healthcare sector has witnessed fires in ICUs. And I think if you want to avoid fires in ICUs, you must anticipate them, you must use simulation, and you must conduct drills in training the staff who is with you how to combat and how to take care of fires. Needless to say that ventilator and its modes, defibrillators, emergency trolleys, all these things will complete the paraphernalia of the interpersonal, interprofessional education. We went one step ahead in the last 20 months of COVID, and that was tele-simulation. We went ahead and constructed tele-ICUs, where villages and remote Tier 2 cities and district places were connected to a chain group of hospitals where the patient data, his images, his CT scans, his SpO2 readings were transmitted to a Tier 1 level city ICU, and the intensivist would respond back and write. Again, simulation and telecommunications will play a long role in furthering the cause of patient care. So if I now do a SWOT analysis, now I am donning the hat of a typical manager. What is a strength, weakness, where lie the opportunity, and what are the threats? See, most of the public hospitals feel that they have too many cases and therefore they don't need it. Problem number one. Okay? We have to combat that. Private hospitals feel, what is the return on investment? And they will compute it directly in terms of money that the cash counters are rolling in. Senior professors feel that, oh, they have been in the faculty for 40 years and they know all about it. So they really don't either need simulation or they can do simulation right from the word go without any formal training. Students feel, oh, anyway, it's not a real thing. He's not a real patient. He is a simulated patient, or he is a task trainer, and therefore the same emotional intensity may not be there. Well, I'm clear. Simulation is a supplement and not a substitute to hard ward work. But it will make a ward work safer by preparing a candidate for better ward care. Sky is the limit for your imagination and stretching the applicabilities of simulation. I can cite an example. When we started the laboratory in DAY-3 University, the forensic medicine professor came to me and said, "Sir, various types of poisons and snake bites and the alpha receptor, the beta receptor events that happen, can we incorporate these things in a simulation to teach it to the medical students? And then one more program was written. So sky is the limit if you decide to stretch the applicability of simulation. Well, it will not only make you perfect or errorless or error-free technically, but teaching the soft skills is also possible using simulation. So opportunities really galore from pre-medical years, whether I'm fit to be a doctor, what kind of scenarios I will and my life will be placed subsequently. So right from the pre-medical years to first year, to third year, to residents, to consultants and teamwork. Are there any myths and misconceptions about simulators? 100% there are myths and misconceptions. Oh, everything is very expensive. Oh, this is not at all required. Oh, anyway, it's just a dramatization and not the real thing. I think all those people who have been working with simulators are well aware of the myths and conceptions that we need to blast. How to enhance the accessibility? Now, this is a key slide from an administrative perspective. I have limited budget. I have several medical colleges. If I start putting up a level 3 simulation lab in each one of them, I think the budgets will skyrocket. So can we think something different? Yes. First of all, you set up a department with 3 chairs, a professor, an associate professor, and an assistant professor. 3 chairs to be created with a dedicated department of simulation medicine in a medical college, and I want this to be included in the minimum requirements of setting up of a medical college. Provide for their salaries and funding for the department. Include it as a UGC mandate when you want to start a medical college. Make it obligatory for a 200 plus bedded hospital. That the hospital may not be linked to a medical college, but if it has more than 200 beds and if it has more than about 20% of ICU beds in that, I think some kind of simulation activity should become a part of such a hospital. Make the hospital's clinical audit an annual event so that you will come to know the mistakes that happened because interprofessional work culture was lacking, the mistake that happened because of erroneous medications, the errors that happened because of equipment failure, and most important, the errors that happened because of individual egos and lack of teamwork. So an audit should be an essentiality. And it's not necessary for every small medical college to create a lab. You can jolly well create a consortium of 5 colleges which are geographically close in an area and have one common good simulation lab. A concept of virtual reality classroom. This is the classroom that I created in D.Y. Patil University. This was next door, or this is rather next door to the simulation laboratory that we have created. Mobile phones and iPads are our learning tools. There are no didactic lectures, and all the learning and teaching happens as problem-based learning. Competency enhancement is a final technical goal, and the most important goal of this particular classroom is we will share and we will care. So a virtual classroom like this is an extension in curriculum integration to your sim lab. So is going digital the answer? And the answer is yes. All your IPD data, the hospital where I am currently leading the healthcare, is completely digitalized when it comes to IPD. There are no case papers. All the patient data is entered by every member of the hospital on an iPad. OPD notes is the next step. Medical transcripts which the patients need to be digitalized. And all these things need to be stored in a cloud. The advantage is you can always have high definition X-rays, images, endoscopy pictures, all can be stored and reproduced at the time when you want them. So what are the standards of healthcare when you put all these things together? I think you must aim at JCI. You may begin in India with NABH for your hospitals or NABL for your laboratories, but your final underlying objectives has to be JCI. You have to give contemporary care and your practices must be competency based. But the most two important words, you should never forget compassion and excellent communication with the patient and their immediate kith and kin. So collaborative research projects will come together when people from different walks, anesthesia, laboratory medicine, biochemist, physiotherapist, occupational therapists, surgeons, orthopedicians, when they all come together, there will be collaborative research projects and they will be ably supported by clinical statisticians, clinical pharmacologists and people who are digital in data processing. Simulation society, I know it exists, but I want it to become robust. I want its presence to be seen, felt and palpated. I want the good journal to come out. I want the e-meetings on a monthly basis. How this could have been done better, that should be a common theme. And we should have sessions of interactive discussions on that. Annual international events, dialogue with national board examinations as to how you can convert your examinations into OSCE and simulated patients pattern and evolve eventually better standards for qualifying in examinations. Dear friends, as I close this prestigious oration by sharing my thoughts with you, my mind goes back to a wonderful article that came somewhere in early 90s in pediatric surgery journals, the Journal of Pediatric Surgery. And the title of the article, which discussed a different surgical approach for an anorectal pull-through, was that bath water needs changing, but don't throw the baby out. Education will evolve. Interprofessional education is a newer thing that we are toying with, but at the heart and core of all these things is safe patient care, for which our professor stands, and I bow down in front of him with great respect and humility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Oak, for the phenomenal presentation. If I can request Dr. Dhanikar Pai to please deliver some closing remarks for the talk and his thoughts.
Thank you, Raj. I hope all of you can hear me. It is my pleasure to deliver the closing remarks for this oration, which was very aptly delivered by Professor Sanjay Oak. I've known Professor Sanjay Oak, I think, for the past maybe 10 years. I was a regular visitor to D.Y. Patil University, where I was instrumental in training up their faculty in their wonderful simulation center. And at that time, he was the vice chancellor there. And I must say that the amount of support that the institution received from him to set up and run the simulation center was unprecedented at the time. And he has maintained his love for simulation, even though now he has moved into the private sector. And you can see that interest and love for simulation shining through in this particular talk that he just gave. I just wanted to have one or two comments about the topic of interprofessional education. As he rightly pointed out, I believe, and most simulation educators all over the world believe, that it's a very essential aspect of simulation training, where we train together just as we work together. There are many issues I have faced in India as far as IP is concerned. One, of course, is that many are standalone institutions where the nursing colleges are different, The medical colleges are different, but even in universities with both the types of colleges, the training generally tends to be in silos, and it's very difficult to get them together. I know I'm working in such an institution, and I have tried my level best to get nursing students to come in as partners for simulation along with medical postgraduates. Either because of schedule mismatch or various other reasons, is very difficult to do. I believe one of the important factors is the cultural issue, which was very ably dealt with by Professor Yunsu yesterday, where they are diffident about coming and, I don't know, exposing themselves in inverted commas to the doctors, and they get stressed out if they know that they have to train with doctors. Things are changing slowly, but I think we have to find a long-term solution for this particular aspect. And we have to get rid of that mindset of traditional curriculum and try to move forward with interprofessional education. I think that's the way forward. Once again, a wonderful talk by Dr. Sanjay Oak. It was a pleasure listening to him. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sanjay says, conveys his regards and thanks from the operation theatre. He's in a surgery right now. So he says, thank you for the closing remarks. He's watching on YouTube live.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Oak.
Lulu, ma'am, over to you.
Yes, thank you,
Ma'am,
Raj.
one moment, ma'am. Just to mention, there's a parallel session already started in Hall B, where Dr. Kareem Koim is talking about competency-based medical education. So we'll be having 2 parallel sessions. Request the audience to try as much and learn from both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raj. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Oak, and thank you, Dinkar sir. So in view of the time, we will move on to our next speaker. I'm Lulu, and on behalf of the organizing committee at SIMULCON, it is a great honor for us to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Susan Kadong is presently the president-elect of the International Nursing Association for Clinical Simulation in Nursing. And her background presently is associate professor at the Boston Institute of Health Professions. She has served as the editor-in-chief of Clinical Simulation in Nursing for 10 years, is currently the editor-in-chief of 2 new interactive online review guides. And she is also guiding the certifications of the SSH. She was awarded the National League for Nursing Debbie Spunt Lectureship and the Michael Gordon Lectureship in Simulation from the Society of Simulation in Healthcare. She has served as the chair of the research committee of the SSH and the vice president of research for INAXL. She is an internationally known speaker, consultant, and educational researcher with over 120 publications. She was a consultant on the landmark study, which we all quote in our review of literature and bibliography, that is of the National Council of Nursing simulation study that determined that up to 50% of traditional clinicals could be replaced with high quality simulation and will reprise the role again in the National Council Simulation Study 2.0. Her research interest is simulation to improve health profession education and outcomes, and also to use technology to improve education and patient outcomes. And to give a small background on INAXL, it is an association dedicated to advancing the science of healthcare simulation with over 1,800 members worldwide. And beginning as a novice few years back, INAXL was our go-to committee and our go-to standards for setting up benchmark standards when we started our simulation. So it's a great honor. And over to you, Dr. Susan.
Thank you so much. I was falling asleep listening to all that. It went on for so long. So thank you. I must be very seasoned or very old, one or the other. I want to say how much I loved the first speaker there, that I just listened to. He said almost everything I'm going to say. And they say that for you to really learn something, you have to hear it at least 7 times. So this will be probably the second time today that you may hear some of the things that I say. So I'm hoping that I can share my slides with you here. Yes. And I'm thinking that you're seeing my slides now. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Good. I'm delighted. So thank you so much for this invitation. And I bring you greetings from the INAXL organization, which stands for the International Nursing Association for Clinical Simulation and Learning. Every now and then we talk about changing the name of the organization because it is so long and does not come trippingly off of the tongue. And so we may be doing that in the future, but not today. So thank you so much for the invitation. And I hope that my talk will allow us to really discuss key standards for simulationists. And one of the first things I'm going to show you is that we have changed the names of the standards. Those that have known them in the past, we experienced, and you probably did too, that when people knew that they were being produced by the Nursing Association, everybody said, those must be just for nurses. And they're not. Simulation standards would be for everybody because there's really only one way to do high quality simulation. And so when we kept hearing this over and over again, we finally said, you know what, we really do need to change the names of the standards. So indeed, we have refashioned them and trademarked them, and the healthcare simulation standards of best practice are written by an interprofessional group. So we had many different disciplines that helped coordinate to write these standards, and then they were reviewed by many different organizations before they were finally published this time around in 2021. And you notice that we have included, with the support and input of the global community, as a tagline on the simulation standards. So, and you may say, well, why do we need standards? What's the point here? And really, the standards have been published since 2011. About every 3 to 4 years, a group from the research committee of the Anaxel organization does basically a gigantic lit review on everything that's been published since the last time the standards came out to see, are there any that need to be updated? And are there any new ones that should perhaps be written up and developed as we move forward? So that this time they started working in 2018, which was before the pandemic, but these were finished up during the time of the pandemic. So they started in 2018. They finished doing all the lit review in December 2020. So that was about in the middle of the pandemic, and they used the help of a professional librarian this time around. And basically, you know how so much information was coming out, especially during the pandemic, everybody was writing about everything. And so they finally had to say, you know what, we have got to, call it quit at some point so that we can get these things published and out there. So again, that lit review stopped at that time, and then the serious writing of all the standards began. And you may wonder why I start with the professional integrity standard. And what your previous speaker was really talking a lot, I think, without maybe saying the word culture, but he was talking about learning to work together, nurses, physicians, and other health professions together. And I will say that the professional integrity standard really we use it a lot of times to talk about with our students, to say, please don't share what happened in this scenario with other people, because we want them to have the same experience that you did. But this standard really does also apply to those of us who are faculty or the educators within the scenarios, and that we should not be out there talking about our students in places where somebody else does not need to know the information. And so we do not compete against other well-established pieces of literature that are out there, so that you notice that we have the Healthcare Simulationist Code of Ethics also included with our professional integrity standard. And we used that to help guide the things that we might say that would be included in professional integrity from the Anaxel standards, because professional integrity standard had been published before the Healthcare Simulationist Code of Ethics. Remember that all of these standards are published freely for download. And what you see here as the background with professional integrity and such are the symfographs that, again, are freely downloadable. The standards are also downloadable for free, and I have the website included in the last page of my notes here, so that you can see those, and they'll be up on the screen. Another thing that your last speaker said was talking about moving from a performance-based mindset, basically, where we're really, we don't want to make mistakes in front of each other. We don't want to look foolish in front of each other as disciplines or within our own profession, but we want to move the culture, especially in simulation, forward from a performance mindset to a growth mindset and a learner mindset. And a lot of that comes from the attitudes of us leaders and educators as people before they ever come to the simulation center. We want to welcome people. We want them to know that we will be asking them to work at a level beyond what they're used to, at the edge of their comfort, and that we expect mistakes to be made here in simulation, that they are mysteries to be solved, and that we want mistakes to be made here rather than in the clinical environment. So all of this to me, and in our professional integrity scenario, it really does talk about these kinds of things. And I think that that is maybe a little bit beyond what we might have thought about for professional integrity in the past. The other thing that's important to know is that in nursing, when we started going up to and sometimes beyond 50% of our time is in simulation rather in the traditional healthcare environment, if somebody is always having great difficulty, what we know from research is that if they're having great difficulty consistently in simulation, they probably also are having great difficulty in the clinical environment. And that information may need to be shared with the clinical instructors and the faculty that are important for that student. So although there was a time when we said what happens in simulation stays in simulation, when you start really using a lot of simulation and you see problems, that information must be shared with the clinical entities that need to know. So I just want to make that very clear to everybody. One of the new standards that was just released is pre-briefing. And what we learned was, after gathering research for the last 6 to 7 years, it really suggested that learners really do need to have a clue and will do better in the scenarios that are going to be run if they've had some kind of pre-work and some knowledge of the objectives that are expected of them to perform when they're in the simulation. I know that this goes against many people in the medical profession and the belief that physicians walk in on situations all the time and that they don't really know what's going on. But what we have seen from research over and over again is that that will be true in the traditional clinical environment, but in simulation, if you're trying to prepare people to be ready for those and be able to go through the catalog of all the scenarios that they've experienced in the past to handle something that might look a little different initially to them, it makes more sense to have them pre-briefed in a more timely fashion and be prepared for what they're going in to learn. So this is new, it's hot off the press. I encourage you to really look at this, download it and see what you think about it and give us some feedback perhaps. The facilitation scenario kind of encompasses pre-briefing, running and debriefing the scenario, and then really looking at it for the next time and thinking, did we have everything we needed? Did the pre-briefing really prepare people well for what was going to happen? And that facilitation is something that really what we like to see happen is that the same person who does the welcoming, the pre-briefing, running the scenario should debrief the scenario also. So that is what we would love to see today. And we know that we get the best outcomes when that can happen. It may not be as we might consider clinically efficient because a lot of times it's easier to have somebody else who didn't see the scenario run it as we're running another scenario off, in another room. But best outcomes come when everybody has seen and experienced the same kind of event. So facilitation is not a new standard, but it is one that we have fleshed out just a bit. The debriefing process. This is really when we try to resolve knowledge gaps, skill gaps, and improve future performance. Debriefing should not be a lecture, And there is a time for feedback, which is unidirectional, one person talking with another or talking at another for a lot of us. And debriefing tends to be a bidirectional conversation based on a real theoretical framework of some sort. The Anaxel organization tends to be very agnostic about the kind of debriefing method that you use, but I personally always find it concerning when somebody cannot tell me what method of debriefing they are using. A nice thing to know is that at the end of the debriefing scenario, there is a variety of methods and evaluation tools listed within the standard for you to look through and see, do I know what this one is? Do I know what this one is? Do I know what they're talking about? Should I do some reading to find out some that I don't necessarily recognize here? So that these standards are not only aspirational, they can be inspirational and help you to develop some knowledge that you might have gaps in that you're not necessarily aware of. Outcomes and objectives. I hear people sometimes criticize the Anaxel standard because they say, well, it should be objectives first and then outcomes. And in actuality, the standards are written so that we're really using Wiggins and McTeague backwards design. You begin with the end in mind, and then you plan using the proper technology. And I loved, again, your prior speaker talking about frugally engineering the scenario so that you use the right tool for the right job and what you're trying to teach. Just because you have a very expensive mannequin does not mean you should be using it to teach how to put in an IV. And I have seen that done, and I bet you have too. And that's something that you really don't want to use a very, very expensive mannequin for. A task trainer would be just as good. So again, outcomes are listed first to mimic the backwards design philosophy. And just as your last speaker said, we really recommend using the SMART objectives, which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-phased. And what we would say to people who are working in situ simulation in the hospitals is, when you want to run a crash scenario or an ACLS type scenario, it doesn't mean that you have to announce it and tell everybody, we're going to be doing this. It's going to happen in 5 minutes. What it means is 2 weeks before, a week before, you might send out a general information email to everybody on the unit, or put a notice upon the board. In the next couple of weeks, we're going to be doing a scenario here on the unit in situ. Pay attention. You don't know when it's going to come, but it's coming. And then people kind of have an idea what you're going to do. You don't have to tell everybody everything, but letting them know and give them a little heads up if you're going to be using it for training purposes is a very smart thing to do. Again, you see that I'm just giving a brief overview of everything, so that I'm hoping I'm encouraging you to read them, read the standards. Evaluation of learning and performance. The key pieces here are that built into the Anaxel standard for your reading enjoyment are reliable and valid tools lists, and the definitions of formative, summative, and high stakes evaluations. Key things in the Anaxel standards about high stakes evaluations are that those of all the scenarios that you run are scenarios that should be pilot tested before you run them, because there's nothing more nerve-wracking for somebody who knows that there are serious consequences to a scenario and their performance in it, and then something goes wrong in the scenario. The mannequin stops working or the power goes off. I've had that happen. So that can really rattle people and make them not perform at their best. And so having made sure that you have all the pieces that you need, all the equipment that you need in order before you run high stakes scenarios is really important. So again, this standard gives you many opportunities, tools, and other things to think about there when you are getting ready to do these kinds of scenarios. The other thing that's critical is that you need to be doing trained raters, probably more than one if you're doing high stakes or summative assessments, and that those people should have had some work on inter-rater reliability before you go into a high stakes or summative type of scenario. As your previous speaker talked about, I am also going to say that there's an AXL standard for simulation enhanced interprofessional education. There are some known best practices that are listed within this particular standard and within the IPEC standards also that are published and probably used around the world. Concentrate on the appropriate kinds of competencies when you have a mixed team available. And those really are things like teamwork and communication, sometimes organization and things like that. Remember that all of the members of the different professions that are expected to perform together within a scenario should have been together when the scenario was written to make sure that every voice is heard within the scenario and that there are roles for everybody and the proper outcomes that would be expected in debriefing can be highlighted so that those can be prepared for in case everybody from all the different professions that are expected to be in the scenario could not be there for that debriefing, although that is the very best way to do this. Embedded in this particular scenario are a whole list of tools for evaluation of interprofessional education also. So once again, there are lots of extras added to the standards for your reading pleasure. Professional development is the other newest standard. And you notice it's not called faculty development or operations development. We want it to be very inclusive and say that everybody who works in simulation is entitled to and should have professional development. And it always starts, as does everything in simulation, with a needs assessment. So we expect people to sit down periodically, look at what's being developed in the industry of simulation. And for a lot of us during the time of COVID, it was going to be online simulations and how do you do those? And using VR now and augmented reality kinds of scenarios. How do you do those kinds of things? So we always have something new to learn, and the developers are always coming up with new things for us to stay involved in and to stay one step ahead of our students, if that's even possible. So we would like to say that we want to include anybody who's involved in simulation in these professional development standards, and hopefully we can all work together to do things like SIMULCON right here. But education can also be something as simple as holding a journal club honor unit for an article that somebody found online and wants to share with everybody, and then have a robust discussion about it. So there are many ways to hold and develop yourself professionally. Of course, those cheesy standards are there. You can get certified in simulation. We have a new thing that's going to be happening with an AXL, and it is going to be an endorsement program for use of the AXL standards. This will be rolled out next June at our conference. Please stay tuned for more information about that. I'm sure everybody will get to hear about it when it finally happens. We also have an operations standard. And I will say that although I love our standard, I have got to give great kudos and props to the SimGhost organization because of their simulation capability framework that talks about operations specialists and what they expect them to be able to do. And they call them healthcare simulation technicians, I think, technologists. And please take a look at those. And the SimOps side of the SSH also has very nice paperwork. And there's a CHSOS certification that people can get now. But the key for many of us, that especially in the nursing world, that our mannequins ended up being housed within the skills lab, is that a lot of us are still trying to make simulation work as if it's a skill trainer, and it's not. Simulation has really become a specialty and a large part of education. It sounds like for medicine, it certainly is for nursing, and it certainly is in the hospitals too. So that means that it requires its own really set of infrastructure, its set of policies and procedures, its strategic plan perhaps that reflects the strategic plan of the larger organization, but it needs to have its own strategic plan and its own budget to be able to help keep all this very expensive equipment running and to send people for professional development, etc. So these are all things that fit together within the INAXL standards and within any good simulation program. If you wanted one standard that kind of puts it all together into a nutshell, it's really the simulation design standard. This covers basically everything from the beginning and the needs assessment all the way to the end and running and debriefing the scenario. And notice that it says at the very end, pilot test simulation-based experiences. This should be a thing that everybody does for every scenario that they're going to run it. Anytime you tweak something, you should give it a dry run before you run it with real learners within it. I will have to say, perhaps this has happened for you. It certainly has for me. Every time we've gotten in a rush and we haven't run something all the way through, invariably it doesn't work quite right and we've forgotten something. So I just want to say, this is one of those things that, you know, if you don't do it, it comes back to bite you in the end. This is a quick overview of the standards. This is the leaders of the different standards and developers from the last group that just finished up writing these and publishing these in 2021. And I wanted to give them a chance to be able to be seen at SIMULCON because you are a very special part of the world. And let's see. The last part of the standards includes a glossary. And again, INAXL does not try to compete with SSH. And so anything that was already defined within the Healthcare Simulation Dictionary, we did not redefine. Anything that is used within the INAXL standards that might not be clear or was not defined already in the Healthcare Simulation Dictionary is included in this glossary. So I just want you to know those particular 2 points of interest. And this is where you can find the freely downloadable Healthcare Simulation Standards of Best Practice. And the whole list of the standards are published in the September issue 2021 of Clinical Simulation in Nursing. And these are the places that you can find all of the other things that I talked about. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan, for compiling it in such a short time. And we do look forward to the June endorsements you were talking about. We are waiting for that. And rightly mentioned about the simulation design. I'm sure everyone here who's attending, as well as resource faculty, we know if something is wrong, we go back to our instructional design. So that's a very valid point which you have brought out. In view of time, just one query. Anything the INAXL is planning to come up with regarding, I know the taxonomy is there about telesimulation, remote simulation, distance simulation, planning on coming up with any standards for that specifically?
You know, it's so interesting that you ask that, because we had a big discussion about it. Like, should we be doing this? Should we be doing this? Remember that they finished data, everything was cut off in December 2020. We were kind of in the middle, hopefully close to the end of the pandemic at that point. And the decision was made right then that simulation using these new modalities is another kind of simulation. The same rules should apply right now. So for VR, AR, all those things, they said, go with the understanding at this time that pre-brief, watching the scenario, the person who is running the scenario should have been through the scenario themselves. We should not just blindly assign things to our learners, and then do a debrief at the end of, in some fashion, of online scenario of some sort. I suspect that by the time the next group of standards are updated in 3 to 4 years, that we'll probably have something like that, and who knows what will be out by then. So I have a great question, and they talk about it in the preamble of this particular set of standards, that they really did have a robust discussion about what should we do about this right now, because that's the only thing we had. But they said, what we're going to do now is wait, because there was we were all trying to survive. There wasn't fabulous research going on at that point. So they kind of did that, and they're holding it until the next time they're published.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay.
Looking forward for our society in India to further collaborate with IMAXIL. It was a real honor to have you here, and thank you so much. If there are any queries, we will be emailing you later. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
So now we move on to our next panel discussion, and we are all excited. We do have parallel sessions. So in Hall A right now, I will be handing over to two great eminent personalities. And one is, of course, you have listened to her yesterday, Dr. Deborah Nestle. We at the Society in India are so honored that she is editor-in-chief of the IJOS Journal. She's a professor of simulation education and healthcare, Monash University, professor of surgical education, Department of Surgery at Melbourne University. Was the founding editor-in-chief, Advances in Simulation, Journal of SISAM, and also Journal of ASPE, BMJ STEL. And before I hand over to Deborah, I would also like to introduce our very own, my mentor, Dr. Dinkar Paisa, one of the pioneers of healthcare simulation in India, professor of surgery, director of Medical Simulation Center at Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute, a mentor to a lot of us in India, and he is also an integral part of our society. So over to you, Deborah and Dinkar sir. Deborah, you please unmute. Yes, thank you.
All good. Thank you. Yes, had to start that way. Thanks so much for that introduction. And thank you for the opportunity to introduce IJOS, the International Journal of Healthcare Simulation, as you can see on your screen there. Yesterday, I was, as Lulu has shared, given the opportunity in the plenary to speak about the journal. And I understand that that's now available on a YouTube link. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to amplify some of that content, and then I shall move on to letting you know exactly what we're going to do in this session. So while journals are about the content, about communicating information, they're also about people, and the people behind the content, the people behind the editorial process. So we thought that it would be a good opportunity to get to know some of the editorial board together with their contributions to the content. And today that's going to be about me and about senior editor Dinkar Pai. And I like to use metaphors, and here is one to illustrate this point. When I'm visiting art museums, I'm absolutely interested in what I'm seeing in the artwork, but I'm often really curious about who created the works, when, why, and how. And so for us, this is about getting to know people behind the scenes at IJOS who may have created the content, and it may, in some respects, also reflect what you might come to expect from the journal. So I'll start by introducing the journal very briefly. It's a quick recap, amplification of yesterday. Then I'll introduce myself. Then we'll move to Dinkar and his essay for the published in the first issue. So our official title is the International Journal of Healthcare Simulation, Advances in Theory and Practice. And we're affectionately calling the journal IJOS. And we want to be truly international, learning with and from colleagues all over the world. IJOS will provide a forum for scholarly practice for advances in simulation across absolutely diverse applications in health and social care. We want to target a wide range of clinicians, of practitioners, obviously health and social care professionals and educators, psychologists, sociologists, engineers, information technologists, and many more. We're going to be publishing papers that are relevant to simulation that include the study of healthcare practice, of human factors, of psychology, communication, human performance, many of the things that you've been hearing about already in this conference. And that IJOS is a single blind, peer-reviewed, open access journal. So that makes it very accessible. You can get to it with a simple Google. We're affiliated, as you probably know, with this society, the Society for Healthcare Simulation in India, and the Pan-Asia Society in Healthcare. And we're published by Addy Health and Wellness. If you've not already been to the website, please go as soon as possible. And here's the website link. And there are different ways to navigate the site. I find Safari works better than Chrome. And you're going to notice changes as more content is added, not just the changes with the content, but with the functionality of the site as well. And this is a screenshot of the table of contents of our first issue. So that's all content that I've really shared yesterday. So now I'm going to move on to some fresher content. So here I've highlighted both the editorial and the essay that we'll discuss shortly. The editorial orients readers to the journal generally and very specifically to this first issue. So again, I'm not going to repeat content, and we'll come on to the essay. And here you can see a PDF screenshot of the editorial, and you can see the title there. It's a slightly misappropriation from Shakespeare. The World as Our Oyster, IJOS, as a new forum for healthcare simulation. And really our choice of that metaphor in title was that we hope that you will find pearls within the content. So I should say that our second issue is in development. The pipeline of manuscripts has, in the last 3 weeks, increased tremendously. So I'm really thrilled that we've absolutely got traction, and that's going to make a tremendous, not difference to the quality, because the first issue, the quality is always paramount. Nothing goes forward unless we're confident of its quality. So I hope that you get to look at the journal very soon if you've not already done so. So moving on to who we are, going to start with myself, and you've heard the very formal introduction from Lulu, so thank you very much. And I just want to add a few things here. And well, as an adult, I've lived and worked in Melbourne, Hong Kong, and London over about 35 years. It's probably closer to 40 years. And I know that some of you won't even have been born when I started this simulation professional practice. And it's always been a feature of my practice. In the 1980s, I developed a simulated patient program in Hong Kong, and I evaluated Western models of consultation skills and the ways of teaching them with simulated patients and applied them in a Hong Kong setting. And the work was the basis of my doctorate. And I continue to offer, and you can see the photograph there on the top left, I'm just in the middle there with the pink jumper on. I continue to offer professional development, faculty development opportunities in Hong Kong on a regular basis, and even during the pandemic. But after a decade in Hong Kong, I moved to Imperial College in London, and I'm just going to come back to that. But you can see the images there. Some of you may well know St Mary's Hospital in Paddington, and my office was very close by to where Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. So really quite historic. So as an educationalist in health faculties, I have spent time in different departments, mainly within medical schools. And those departments have included public health, community medicine, psychology, psychiatry, general practice, family medicine, and in the last 15 years in departments of surgery. And this is important because while I've inhabited these departments, it's given me an opportunity to observe different craft groups firsthand, the way they think about simulation, the way they value or not simulation, the way they apply simulation in their practices. And it's also given me the exposure to working with many different simulation modalities. I've also usually experienced practice from an outsider perspective because I've often been the only one responsible or designated for the simulation education work in that department. And almost one of the things I believe that this has done has strengthened my ability to hold firm a growth mindset, that I've had to work really hard to consider alternative perspectives, to work really hard to communicate my perspective when it was very likely challenging conventional ways of working in that space, in that department. I think that these qualities have positioned me very well for my editor-in-chief role. I now work at Monash and Melbourne universities in research and in professional or faculty development, and have led over a number of years now a initially government-funded national faculty development program called NetSem. All of my workplace experiences have contributed to my way of seeing the world, the way of seeing, really my way of seeing simulation in the world as well. And I think the most formative experiences for me came from working in a very dynamic, innovative, truly interdisciplinary team in the Department of Surgery at Imperial. I experienced firsthand truly collaborative, cross-disciplinary work, and how that can reframe, reshape, and transform educational and indeed clinical practice. In the early 2000s, with my colleagues Roger Newburn, Fernando Balu, and there were a number of others as well, we developed the concept of hybrid simulation, of linking benchtop simulators with simulated patients to support clinicians in learning to integrate all the skills required for safe performance of clinical skills. And these images here are a very simple illustration of one of our first developments. So the suture pad is so commonly known now, but when it was first developed, it didn't have a Velcro strap. Our work in the early 2000s led to the inclusion of Velcros, the opportunity to place that suture pad on the arm of a simulated patient at a fenestrated rate, and it immediately changes the complexity of the task for the learner at hand. Now, this might be very commonplace for you now, but actually it hadn't been done in the early 2000s. So these days we see simulation manufacturers producing their simulators to enable these sorts of hybrid simulations. So that's been really exciting from my perspective. This work also led to working with teams of biomedical engineers, of special effects artists, of information technologists, and other social scientists, and of course, consumers of healthcare, patients and their families. I'll also add that I've had extensive experience of academic journals, especially at board level. I've had an opportunity to edit several books, and I've supervised many graduate students undertaking research. And I know what it's like to have manuscripts rejected. And I know what helpful reviews look like. And it's probably important that you know that there are standards from an editor perspective, that we cannot change reviews that reviewers have submitted. We can invite the reviewer to reconsider what they've written, perhaps frame it slightly differently, even shift focus, or even remove some content if it's drifted, if the review has drifted from the manuscript that they were meant to be reviewing. And I also think it's very important for you to know that when editors of the journal submit work to the journal, that all of their work is peer reviewed. The only exception to that is sometimes with editorials, it's not necessary that they are peer reviewed, but our intended practice is that they are, because I think things always improve in that regard. And I just were aiming for author, reviewer, reader, and editor experiences to be constructive and productive, and even when the decision is rejection. And here, on a personal note, I recently attended, just in this last week, a COVID-safe ceremony celebrating, and I'm very proud to say, an award of Member of the Order of Australia, and in part it was for my service to healthcare simulation. And this is my daughter on the right, who was invited to to pin the medal on me. And that's the Governor of the State of Victoria there. So that's all from me. What I'd like to do now is move to Senior Editor Dinka Pei. Dinka, I wonder if you can introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Deborah. First of all, congratulations on this award. I think that was well deserved. I don't think I'll have as much to say about myself as you've had to say about yourself. Your long experience in simulation speaks for itself. I would like to start by saying that recalling when I first met you, if you remember. So there was this conference in Mainz in Germany, where I had gone and I was planning to present a paper which of research that I had done while I was in Malaysia about the causes of stress for undergraduate students when they go through a simulation process. We had studied that quite extensively. And as I was, it was pouring rain and I got into this cab from the hotel to go to the conference venue, when suddenly the door of the cab opens and these two people get inside and said, "Do you mind sharing your ride with us?" And that was the first time that I saw Deborah. Subsequently, of course, she was in the audience for the presentation that I did. And following that, she was kind enough to request me to review the NetSim program that she has just alluded to. At that time, if I remember right, it was not open to people outside of Australia. But because she invited me to review that program, I went through it. I got certified in the NetSim program. And at the same time, I gave comments back to them about what I felt about the program, mostly positive. There were some things here and there which I mentioned, which I felt might do with a bit of tweaking. So that's since then we've been closely associated in various fora before iJosh in the advances of simulation as well. And then we've been co-speakers in several conferences. I think the last time we physically met was in Singapore, if I'm not mistaken, Deborah. So speaking about myself, my journey into simulation began in 2006 or 2007 when I had moved to Malaysia, because clinical work had dropped drastically. There were a lot of simulators lying around in the medical school where I was working and nobody knew what to do with them. And I just started playing around with them. And then I started using them for teaching students. And then I realized that there is actually a science to this. And so I started, getting certifications, learning up about the science. And basically it was entirely self-taught. I'm a self-taught simulation educator, as it were. So I can't claim to have, formal degrees or certification in simulation. It's just largely based upon my personal experience. In 2017, I moved back to India because I realized that with the new guidelines which came up from the National Medical Commission, simulation was getting a good impetus in India. People were looking to develop simulation in different institutions here. And I felt that I could use my skill set usefully in this country. So 2017, I moved back to India and I've been working in India ever since. Essentially, for those of you who do not know, I'm a general surgeon as background. And most of the simulation conferences, wherever I've attended, I felt totally out of place because everybody says general surgeon, because most of them are the anesthetists or nurses or critical care people. But I'm glad to say that more and more people in general surgery are coming into simulation. And our keynote speaker today, Professor Sanjay Oak, is also a pediatric surgeon who is very much interested in simulation. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you, Deborah.
Very much, Dinka. Fantastic. And I'm glad that you remembered that first meeting in Mainz. I don't usually jump into taxis with strangers. I knew you were going to the meeting. Thank you. You've also mentioned that we had an opportunity to work together on the editorial board at Advances in Simulation. And it was in 2018 when the Medical Teacher Journal was celebrating 40 years. And they had a special issue in simulation called Celebrating Scholarship in Healthcare Simulation. Medical Teacher turns 40, and I'm going to mention the volume number 40, issue number 7 in 2018. And you contributed a paper to that issue, and it was titled Process of Medical Simulator Development, an Approach Based on Personal Experience. And I really love that paper because it was pragmatic. It set out in a stepwise fashion cross-disciplinary approaches to successful simulator development. And I think, Dinka, that reflects exactly the person that you have described as you introduced yourself. So thank you very much. And one of the other things that I'm noting from these introductions is the importance of networking, of attending these conferences and forming connections, because it was after that manuscript that we did come together to work on a project, still in development, on the development of a virtual reality simulator for open surgery for knee and hip replacement. So it's a number of years now, and for me, it's a great pleasure to work with you again on the journal. I am going to draw attention to this recent podcast that has been released as part of the Beyond Simulation series. Can you just say a couple of words about this?
Yeah, so this is a podcast that is from the University of Illinois Simulation and Integrative Learning Institute, that is UIC SAIL, as you can see, University of Illinois, Chicago. And Christine Park is one of the moving forces behind this particular initiative. And what they're doing is they're doing a series of podcast interviews with simulation educators all over the world, not talking so much about simulation, but rather talking about their personal lives, what got them into simulation, and other aspects of their personal life, not necessarily associated with simulation. It's a very interesting concept, and all the podcasts make very, and good immersive hearing. So I would encourage you people to check out the podcast. So I was the interviewee in the 13th episode. I don't know whether that's lucky or unlucky, but I happen to be the 13th episode person, where essentially I talked about my life in simulation and outside of simulation. So it's about a 30-minute podcast, which is accessible. They like to call it BS, which stands for, as far as they're concerned, as beyond simulation.
Thank you very much for that. And it reflects our metaphor at the very beginning, where we're looking behind the pictures, behind the simulation, to learn more about the people involved. So this is the title of the article that you have had published in the first issue of the journal, Current Status of Simulation-Based Medical Education in India, the Way Forward. And the article does exactly what the title suggests. And the highlight for me is the impact of professional bodies mandating simulation practice. Can you talk just a little more about this, the positives and negatives? Okay,
I have made my notes. At my age, I can't even remember what I wrote in the article. Essentially, the article deals with 4 separate aspects. The first aspect is a little bit historical about how simulation has historically developed in India. The second aspect is how simulation has developed differently, or what are the differences in simulation centers in the private sector and in the public sector. The third aspect of the article is what are the current trends as far as simulation in India is concerned. And the fourth part of the article deals with strategies to promote simulation in India. So with your permission, I'll quickly go through these 4 headings. So all of us are aware that as far as the historical growth of simulation in India is concerned, simulation has had a very haphazard and unplanned growth because there was no requirement by the regulatory authorities to have simulation, as a result of which institutions which believed in it got simulators. Other institutions which did not believe in it did not even take a step towards simulation. And even in the institutions that believed in it, just bought simulators very arbitrarily based on vendor recommendation, rather than what they felt was based on needs assessment of their own institution as to what simulators they wanted. Unfortunate result of that was that at the initial expenses, they spent a huge amount of money on buying a lot of expensive equipment, 80 to 90% of which was never subsequently used. So there was no planned development of simulation centers. This was compounded by the lack of knowledge of team training and no simulation operations specialists to support the clinicians in simulation, and reluctance of faculty. With your permission, Deborah, I'd just like to share one slide over here. If maybe you could stop screen share, then I'll just... So I hope you can see simulation. So this I'm not talking about now. This is a historical perspective. When somebody said you talk to people and they say, oh yeah, I know simulation. So what they actually meant was, I know simulation. No need for simulation because there's plenty of patient material, no money because it's too expensive, low priority, no time. We don't have protected time for simulation, no knowledge. It doesn't work. It's not realistic. No drive. Everything is fine at present. Stay in my own comfort zone, and no support because I have to do everything. So this in a nutshell tells you what were the issues which I faced whenever you try to introduce simulation to a reluctant audience who are not fully sold on that prospect. So this was for the situation earlier. I'm glad to say that the situation is now completely changing. Before that, just the differences between public and private. So the model in India, as far as public universities, public health sector is concerned, is that it is largely government funded. And being government funded, it is a decentralized process where different departments within the universities request for funds from their head of university or head of the institution for their departmental needs. These are then consolidated, prioritized, and then sent on to the central government or the state government, as the case may be, for funding. And then the funds that are allocated are then given proportionately to the different departments as per the needs. So as a result of which, even when funds were allocated for simulation, they were at the departmental level. Simulators were bought by the departments. The problem with this was that the departments considered the simulator as their property. They did not like other departments to come in and use them, even though they were very, very expensive pieces of equipment, and they ended up being underused. The plus side of it was, of course, because it was within the department, it was used, reasonably well by the department concerned. Coming to the private sector, the situation is a little different. Most of these are privately owned medical schools, or I'm talking about the teaching institutions, medical schools, medical colleges, and the owners had heard about simulation, or they visited one of these simulation conferences abroad, or they visited a center abroad where they saw a fantastic simulation center. They came back with all bright ideas that we should also have a simulation center in our institution. So the purchase was centralized, and as a result, you tended to have centralized simulation facilities in private institutions. And the management gave the funding for this. But the issue with this, of course, was that there was no faculty buy-in. I mean, the simulators were just shoved down the throat of the faculty. So I like to call this as Visa Turbo. Visa Turbo is a push from behind, where the management was pushing, as in the case of the private institutions. This is a sustainable model because the management makes sure they've spend the money and they will sustain the simulation center. But the usage is poor because there is no faculty buy-in. The other model that I have seen here is what I would like to call Visa Front, where there is an in-house champion or an individual, which is in the case of the public sector, where the departmental head or somebody will say, I want simulation for my department. And this is individual based. So here, the usage is very good, but sustainability is poor because management is not sold on the idea. So there are maintenance issues and things like that. So these are the essential differences. And coming to our corporate sector, which is not teaching hospitals, but basically patient care institutions, which are on the private sector, their simulation has been largely confined to life support courses. And maybe some of these institutions run surgical hands-on training, but both are skill-based training rather than team training. And team training is something which most people in India till very recently were not very aware of. Coming to the trends that is happening now, awareness is now growing as far as simulation is concerned. And this awareness is growing because of 4 factors. It is being driven, first of all, by progressive institutes. So there are centers of excellence which have brought up simulation. Our keynote speaker was from one such institution, D.Y. Patil in Navi Mumbai. In Mangalore, Lulu Sharif is there here. All the institutions in Mangalore have gone for simulation in a big way. And I would like to call Mangalore as the as a simulation capital of the country. And they are very active in the simulation space as well. Similarly, there are so many other institutions that have gone in for simulation. In the second driving force for simulation in India are the vendors themselves. So of course, they have a vested interest in selling their simulators, but they run several workshops to familiarize different institutions with simulation. And that's the second aspect. The third is the simulation societies, of which PEDISTAS and this Society for Healthcare Simulation with all these conferences. And the fourth are individuals who are championing simulation within the country. So I'll quickly go to the strategies for developing simulation. So I'll just share.
Dinka,
Yeah.
Dinka, I think we're going to be out of time, and I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah.
I think might cover this response. First thing is, it's a really tough question. If you have to pick one thing for the India healthcare simulation community to focus on, taking a 5-year view, what would it be? One thing.
I would say develop simulation in postgraduate medical education, because the National Medical Council has made it very clear that undergraduate medical simulation has come to stay because of them, but there is no mandatory regulation for postgraduate simulation. And I think that is probably the one thing I would say, including team training and skills training for postgraduates.
Thank you for that precision. And I'm now just going to put to you an idea. What do you think about the Society for Healthcare Simulation in India developing a national strategy for simulation, one that addresses the challenges and highlights the benefits of embedding simulation in private and in public, for entry-level professional training, for CPD, and one that includes a parallel national evaluation and research strategy? What do you think? Should we do it for next year?
That's a mouthful. India is a huge country. That's one of the issues we face when you talk of one specific individual or one society or one institution trying to bring in simulation for the whole country. So I think it needs to be a collaborative effort, as we discussed in the panel yesterday. And we have now two very robust societies, the Society for Healthcare Simulation and PEDISTAS. We look for these societies to move and work with the simulation champions, which are progressive institutions, and get them on board. What is important, I feel, is for these societies to talk to the regulatory authorities and get in regulations to introduce simulation into the education space. That is what will take this forward. And the Society for Healthcare Simulation has already taken some steps in talking to the National Academy for postgraduate studies to introduce simulation in the postgraduate space. But there is still a lot of work to be done. And the other thing we are working on are standards for simulation. Hopefully, these will be widely accepted, and this will help in developing it in this country.
All I will say is that in the experience in Australia was that our professional simulation society lobbied the government, who subsequently supported the development of the faculty development program. So that's possibly another activity. Dinka, thank you so much for sharing your expertise, your experience of simulation. That's all we have time for. So thank you very much. And I look forward to continued work with you on the journal. Thanks, Dinka. Thanks, Lulu.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Deborah and Dinker sir. Just to highlight on 3 points that you all discussed today. One is definitely networking and collaboration. One phone call from Dinker sir, and Lulu, you have to do the NHAT sim and you have to advocate. And it was kind of more of cost-effective one. I did it, and that's where I got to see, at least virtually, Deborah. And now 3-4 in our institutes have completed. Thank you for that international certification which you're offering outside Monash. Second, what Deborah mentioned is the standards we have in the IJOS, like any other journal. We are so sorry for the rejections, but we have to follow the editorial board standards. My own study was rejected by BMG Stell when Deborah was the editor-in-chief, but a lot of learning, because very nicely the reviewers let us know what is lacking, and that itself is a learning process. So thank you for that. And third, like Dinker sir highlighted, what are our challenges and strategies? Yes, we need to engage all our stakeholders, align with the theme, what we have for the conference, driving collaborative practice through simulation with all the stakeholders. So thank you so much, Deborah and Dinker sir. Would love to interact, but shortage of time, so we're moving on to the next session. Thank you
so much. Bye.
Yes, bye-bye. Yes, now we have our next session, and I am so glad to introduce a very good friend of mine, Sandeep. Dr. Sandeep Gani is our vice president. He's our boss, big boss, very humble and simple man, and he is also the organizing chairperson of SIMULCON. I hand it over to you, Sandeep, to introduce our esteemed speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lulu. Good morning, all. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of our closest associates of our family and in our profession, Dr. Ramesh. I've been looking out to him throughout my entire PhD process. He's been doing great strides in the similar fields, and you've heard his incredible talk yesterday of the low fidelity simulators and his vision on AR and VR coming together. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ramesh. He has presented over 65 research papers and videos in conferences at the state and national and international levels, both in India and abroad. He has won several Best Paper Awards in national conferences and has been invited to chair several scientific sessions in national and international conferences, including the World Congress of Endoscopic Surgery. He has conducted 5 national level conferences and 4 international conferences, 38 workshops, and over 96 guest lectures in national and international meets in laparoscopic surgery. He established the Bangalore Endoscopic Surgery Training Institute and Research Center, and more than 1,500 surgeons, gynecologists, and urologists have been trained from all over India and other countries, which include Malaysia, Maldives, Dubai, Bahrain, UK, Australia, West Indies, and the USA. He has started a fellowship course in minimally invasive surgery and fellowship in bariatric and metabolic surgery affiliated to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, the first of its kind in the country. He is involved in the development of the first ever virtual reality laparoscopic surgery training module, along with the Department of Defense, and was a member of medical research review of the 75 crore national program of smart materials involving the development of several medical devices. And he is now a member of the rupees 195 crore national program of micro and smart substances. He is a member of advisory board of Society of Medical Technology, DRDO, and has served in the IMA, AMS, ASI, IAGS, and AMASI, and other professional associations, and occupied various offices in these associations. He is involved in various charitable activities and was a governing council member of Sri Ramakrishna Mission, Shivanahalli, member of Lions Club Bangalore West, and actively involved in all its health-related programs. He has been the first person to perform gastric bypass surgery in the country, and this has been considered the gold standard operation to achieve long-term control of obesity and diabetes. He has organized 2 international conferences in bariatric and metabolic surgery and has been conducting 4 training programs in the same every year in association with Medtronics for the last 5 years to train experienced laparoscopic surgeons from all over India in bariatric surgery. He has performed the largest number of banded sleeve gastrectomy, a very popular type of weight loss surgery in the world, and has demonstrated more than 100 bariatric surgeries, which are web streamed on the www.labguru.com, and is watched live by surgeons from all over the world. He has been conducting the fellowship in gastric and metabolic surgery, which is the only super specialty course in the field of bariatric surgery in India, which is the only course affiliated to a university in India. Congratulations, sir. We all look forward to hearing your talk. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandeep Gani. I've always been proud of you, your achievements, and I was always amazed to see how you could take up to simulation. You got a huge kingdom. You're a prince of a kingdom that you have to inherit and run, but then you got into the most futuristic field, and congratulations for that, and having reached this high levels. Thank you for that illustrious introduction. I don't know how much of it I deserve. Let me straight go to the talk because we're already late. I will just share my screen. Can you see my screen, please?
Not yet, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay. What happened? Is it okay?
You can see it now. Yes.
Yeah. So today I've been asked to talk about VR curriculum integration. I've done a lot of homework in this, but basically I want to talk in a slightly broader sense, talking about how curriculum should be developed in which VR takes a prominence. I'm basically looking at surgical curriculum and probably looking at several aspects that is needed in training laparoscopic surgery. So I am going into these specifics, but also talking in a general term. Initially, I would like to give an introduction and talk about what type of training courses we can do and how we need to develop curriculums and training methods and training modules that need to be developed, and how we can look at levels of skills and assessment of skills, and what training centers should entail into, and how a regulatory body should be looking at all those things. But I would also like to look at how faculty should be selected and dedicated. And finally, I would like to talk about certification of these courses. So skills acquisition requires adequate and proper training with a focus on patient safety and surgical efficacy. We all know that laparoscopic surgery has a very steep learning curve. Yesterday in my talk, I talked about Zoltan Szabo, talking about if you put in an effort of 2 to learn open surgery, then you need to put in an effort of 6 to learn basic laparoscopic surgery, and an effort of 10 to learn advanced laparoscopic surgery. And that's the reason why we are thirsty and hungry to get into simulation and better our training and learning process and hasten the learning of laparoscopic surgery. Learning advanced surgical skill in short period of time is very, very challenging. To tell you frankly, I took about 20 years to start doing a laparoscopic bariatric surgery or a laparoscopic Whipple's resection. But then I would not say that a resident should be taking so long. Today, we need to hasten this process of learning, and that's the reason why we need technology. Acquiring only advanced surgical skills without adequate exposure to basic surgeries poses a greater challenge in training, especially if I'm looking at, I train a whole lot of people, including thoracic surgeons, urologists, cardiac surgeons, into minimal access surgery. But when I try to teach them, I see that they've not done a diagnostic laparoscopy, they've not done an adhesiolysis, they've not done basic surgeries like an appendectomy or a cholecystectomy. But then they're initially getting into a nephrectomy or a lobe resection, which becomes very advanced. And how do we reach that stage so early and hastily is a challenge which cannot happen without simulation being integrated into their training process. So the advanced surgical course must have a properly designed curriculum. They should have an experienced faculty, and they should have proper infrastructure. So I'll get into all these one by one. After the particular course, it should be followed up with proper assessment of skills and granting privileges. Today, we look at granting privileges much more than what we were earlier. We said, if you are a general surgeon, you can do any surgery. But today, if you want to join a corporate hospital or a private hospital, they look at what surgeries you have performed, what you're proficient in, and give you privileges only to perform those surgeries. And that is going to be the dictum of the future. As and when newer technologies arrive, refinement and upgrading of skills is necessary. So learning new skills is a continuous phenomenon throughout a surgical career. I learned laparoscopic surgery, a multi-port laparoscopic surgery. Then I had to learn mini laparoscopic surgery. Then I had to learn single port laparoscopic surgery. Then I had to learn robotized surgery or a robotic surgery. So the last 30 years has never left me without learning something or the other. It's a continuous process. There is a necessity for creating an educational policy which includes practical guidelines for laparoscopic surgical skill program. Residents will need skill course outside their curriculum to fulfill these needs. When I'm talking about these things, I would not say that virtual reality should be the whole and soul of teaching. We need to be very careful, and we need to give the independence and freedom to institutions to take their own gadgets based on their affordability, and also innovate their own educational gadgets and try to look at value education rather than look at just broad term VR simulation. So first and foremost is to look at a curriculum being developed. So in a curriculum, there should be every skill training course must have its defined objectives. And when I say today I have a course for a laparoscopic hernia repair, I should be able to say exactly what their eligibility criteria of the candidate should be. Yeah, somebody who doesn't know laparoscopy cannot be coming to a laparoscopic hernia training course. This is a level 2 skill course. So somebody has to go through the level 1 skills and then reach over here. Expectations from candidates of a particular training has to be announced even before we start a course. I should say to what level and what type of surgeries they would be able to perform once they go through this particular course. And candidates must be selected properly. For example, when I go into a bariatric surgery course, I'm very, very selective about the candidates. I go into the nitty-gritties of what they have actually performed, what their skill levels are, and then finally choose them only if they are really adept with laparoscopic surgery and who are highly skilled and will be able to perform bariatric surgery once they finish my course. And that's very important to look at outcomes of our training courses. For a comprehensive training, the curriculum must include topics covered in the curriculum. So we need to spell out, this is like a generic spelling out of what all we will cover. Most of it will be the theoretical coverage of the course. And this would be similar to most of the surgical courses that we will be we will be conducting. And the course material should contain the task that will be taught, the progression from one level to another for a particular task. There should be a written material, videos and references for one's knowledge. And economy and care of instruments is very, very important. We need to talk to them about how they could make it affordable and how to take care of instruments and equipment. And only by doing this, we can assure long-term usage of instrumentation, making it more affordable, making it more accessible. And if possible, trainees should be assessed initially, and at the end of the course, there should be an objective evaluation of skills. In all my courses, I have two particular tests, objective skills assessment test, which we do in the beginning of the course, we do it in the middle of the course, and we do it at the end of the course. And then finally, during their assessment, evaluation, and certification, I talk to them, I discuss with them where they have reached, where they were when they came, and how much they have improved, and what is actually expected of them to reach. Laparoscopic training can be considered in two levels. One is basic and another is advanced. As I said, when I'm doing a hernia course, when I'm doing a bariatric surgery course, I'm looking at people who have much more experience. They don't come for basic course. They don't come for an advanced course at all. A novice should always go into a basic course because, as I said, there's a very steep learning curve in laparoscopy, and to do advanced laparoscopic surgery without getting into basics is disastrous and something almost impossible. Training course should ensure learning in 3 domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. And simulation definitely helps in designing these courses. Now, I've been using virtual reality simulation to create psychomotor skill development. But now, recently, I started using it to perfect cognitive skills. So I have created a module on an iPad in which they perform virtual surgeries. So where do they grasp a tissue, how they pull it, what energy source they use, what instruments are they using to grasp and dissect. All these knowledge-based decision-making processes are designed in the simulation to perfect them in cognitive skills. Now we looking at medical college with like Dr. Gani Bhaskarrao or Sandeep Gani is managing. We have a whole lot of array of courses that are there, and we need to actually systematically customize the courses for each of them. And this is going to be a major challenge and something ongoing and a continuous process. Now, how do we train? Training in laparoscopic surgery should entail training of skills on task-based exercises. See, we know that every surgery is a permutation and combination of several tasks. So I'm either dissecting or cutting or clipping or suturing or knotting something all the time. So as long as I perfect a person into these tasks, he is going to be good at a procedure. So once I have a trainer which can perfect him on tasks, then I would like to take him through a particular procedure. So what I'm now doing is I've got out of animal lab. So we do synthetic organs, synthetic procedural training through hybrid trainers. And so what we were doing when we had an animal lab was we would give a long training for the surgeon, a shorter training for the OT nurse, and a still shorter training for the OT technician. And when we walked into the operating room in the animal lab, all three from a private hospital or a small nursing home where they were practicing would get together and perform the surgery. So when they go back, they know that the whole team is trained, and that is what brings success to the training process. It's not, when we have got into laparoscopy, it's not anymore individual training, it is team training. And we can do much more by VR simulation. Now, with COVID coming in, we've got into remote telementoring and I have always been into this for a very long time. I've been video streaming all my surgeries for the last 11 years. And then I have more than 100 surgeons from across the globe who watch my surgeries. So technology today has made possible to mentor a junior surgeon remotely. Now I'm developing a HMD device, which is going to help me telementor my juniors. I've always had people sending me on WhatsApp videos and asking me what to do. I'm stuck over this. And so using our daily, whatever is available on our phone, the same technologies we've been telementoring people. But then we can build much better systems and also stay at low cost and make it possible. Proper infrastructure, support, adequate training must be available in the OR for any eventuality considering telementoring. When we go into an official telementoring program, all this is very, very necessary. And then we need to also have a proper consent And there are a lot of legal issues with telementoring, which we need to address. Training modules, as I said, we have to be very adept at understanding the models that are already available and also be innovative to create new models to fill up the blanks as well as to create a return of investment. Try to make it affordable, try to make it accessible. So bench models have always been there. It's been there for the last 20 to 25 years. And now we are slowly getting into hybrid models. When we are trying to get out of animal labs, when we are trying to see what cadaver labs can give us, and then we are trying to look at customizing the hybrid models to get the same value as in the animal and cadaver labs. Training modules that are developed and used for skill training outside the OR are designed to achieve these objects. They are surrogate for human body and do not pose health and safety issues. This is very, very important. We've looked at this, and the whole medical education is getting into this dictum of not training on live patients, and we need to get out of the operating room to train surgeons. Now, as far as bench models are concerned, we have inanimate or mechanical simulators, simple trainer without an electronic or software involved except for a camera. Those are the ideal box trainers that we've all been using. This is the box trainer which I myself got trained in '92, and we still use it because of its value. Now, computer-based or virtual reality simulators used for training rare events, uncommon surgeries, as well as crisis training. So this is something very, very important. In VR simulations, we have to look at these particular things which need to be trained and which do not have any other tool than simulators to train these outside the patient. Now, I have been observing that of late, AR is becoming a much more powerful tool than VR. And so for the last 1 year, I've started combining AR into VR for developing newer modules for training. So as far as hybrid modules are concerned, it comprises of trainers designated to house harvested animal tissue and organs. There is a real-time haptic feedback and avoidance of statutory requirements to run an animal lab. We've been using Phantom for the haptic interface initially in some of our simulators, but we found it very expensive, and it was also not the most ideal tool for us. And now today, we do not want to kill animals. With the recent animal loss, earlier I would teach everybody how to do a lap chole on a pig. And then within 5 minutes of regaining from anesthesia, the pig would get up and run away. So nothing would ever happen. So now we have to euthanize animals. And that is something that I cannot swallow. We need to have simulation. And this is one of the main reasons why I feel I should put in more time and effort to build simulators. Animal lab definitely has its value. Performing surgeries on animals which give a realistic haptic feedback. It's ideal for procedure training and practice of teamwork. As I said, I would take the OT technician, the nurse, the camera person, the surgeon, all get together in the animal lab. This has been ideal scenario for the last decades in laparoscopic training all over the world. Now we are slowly getting out of it. Cadaver simulation gives a better understanding of dissection and helps in improving surgical performance. So when I want to do a hiatus hernia, I don't find a better place than a cadaver simulation. When I want to do an inguinal hernia, the perfect anatomy to train somebody is cadaver simulation. And that's the reason why I use cadavers for these courses now and then. Same with bariatric surgery simulation. We've been using cadaver simulation. True human anatomy is there, but the only problem is the higher cost and unavailability. It's not always available and not for everybody. As I said yesterday, we have more than 10,000 surgical specialists passing out of our country every year. And where do we afford to have so many cadavers to train them? So I think a better person to talk about validation is Sandeep Gunny. We have to look at validating everything that we develop and everything we want to use once we start using. Somebody was talking yesterday, it's not something that is proven. So unless you develop something and use it, how can anything be proved? So we look at face validity and then get into the content validity, then slowly get into the construct validity and the concurrent or predictive validity. And validation of training modules and methodologies is required before they are widely accepted for training. This is one of the reasons why FLS is the most popular course for training basic laparoscopic surgery in the world, because it is a validated course. Now, coming to levels of skills, everybody needs training, everybody needs learning. Even I feel that I have to learn all the time, either because there are some new tools or there are some new procedures I want to do by laparoscopy. Till today, I've never done a liver resection or a liver transplant using laparoscopy. So probably if I really want to do something of that sort, I still have to get into that. So we have to have several levels of training. Level 1, level 2, we have to either talk about the procedures that come into each level, or talk about the number of cases that a person has to do, or probably talk about both of them when we are talking about how training goes into. So simple cases, take simple cases, do a particular numbers. I put it as O, A, PA, and PI. O stands for observing, A stands for assisting, PA stands for performing under assistance, and PI stands for performing independently. This is, and we have a particular number of cases that each one has to do in each of those categories before they graduate into the next level. So we've been using that in our fellowship courses, but then that should be the way we look at improving skills of a person gradually with safety of our patients. The prerequisites of progression beyond level 2 training, again, we ask them to assist and then become a main surgeon. Then they go into level 3. These levels are not universally recognized. We have been looking at these. There are some people who divide levels of surgeries in laparoscopy as 4 divisions. There are people who have divided it into 7 divisions. So it all depends on how you look at it. There has to be some more standardization in this particular field as we go by. Assessment of skills is one great thing that happens with VR simulation. I've never seen a tool that can assess skills as good as VR simulators. And that's the reason I got sold out to develop virtual reality simulators. Surgical competence has 2 major components. One is cognitive competence and technical skills in surgery. Now, both of these can be assessed using VR simulators. We've had these 3 similar skills assessment tools, which have been being used internationally for quite some time and which are mentioned in literature and quoted or cited several times. But then one of these is definitely a good tool to assess laparoscopic surgical skill. It should involve, you can also develop your own assessment tool. But when you do that, there should be fairness, there should be reliability, and there should be validity and aligning with the learning content. So assessment of skills should be done objectively by using scoring methods for various tasks periodically or continuously throughout the course, and assessment of improvement in each trainee to ensure they achieve the goals of the course. I do it every week on our trainees and try to tell them where they have reached and how much more they have to improve. Now, coming to training centers, as Dr. Dinkar Pai mentioned in the previous talk, our country is varied. There is no, you see the smallest hospital having just 2 beds, and you have the biggest hospital having 2,000 beds. So training centers established by private institutions are there. There are some industries who are sponsoring and wanting to sell equipment for laparoscopy, and they have their training institutions. We have corporate hospitals or corporate institutions trying to set up. And we have hospitals with dedicated training facilities, which are looking at not just the ROI, but they're looking at a passionate institution development. And there is also a mandatory requirement along with a passion to achieve excellence amongst medical colleges and hospitals with large volumes of minimal access surgery, which work recognized by a regulatory body like the NMC. Now, what do these skill training centers require? Basically, there has to be an auditorium or a seminar hall. They have to have a skills lab. They have to have a library, and they also have to have a communication platform. The faculty is very, very important. I don't think it is the facility that matters as much as the faculty. The faculty should have adequate knowledge and experience in laparoscopic surgery and should be recognized experts. And like saying you can become a professor only after teaching for 10 years, you need to have a program, you need to have a guideline saying 10 years of experience in teaching both basic and advanced procedures is what makes you a faculty. And they should be associated with both clinical and laboratory experience for having adequate teaching expertise. So the last thing that I want to tell in my talk is about certification. A certification must ensure competence and adequate laparoscopic skills. So everything should be defined very well. Certification should not be umbrella where you can do anything and everything. Like dictating privileges, certification can be a little more broad sensed, but then should be properly done and customized for giving a proper privilege for a surgeon who's going to go out and perform whatever surgeries that he has got certified in. So certification is a very, very responsible and value-based activity that we need to be very careful about. Thank you for patient hearing, and it's been very nice. Thank you, Sandeep. You've been doing a wonderful job. This is an excellent effort of doing this conference and getting everybody together, motivating everybody to get together and do much more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesha, for this wonderful speech. I'm sure our audience has gotten wonderful insight into how to go about setting up a skills curriculum of VR, integrating VR especially into surgical education. Especially in this day and age, using CBME. CBME is more and more being integrated into curriculum, so it'll provide a valuable insight before our postgraduates go into the field, choosing what kind of surgery they want to get into, and VR plays an important role, as you said. Thank you very much. I'll now pass on the stage to Dr. Dinkar Pai, as most of you know, and he'll introduce our next speaker. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. So without wasting any time, it's my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, and that is Professor Zaleha Abdullah Mahdi, who's a close friend, a colleague in simulation circles, and somebody whose shoulders I cry on regularly whenever I have any problems with my editing assignments, because both of us are co-editors in Frontiers in Surgery. So Dr. Zaleha basically is a trained obstetrician and gynecologist, and at present, she's professor and senior consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at the University Kebangsaan Malaysia Medical Center in Kuala Lumpur. She has been trained in obstetrics and gynecology both in Malaysia as well as in the United Kingdom, and her specialty is in maternal fetal medicine and specifically in preeclampsia research. She's also, prior to her present position, she has been Dean of the UKM Faculty of Medicine. And she was also the director of UKM's teaching hospital prior to that. She is a council member for the Malaysian Medical Council, and she is also the co-opted committee member for the Malaysian International Representative Committee for the Royal College of Surgeons of Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And she's published 107 articles in journals, many books and chapters in books, and more than 150 abstracts and proceedings. She's as associate editor for 3 international journals: Frontiers in Medicine, Frontiers in Surgery, as well as BMC Pregnancy and Childbirth. And we are together as associate editors in Frontiers in Visceral Surgery, in the healthcare simulation and online learning research subtopic. Currently, she heads the Health Technology Innovation Lab at UKM, and in this capacity, she's profoundly involved in simulation, and her current interests include medical virtual reality, 3D animation for medical and health education, medical drone development, and mobile app design for antenatal care. She is the vice chairperson of the Malaysian Society for Simulation in Healthcare, past president of the Perinatal Society of Malaysia, and training in intensive course in obstetric emergencies, and a member for the Society for Simulation in Healthcare. Something that I didn't know about her: she has attained a black belt in Taekwondo in 2011. She says to keep up with her 4 kids, which I think is impossible. And in her spare time, whenever her work permits, cycles with her family at Putrajaya Lakeside. So it's a great pleasure for me to give you Professor Zaleha. Over to you, Prof. Zaleha.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dinker, and thank you very much for having me in this conference. I've enjoyed the last 2 days from the beginning of the conference, listening to all the talks. And a good afternoon to everyone. Well, it's afternoon here in Malaysia, probably still a bit early in the morning in India. I would like to share my slides to go on with the presentation.
Just check. I think you should be able to do that. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. I've been tasked to present a talk on simulation in obstetrics, and in view of the theme, which is interprofessional simulation, I will speak on this from the obstetric perspective. The points that I would bring up are the history or background of simulation in obstetrics, feasibility of interprofessional simulation in obstetrics, the evidence, the areas of collaboration in terms of which fields are involved and the levels that are appropriate, the benefits and challenges of interprofessional obstetric simulation before I conclude. Now, I think Dr. Sanjay has beautifully alluded to this in the morning, the definition of interprofessionalism. It is, simply put, it's a team effort in healthcare from 2 or more professions whose members learn about, from, and with each other to improve health outcomes. This is from the SSH Simulation Dictionary. Now, as far as simulation is concerned, the obstetric simulationist is probably the earliest simulationist in medical, in the history of modern medicine, starting off in Paris in the 18th century, where midwifery was taught by several people there, but the person who was most reputed with this obstetric simulation was Dr. Gregoire, whose simulator had a lot of publicity across Europe. And he used this simulator, which was made from basket work and covered with cloth, together with a stillborn baby, to teach midwifery to people. He used that in order to show the progress of labor. It was so popular that Harrison in 1750 said that a man cannot be a good surgeon or accoucheur without a tour to Paris. And various sorts of mannequins were produced in Paris at that time, including this wooden one, which is called the mannequin of Boudin and Pinard. Midwives were not left behind either. There was this Paris-trained midwife called Madame du Coudray, who created the first French national rural simulation-based training course for midwives in the second half of the 18th century. This is a picture of the simulator that she used at that time. You can see that the baby is no longer a stillborn baby that she used, but a model of a child of natural size, whose joints she made flexible to put in different positions. And interprofessional learning in obstetrics as well started at that time. It dates back as far as 18th century Paris, in parallel with the birth of the obstetric simulators. Dr. Ambroise Paré, who was a French surgeon known for his work on improving battlefield trauma care, was also widely regarded as the first to provide organized midwifery training, which he did at the first hospital established in Paris. And not to be left behind, Madame du Coudray, the midwife, also taught surgeons. However, it is interesting to note that her visits were not always universally appreciated by the doctors. I wonder whether this actually constituted the hierarchical culture of those days in Europe, which we seem to have inherited now, going by what has been presented by Dr. Hyun yesterday from Korea and multiple speakers today. This is a systematic review on the use of interprofessional simulation-based training to improve management of obstetric emergencies. And the authors presented a collective evidence supporting the use of interprofessional simulation-based training, specifically in the management of obstetric emergencies. Now, although we know that obstetric emergencies may not occur all that frequently in certain places, particularly in developed countries, however, they can certainly be life-threatening and therefore require quick, prompt action and expert skills, which can be learned by using simulation-based training as a mode of experiential learning. The paper concluded that introduction of interprofessional teamwork training integrated with acute training interventions in a simulation setting can be effective in the prevention of errors. This paper speaks on the impact of team steps on patient safety culture in a Swiss maternity ward. As we know, team steps stand for team strategies and tools to enhance performance and patient safety. And it is a program which focuses on teamwork and patient safety. The implementation of team steps is very much suited to enhance patient safety culture in clinical settings and especially in high-risk environments, particularly in maternity wards. And we hope that, by implementing a program like this, team steps, perhaps it can change the culture, especially in the sense of loosening hierarchy when patient safety was at stake, which is very important. Now, this paper elaborates on an effort made by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists in collaboration with the American College of Nurse Midwives in enhancing interprofessional education between midwifery students and ONG residents. And it concludes by saying that educating midwifery students and ONG residents together prepares these learners to work together effectively in the future to improve perinatal care and address workforce deficits. I'm sure this is true not only in US, but elsewhere in the world as well. It concludes by saying that bringing midwifery students and obstetrics and gynecology residents together in varied settings has the potential to improve the current care model, specifically in antenatal, perinatal, and postnatal care. And this is very important to improve quality patient care and strengthen the workforce. This paper speaks on the successes and challenges of interprofessional learning on normal childbirth and obstetric emergencies using simulation-based education as was proposed in the paper just now. This paper elaborates on certain implementation points. For example, interprofessional simulation should focus on focuses on effective teamwork, clinical competencies being a secondary aim. Okay, and I think I would agree with this. Okay, the effective teamwork, which is the one which is very important in interprofessional learning, and clinical simulation design for interprofessional learning is complicated. But it is enhanced by the participants' varied education levels, professional identities, and roles. And participation by varied learners may be maximized using childbirth simulation scenarios that are scripted with evolving clinical conditions that require interprofessional interaction. For example, consultation, collaboration, or transfer of care. And if you were to do these scenarios at the change of a shift, or include student and provider roles, it will allow for double the number of participants. And it would spread the learning much faster. The efficacy of the simulations may be increased by enhancing realism with equipment or other factors that increase environmental, psychological, and sociological dimensions of fidelity. And I must say that in obstetric simulation, very often we do it in situ at the site of our workplace itself. And of course, this would increase the level of fidelity. And so it is possible to have interprofessional normal birth and obstetric emergency simulations to be designed and implemented within the limits of educators' creativity and resource availability. This is a paper from Malaysia published under our research topic that Professor Dinkerpai alluded to just now. And for your information, the neonatal resuscitation program has been made mandatory for all house officers or interns and medical officers or residents during the pediatric rotation in Malaysia. And just over the last 5 years, about 30,000 of NRP providers have been trained. But this program actually stretches back since the 1980s. So you can imagine the number of learners who have benefited from this. And the NRP program is a good example of interprofessional learning where obstetricians, neonatologists, midwives, and neonatal nurses work together to learn how to provide the best possible care for the baby. And local unpublished data indicated that almost half of the 32 Malaysian neonatal intensive care units that were surveyed run interprofessional team training. And the authors of this paper goes on to lament about the difficulty that they face in interprofessional learning due to the cultural lack of assertiveness in communicating, that may be an impediment to interprofessional team training. So this is not anything new. We've had it since the 18th century. And particularly, I think in the Asian culture, it is more pervasive and prevalent. Now, I would like to highlight this interesting global health education program called OneSIM in India, which caught my attention. It is interesting to note that it is a customized interprofessional simulation, and it takes into account each training sites, available facilities, scope of practice, and the local protocols. I think this is a fantastic idea, because at the end of the day, you would want to train people to work in that particular setting. And this is the a study of the long-term impact of the OneSIM program on healthcare professionals' attitudes and clinical practice, that concludes that participants' acknowledgement of training being relevant to their routine practice and keenness to learn management of complicated births highlighted the sustained impact of obstetric and neonatal emergency interprofessional simulation training. It is also interesting to note that this is kind of a mobile program, what the authors call it a pack up and go program. And so at the end of the day, the three most important most frequently collaborating disciplines in obstetrics or in perinatology are the obstetricians, the midwives, and the neonatologists, who often train together in interprofessional team training. Of course, there can be participation by anesthesiologists, and sometimes perhaps even colleagues from emergency medicine, who may be the landing site of our most sick mothers when they come in collapsed and all that. So interprofessional education in obstetrics, according to Reeves in 2016, is important in order to develop attributes and skills that are required for working in a collaborative manner between the relevant, among the relevant fields. And what's a suitable time to start? No other than starting in their pre-qualification programs, which means from the undergraduate days and continuing throughout their respective careers. And one of the best learning methods that could be used in order to foster this is interactive learning methods. Simulation is one of them. Suitable scenarios would include obstetric emergency drills and neonatal resuscitation training. And it is very important to create a non-threatening environment and to enable all learners to participate equally, irrespective of their hierarchy and positions. I must say that in the very first simulation program that I took part in under ICO, myself and another consultant from Sarawak were the only two consultants taking part in the team training, along with housemen and medical officers, besides a few specialists. So it was a lot of fun. And what are the barriers and challenges to interprofessional training in obstetrics? The first thing is the curricular differences. There are differences in structure and emphasis on what is important in the various fields, in obstetrics, in neonatology, in midwifery. There may be schedule differences if you want to put students together to learn in the same workshop. And there may be differences in learning delivery methods. And there may also be variation in the background of the participants, as well as their expectation of what they can gain from the workshops. Differences in terms of existing skill sets and expected competencies. And logistical problems that was alluded to in the NRP paper. There may be mismatch in the numbers, that you would need to form teams in order to learn together. And I think one very important point that we have all been emphasizing on for the last 1.5 days is the cultural barrier, the lack of assertiveness in communication, especially across ranks. But I believe this is something that we can all work together to overcome. There's lots of benefits of interprofessional education simulation in obstetrics, improvement in communication, strengthening of the teamwork, and enhancement in patient safety. And on top of it all, breaking the hierarchical barrier. And the challenges in implementing interprofessional education results from differences in training needs as a result of differences in the roles of the doctor and the midwife to some extent. Fortunately, in simulation, the scenarios created require trainees to be in different positions or roles. Therefore, simulation is the ideal training tool to fulfill the needs of interprofessional education, I dare say, where trainees can assume the exact roles that they play in real life, meaning doctors take on the role of doctors and midwives play the role of midwives. Interprofessional education is therefore facilitated by simulation, and the simulation fidelity is increased by interprofessional education, hence a win-win situation. This is our own Malaysian pack and go obstetric interprofessional simulation for the Asia-Oceania Federation of ONG countries, the ICO or Intensive Course in Obstetric Emergencies, which have been established many years ago. This is one of the publicity posters for the course last year. It says here for doctors and midwives. But to be honest with you, we have had problems in getting doctors and midwives to train together, shoulder to shoulder, learning together. And for that matter, even doctors of different ranks, I believe it is not easy. It takes quite a bit of persuasion for consultants, for example, senior consultants particularly, to be involved for the first time in these courses. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, we have gone online and made this an extended learning course over a period of time, 12 weeks it says there. So if you'd like to know more about it, that's the website to explore. So in summary, I would say that interprofessional simulation is particularly useful and highly needed in obstetric training, especially in collaboration with midwives and neonatologists to improve communication skills, strengthen teamwork, and ultimately produce professional competence and enhance patient safety. Challenges include cultural barrier in terms of lack of assertiveness across ranks, besides logistical issues. So at the end of the day, what we aim for is achieving safety in our treatment of patients, in our management of patients, which is so important in obstetrics, particularly with the rising medical litigation in this field. And with that, I thank you very much for your invitation and for your attention. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Prof. Zaleha, for that wonderful exposition of interprofessional education, specifically with reference to obstetrics. And I feel that IPE is probably ideally situated, ideal for a specialty like yours, because there are so many different people who come together for the safety of not just the mother, but also the child. And you've also given us an insight into the difficulties that we face because of cultural barriers, which prevents us from doing IPE. And this is something I feel we can start working towards, to overcome, so that IPE can be a big, can take a big step forward especially in this part of the world. So thank you so much. And with that, because of shortage of time, I don't think we have time for questions. So please do stay on for the rest of the conference. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Lulu Sharif, to take it to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinka.
Thank you so much, Dinka sir, and thank you, Dr. Zaleha. So we now move on to our next session, a topic that is very, very close to my heart and very crucial. And you will be really happy to know that even our speaker who is going to present right now is a strong advocate of enhancing communication skills and with the perspective of how to do it through simulation. So we have with us, very honored to have with us, Dr. Indu Arneja, founder director of the Indian Institute of Healthcare Communication. And I'm so proud that in our country, we really have an Indian institute dealing purely with healthcare communication. She has a background in psychology, and she's working for the last 30 years in the field of quality healthcare and mental health care. I have been privileged to know about her through our National Accreditation Board. She's an NABH assessor, national and international trainer, external assessor to the Ministry of Health and Family. And she's also the member advisory board for National Human Rights Commission. She's a visiting faculty to multiple prestigious institutes in the country. And she has conducted more than 1,500 communication training programs for corporate hospitals, medical colleges, and government hospitals. We are really honored to have you with us, Dr. Indu. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lulu. Thank you. So please put my gratitude on record for inviting me for this program. I think to have known about the simulation conference and the amount of work and the kind of work you all are doing, it was really very, an eye-opening information for me. I had the opportunity to attend your workshop on Friday on training simulated patient, and I had the opportunity to listen to Professor Dinkar and then also Professor Mahalakshmi, and it was an excellent experience for me to know that so much is being done in our country, because I was really very disappointed because I don't see much being done on the front of simulation. But I think the kind of work you're doing is really, really fantastic. So please allow me to share my screen so that I can go ahead with my presentation and the discussion of the topic of the day. Okay. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Indu, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, so my question to all of you will be, how would you feel if you thought that, your pilot was flying you without any formal training in flying, or the surgeon who is operating you hasn't had any practical learning and is just, operating you on the basis of the books that he has read, or the nurse who is going to give you an injection hasn't done any, practice or any actual practical learning, but has just come to you after having her theoretical exam cleared. So I think when we don't expect anything like this to happen with us when it comes to flying or surgery or for any procedure, then how can we communicate without learning how to communicate with patients and fellow colleagues? And honestly, I think you will agree with me that most of the communication skill training is done by observation of the seniors who probably haven't had any formal training in communication. So in a way, formal teaching and learning communication in healthcare is absolutely a new concept. So therefore, I think, I have had a great struggle in establishing this as a subject that needs to be paid attention, if not as equal as the clinical skills, but at least given some importance. And let's remember that communication skills are one of the 6 competencies that any medical graduate should have before they pass out and start practicing. But incidentally, the medical education is over-focused on the technical skills, whereas a study by Harvard, it says that 85% of our personal and professional success comes from our communication and interpersonal skills. And just 15% of the job success is from the technical skill, which may not be really very truly applicable to healthcare, because I know technical skills are equally important and are very important, but then at the same time we need to give due importance to the communication skills that we need to really imbibe and integrate with our medical and nursing education or the training of other professionals. I think one of the very glaring outcome of not having any formal training for the healthcare professionals shows that in most of the cases where the patients had sued the hospital or the doctors for medical negligence, or where we are seeing a lot of violence against the doctors, if you go into the background, you'll actually get to see that poor communication is the cause of conflict in the background. So I can bring about a couple of personal life experiences that I can share with you. I know about a case where the patient had a aortic fluid embolism, and she had a stillbirth, and she was immediately moved from a nursing home to a tertiary care hospital, and the dead fetus was still with the nursing home. And one of the staff from the nursing home called the patient's family, who was at the hospital, to tell them to kindly come and collect the dead dead fetus, otherwise the rats or the cats might eat the dead fetus. Imagine the language used, imagine the communication done, and imagine the impact of it on the family. It's not just disappointing, but it's very frustrating, and it can lead to aggressive reaction. I remember another case in one of the government hospital where the family had gone to the lab technician asking for lab reports urgently, asking for lab reports because they wanted to show it to the consultant, and the lab technician refused to hand over the report because this is not the time for the reports, and he asked the family to come later. So they were very aggressive and upset, and they started fighting and beating the lab technician black and blue. I do not endorse that behavior, but at the same time we need to see why is this kind of violence happening against us. In another case, a resident was really was about to be beaten by a family of a young boy who got electrocuted while playing with kite. So he got in touch with the cooler. There was probably live wire, and this child died, and he was brought to the hospital, resuscitated. Attempt to resuscitate was made by the resident, which did not lead to any positive outcome. They announced brought dead. The family insisted on trying once again. Although I understand, we know if it's a broad dead case, we have done our part, it's understandable that nothing is going to change. But at the same time, looking at the situation from the family's point of view, who have just come across this news of having, their young, healthy child dying, because of electrocuting, it's understandable that they were really looking for some kind of, more compassionate communication from the resident. The resident literally shouted at the patient's family and diseased family and said that I have done it 100 times. Do you want me to do it again? You can do it yourself if you want. And you can imagine must have been the outcome. So I think these incidents do bring us an idea and tell us that I think we really need to look into the communication skills that we are imparting to our healthcare professionals. Although National Medical Board, previously it was MCI, they introduced EdCom module in 2019, and now it is part and parcel of the medical education. But I think we are miles away from actually seeing these communication skills being visible and in practice, among the healthcare professionals. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed, hoping that one day we will have, doctors, nurses, and other staff handling patients with effective communication skills. So my first stint with formal simulated patient or standardized patient was at Sri Lanka, when I went there as a resource person for one of their communication training program organized by Sri Lanka Medical Association. And there I had an opportunity to see almost like 40-50 people assembled to become simulated patient and standardized patient. They were conducting a formal 2 days training program for people like you and me who would volunteer to be, to act as a simulated patient. They were being trained, and trust me, at that moment, I had a feeling they're far ahead of us, at least when it comes to communication programs and the implementation of communication program, and how the doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff were taking it very, very seriously, to learn how to simulate and how to really enhance communication skills through simulation. The second opportunity I had was at University of Colorado at the Massachusetts Medical campus. Again, there I had an opportunity to see wonderful labs where they had a set format where the medical students, dental students were practicing communication skills by dealing with the standardized patients under a videographed, lab, which was later on used as a way to reflect and learn from the errors. So I was really impressed. And honestly, if you ask me, I had a feeling, when are we going to have this kind of a setup in our country where we have such, labs where students can really learn the right way of communicating by using simulated patient and simulated setup. So that did not deter my, passion and confidence to go ahead with the program. I am associated with Maulana Azad Medical College for the last almost like 10 years, and I've done around 45 training programs at MAMC. So trust me, in all my programs, I used role plays as one of the ways to simulate. I knew I will not be able to get simulated patients or standardized patients to teach them communication, but I did not, stop there. But I continued with my training of students to be, peer patient and peer doctor for each other, and extensively have used this technique to help my students learn how to communicate with the patient. And there are so many regular topics, that need to be learned through communication. For example, conducting patient interview, sharing information, explaining about medicines, practicing informed consent, answering patients' queries, addressing their concerns. So these are all very regular topics that the nurses and the doctors and other healthcare professionals need to really, demonstrate every day. But without training, we all know how we do it. Some of us are really good at it, and some of us are really, not really excellent at it. Then there are so many sensitive topics which require advanced level of communication skills. Like, for example, if you're collecting sexual history, or you're conversing with a rape or abuse victim, if you're announcing a serious diagnosis like cancer, AIDS, Alzheimer's, or if you're updating about the deterioration of the patient's condition, or if you're breaking bad news, end of life care, grief counseling, and disclosure of medical errors. So these are all very sensitive topics which require advanced level of communication skills. And trust me, this is where we actually normally, fail, because we haven't had any training. Most of the training is by observing people or, your senior. So as a result, we are not able to effectively do it without making a lot of errors before we become expert at it. So another reason why we need to really bring in simulation to communication is to learn collaboration and teamwork among team members, because that is where we usually fall. The session before me, I heard her saying that bringing about interprofessional training or education and using simulation for that is a challenge, because I think major challenge is hierarchical difference and the rigidity of the hierarchy, where we do not treat our co-professionals with respect and equality, and there is a lot of lack of collaboration and teamwork. So as a result, each one of us is working in silos and not in that frame of mind where we understand that healthcare is a teamwork, and we really need to collaborate with each other if we want the real outcome. So all these skills cannot be taught just by reading books. We require real life training. So simulation is the way to teach and learn communication. And something like that what we did earlier was having our seniors do something in front of us, we learn from them, and then we try to do it. I think time has changed. We really need to bring in simulation in a big way. I know in medical and surgical subjects we are already doing it. I have heard couple of your webinars. So I'm very impressed with the idea that this is extensively being used for all medical and surgical procedures. But I think virtues like empathy, rapport building, active listening, compassion, reflection, counseling, these cannot be learned theoretically, and they need a lot of practice like your medical and surgical skills. So we really need to use simulation as a way to really teach enhance communication skills of our healthcare professionals. So simulation in communication will provide an opportunity to generate, develop, and enhance communication skills and confidence in one's ability, without worrying about any kind of fallout or any compromised patient safety. And also it gives a chance to practice and correct their mistakes in a safe environment. So when you're doing something like peer role play, it's a safe zone. You are with your own colleagues, people who know you, whom you know. So you are not worried or concerned that what will be the outcome, and can there be a issue with with the outcome of the situation. So studies suggest that whenever we have used, simulation to develop communication or the gestural skills in the medical students, they found that the topics were really, really liked by the students. They said it is irreplaceable. They need to be part and parcel of the training, and they express high level of satisfaction with the methods used to teach them. And all the students wanted to participate in similar laboratory activities in future. So that means it shows that people would buy it, provided we have a well set way of bringing simulation to enhancing communication skills. So some of the benefits that we can expect from using simulation to enhance communication skills, one is that it is safe and familiar environment. So there is no fear of being judged or being having any kind of fallout. Then there's scope of doing and redoing. Suppose if I fail to do it in a proper manner in one take, I can take number of retakes to actually excel at my communication. Then there is scope for feedback and improvement. So usually simulation occurs with people who are expert at it or your fellow professionals. So they'll be able to give you feedback as observers or as your coach or mentor to help you learn the right way of communicating. Then there's a scope to observe yourself and improve. So if you have an opportunity to video record your communication and then have a look at it, I think that's the best way to work on your communication skills. And then you also get a chance to observe others. So usually in a team you'll have people who are really good at it. So once you see them doing it, you automatically learn the right way of doing it, and you can improve your own way of handling the situation. And then you have people who are really experts at the subject. They will help you learn the right way of communication. I think that's the benefit of simulating, using simulation to enhance the communication skills. And the best part is that you have safety against any kind of retaliation or damages that can happen by learning on site. So it's better to do it in a simulated setup than doing it in a real life situation. So as I mentioned earlier also, that I'm extensively using peer role plays for training communication in medical schools, and that's really bringing in good results. So whenever I ask my students for the best part of the training that they had, usually it is the role play that they talk about. They say that's really enlightening. We really get to reflect on our communication, and we get to realize how poorly we communicate, and we do not have enough vocabulary or right nonverbal expressions to match the verbal communication. And then when they see people communicating, they get to see, oh, this is how we also communicate, or we lack communication. So in another study where they have used peer role play for training communication, because I know in many setups we may not have a proper formal simulation lab for teaching communication skills. So I would recommend use peer role plays as much as you can, because it doesn't require a lot of resources. We just need to be good at conducting role plays, structuring it in the right way and then implementing it. So this one study suggested that they tried to compare the simulated patient and the role play method, peer role play method, and they found that this was really appreciated by the students, and it was found to improve communication skills. And at the same time, it was found to be the cost efficacy ratio was better in this way of teaching simulation, and it was found to be less expensive. Of course, there's no doubt if we have simulated patient there, that's a real good way of training. But then wherever we do not have that setup, because I know in our country we do not still have that idea of having simulated patient, ready simulated patient. So maybe this is one way that we can help our students learn the right way of communicating. So as I mentioned earlier also, that till date I have conducted 45 full day programs with medical undergraduate and postgraduate students working on their communication skills. And I have used role plays very, very extensively in all my training programs. I've done around 1,500 programs across the country and abroad. And again, I use the role plays as a way to teach them how to handle, difficult situations, how to handle aggressive patient party, how do you really update the patient's family, and various other situations. For example, even when you want to introduce them to empathy, I've used visual imaging as the way to simulate you being mentally in the chair of the patients and going through the experience of being a patient or the attendant. Then things like breaking bad news, these all require advanced level of communication skills. So this is a training I did at IIM Ahmedabad. I've been regularly doing it. So they're all very seasoned clinicians, very senior clinicians, but even they were very appreciative of using role plays to help them learn the right way of communicating. Then handling aggressive patient party, I think this is a very common issue we have, and a lot of time I just get invitation to train their doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff to learn how to handle a patient who is not cooperating or is not able to understand their point of view, and how do you really, handle those patients who are non-cooperative or aggressive. So the simulation and role plays and demos, they really help people learn to learn the news, nuances of the communication. So to summarize, I think the simulation is the way to enhance communication for the learner. Definitely, there is freedom to fail. You can even practice those high risk, low frequency patients that you may not see a lot in number, but still you will be able to get an idea how do you really handle those situations. It will improve your confidence. And of course, interdisciplinary training that we have been talking about, that it cannot be done in silos. We really need to interact with our team member, and it would enhance the safety and the communication of the crew member. And then of course, for the educator also, it becomes easy because it decreases time for the beginner to baseline competence. It increases program capacity, and then there is standardized learning and evaluation. So it also increases learner satisfaction. So I think this is what I am doing in my programs, and I would recommend to everybody to use simulation as the way of teaching communication. So I've tried to keep it very short. I know we are short of time, and we have already, I think, so I really try to keep it very short to cover.
Thank you so much, Dr. Indu, because your talk actually allowed us to compensate for the time. But in that short time, you have actually given so much of overview of the potential of simulation. And for a low resource setting like ours, even just start out with role play on especially sensitive topics, very aptly mentioned by you on the ugly scenes happening in our country where abuse is concerned, especially over the last 2 years. I'm sure all of us have experienced, or through our friends or on social media seen. And definitely, like you mentioned, we need to have training in healthcare communication. And one more highlight which you brought about is collaboration. And it's like, not just talking to the patient, but again, among healthcare workers and talking together. So thank you so much, Dr. Indu. If there are any questions, we will be emailing you. And I hope you're happy now that we have something beginning in India. Yeah. And it's not just Sri Lanka or Colorado or wherever. Oh. We are taking baby steps, and we are so happy that there is a healthcare, institute, healthcare communication institute. Thank you so much for the good work you're doing, and we will definitely network with you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. So moving on to our next session, and I'm so sorry, Lance, it must be really late for you. Yes.
It's a little late, but that's okay. It's Saturday night, so Saturday? Yeah, we're up late. So
yes, thank you so much, Lance. So for our next session, Lance will be moderating, and I will just give you a brief introduction. He has an emergency training background. He's the founder and CEO of healthysimulation.com. If all of you who are listening have not yet heard about it, please do log on. When many novice educators like me a few years ago, through self-directed learning, my go-to stop was healthysimulation.com. And while serving as the director of the Nevada System of Higher Education's multi-institutional, multidisciplinary clinical simulation center at Las Vegas, he was there from 2009 to 2012. And that is when he started this independent resource website to support a lot of people like us at the international arena, to build up a healthcare simulation community. It has website, newsletters, YouTube, social media accounts, and a lot of unique visitors per month with the latest medical simulation news, job postings, conference listings, guides, product demonstration. And thank you so much, Lance, for giving us a boost for our iJaws through your media and to giving us all the support, and for the poster presentation, first prize award for the subscription worth $250. Thank you so much, Lance. And over to you, Lance, to introduce the next speaker and the session.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Lou. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate being here and supporting you all from halfway around the world. Whatever we can do at healthysimulation.com to be able to support you with regards to your education or training or understanding of the technologies or methodologies of clinical simulation, that's what we're here to do, right? So having founded SimGhosts, wow, almost 12 years ago now, I'm still so honored to present and work with folks that are pushing the boundaries of simulation-based technology, right? And so excited to have with us here today presenting is Abi Syed Mohammed, who is the simulation specialist from Khalifa University. And I'm so excited to I've seen his presentation. I'm really stoked to see some of these things that are really coming down in terms of the things that we have access to now in this day and age, right? That we didn't have 10, 12 years ago even. And so I think it's through groups like simghosts.org and the SimOps group through the Society for Simulation and Healthcare that we're able to kind of start to put some groundwork together, an axle support of the best practices of simulation. We're gonna be hearing about all these things, all these developmental tools that will help you in your simulation program to move further faster. I just want to remind everyone how important it is to be able to start to keep track of the operation in terms of how things are going day to day and what your teams are doing in order to be successful with simulation. At some point, you're going to need to convey to administration the need to hire and support the professional development of your simulation technology specialist. The more they know, the more you and your program will succeed, bottom line. I just got back from ITSEC in Orlando, which is the world's largest military simulation conference. And there was the US Army, Air Force, Marines, and Navy, as well as this new Space Force group was walking around, and senior congressional representative leadership, and included the Commandant of the Marine Corps, which is basically the top Marine of all the Marines in the US Marine Force. And he was suggesting to the audience that the days of the US government investing in technologies and making purchases and then figuring out if the simulation tech guy could figure out how to make them work were over. And so in a sense, it really does show us in our civilian industry that the impetus on making sure that investments in technology are going to be successful over the long run. And in order to do that properly, you really need to have a simulation technology specialist on your team. So with that, I'm so excited to watch and learn more from Abi about what is going on in his program, and stick around to help answer or address any questions that I can with regards to this type of content. So with that, Abi, so good to have you join us today.
So I hope everybody can hear me.
We can hear you just fine. Can you hear us, Abi?
Yes. All right.
Very good.
So let me just quickly pull up my PowerPoint presentation. Share. So I'm a co-presenter. I'm a co-presenter now. Okay, so let me just try again.
So while Ali's doing that, getting that set up, I just want to let y'all know about a book that a lot of the leadership from SimGhosts helped to put together with other experts from the community and from the industry. It's called Comprehensive Healthcare Simulation Operations, Technology and Innovative Practice. It's over 400 pages of just technical-based knowledge, operational knowledge too, about how to kind of manage or coordinate programs, how to provide for professional development for your simulation technology specialist. So a lot of great materials and resources here that certainly might be useful to you in your program over the long run. And it's definitely part of the Springer comprehensive healthcare simulation series, which is one of my favorite series. There's got to be, 20 books now on a variety of different niches within the healthcare simulation space, everything from OB to surgical simulations, simulation operations, research to briefing. So definitely check those out, because I think that that's a really great series of books that will be very helpful to you in your program.
Thank you so much, Lance, for mentioning that. Abby, you have any issues sharing the slide?
So would it be helpful for me? I have the presentation here as well. Do you want me to run it from me, and Abby can just go off of mine if he's having some issues screen sharing?
Yeah. Abby, are you there?
Yes, Lance, it would be wonderful if you could share the screen.
Yes, so this is called technical backup.
Technical backup, that's right.
Yes.
So this
One
is exact
subject to another.
Exactly. A seasoned SIMOps will tell you.
Will you just do me a favor and make me co-host so I can share my screen? Thank you.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
So this is exactly what happens with the technology.
Raj, could you make Lance the co-host? Give him sharing rights, please.
So for viewers' knowledge, I'm using a new laptop today. So I haven't done the correct settings. Yeah.
This is why you never put on new sneakers when you do a marathon. You use the old sneakers.
Okay, thanks, Lance, for sharing the slide. A little bit of
you can
background.
see that okay?
Yes.
Yes, fine.
All right, let me make it bigger. Is that good?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, just tell me when you're ready for the next slide.
Sure. I will quickly go over through the slides, and we will have some times for the discussions in the end as well. My task for today is to explain what are the roles and responsibilities of the simulation operations specialist. There are two different terms available. One from the SIMGHOST, definition, that is the healthcare simulation technology specialist, and from the SSH website, they have defined SOS, simulation operations specialist. I'll be juggling between these two terms today because it is widely used in different centers, different aspects. Next slide, Lance. I have no financial disclosures to make. No specific, if any equipment, software, or vendors mentioned in this my presentation, they are not endorsed by me. Couple of acknowledgements. One to Ian Ballard. He reviewed the presentation. He is my previous boss, my manager, my mentor, still my mentor. He's reviewing my content. He has helped me to review this content as well, and we'll be doing some exciting things together in the future for the SOS in India. Little bit of background. I'm a nurse by background. I studied in nursing in Mangalore. Somebody mentioned Mangalore is the capital of simulation, healthcare simulation in India. But when I left Mangalore in 2007, there was no simulation centers. And then I moved on to Pune, and then I worked as an ICU nurse, and then I moved to Abu Dhabi, moved to Dubai in 2011. Fortunate to work with good colleagues, learn the tricks and tricks and tips of the trade, and made a career transition from nursing to full-time technologist and working as a simulation operations specialist. Currently working in Khalifa University. It's a predominantly an engineering university based in Abu Dhabi, capital of UAE. But 2 years before, in 2019, university started a medical school, and with a 40,000 square feet simulation center with all the technologies available at the center. And I was fortunate to be working with some of the colleagues here at the center, and happened to be one of the pioneers here in the center. Objectives of this presentation, I only have half an hour. We'll try to cover the roles and responsibilities of a SIMOps specialist, starting with the definition. This is SSH dictionary definition of an SOS. it says an individual whose primary role is the implementation and delivery of a simulation activity through the application of simulation technologies such as computers, audiovisual, or networking technologies. It goes on to say an inclusive umbrella term that embodies many different roles within healthcare simulation operations, including simulation technician, and simulation technology specialist, simulation coordinator, and simulation AV specialist. While many of these individuals also design simulation activities, this term refers to the functional role related to the implementation of simulation activities. So this is from SSH. In 2011, I believe Lance and his colleagues founded the SimGhost, the first association for operations specialists worldwide. And there was a purpose for, I believe there was a purpose. And one of the purpose was to define the roles of different simulation specialists or simulation technologists or technicians working in different centers around worldwide, or especially in the US. And Lance coined the term healthcare simulation technology specialist in SimGhost. I will talk about that later.
So, Avi, if I could just clarify there. So actually that title came from the DAY-3 that was done in California, where basically they brought together a bunch of simulation technology specialists or SimTechs from across California to do and identify the job and the role. So it's available for free to anyone who wants it. Perhaps I'll put the link in the chat for everyone to check it out. It's for the California Healthcare Workforce Initiative, or CA-HWI, and they've got this SimTech document. They also have one for coordinator. And so everyone came together and said, what are the primary roles and responsibilities of this job? And the reason that they wanted the titles to be specialist was that they wanted, because in California, if you were a technician, you were at one pay level. And if you were a specialist, you were at another higher pay level. So it was all part of the way to kind of help to inform HR about the levels of qualification for the people. And then for us at SimGhost, we wanted to kind of incorporate that into the name. And it actually fully stands for the Gathering of Healthcare Simulation Technology Specialists. That's the SimGhosts acronym of sorts.
Yeah. So let's go to the next slide, Lance. This is basically my intention today. We'll discuss about the various roles and responsibilities. How do you do the orientation for a new hire in a center? I understand, in India, the simulation, I mentioned 2011 and SimGhost and the conference you started in the US for a reason. The simulation existed even decades before, and the technology was there, but there was no official organization or a job title or a full-time dedicated specialist available in a center. That came very late, and that happened because of the need, because of advancement in technology. And we will go to the next slide, and we'll talk about that. We have also sent out a survey and asked this conference participants in SIMULCON, what do you think is the most important characteristics of a SimOps specialist? We will pull out that survey later on. Raj has helped me to pull out that survey. We will move on to the next slide. So we did the survey in 2017. Ian and myself did and focused mainly on active simulation technicians or technologists working in the based in centers in the Middle East. And then the inclusion criteria was only people who worked as a technologist was part of that survey. It's a very small number of sample size, you can say. 10 of them responded, and when we asked, is the tech role in your center filled by a technologist or an educator, most of them said, okay, there is a technologist or dedicated technicians available. So that's a good sign. So that means the centers or the institutional leaders are responding to the demand of the technology. So we went on to ask the survey participants, okay, Can we move to the next slide?
Sure. Just one additional piece of research note on top of this supporting it. I believe it was University of Michigan that did a survey to administrators of SSH and other centers that they had in their network, and found that the #1 most hired position now at simulation centers is the simulation technician. So there's a pretty important fact there in terms of the programs that have been successful in this space or are desiring to be successful understand they need to have this technical support person so that the clinical educators can focus on teaching or training as opposed to fixing and operating, right?
Rightly said, Lance. When we talk, I mean, one of the other international surveys sent out to participants, the survey asked, what do you think is the 2 most important things you consider as the strength of a program, a simulation program? And the respondent said, 1, financial support, and the second, the presence of a full-time technologist or a operations specialist.
Wow. That's awesome. I want to see that survey, whatever that survey is. I want to see that one.
This is sent out by SSH. The survey was from the SSH website. I happened to read some time before.
Okay.
Coming to the INACSL standard of best practice, Susie today morning in her presentation talked about why operation standard is important and why did they develop this standard. In 2017, when they came up with the standards of best practice, they included mostly couple of things related to this is an overall standard, but I will focus mainly on the personal and the role responsibilities. They identified clear roles and responsibilities and a personnel dedicated to operate the program as one of the best practices. And there is, in the next slide, we have a demographic. If you move to the next slide. So it says funding is important, and the funding is important to have a full-time specialist, because we spend a lot of money on technology, but who will operate the technology? If you don't have a dedicated person to operate the technology, all this technology is wasted and will be used for purposes other than which is intended to buy, intended for the purpose. We again went on to ask the participants of the survey. If you can move to the next slide, Lance. What do you think are the roles? Like nurses working in different units, the roles of SOS varies between the centers. But when it comes to the clear job description, nurses have in different units have a clearly defined broad role descriptions, unlike the SOS, because it varies from centers to center. But there is a core set of responsibilities. That could be maintenance of the mannequin, operating the simulators, design program the simulators, simulation scenarios into the software, management of audiovisual systems in the center, or managing the inventory. These are considered to be core set of responsibilities at the center. It is widely accepted right nowadays that we have a lot of technology improvements, especially in education and in healthcare, but that comes also with the technology expertise. That's where the operations specialist can help. So we have increased need for staff expertise. So that means technologist or SOS is here to stay. And for any smooth running of a program, a dedicated technologist will be always helpful.
Yeah, just going back to like ITSEC, like, when your administrator is thinking about, okay, we need to start doing XYZ clinical training or educational procedure, and we want to work with simulation. If you bring the simulation technician into that conversation from an early age, then basically what you can do is ensure that the technical integrations will meet your expectations for the clinical outcomes that you have, right? So it's kind of like a triangle. You've got your administration, your clinical education, and your technical operation, and they all kind of have to work together. But those programs that use all three of those groups to help make those purchase decisions with regards to technology decision, that's bringing simulation in or operating those things on a regular basis, far more opportunity to succeed in the space. They can just last longer and do more because, if you think about it, why pay someone who's a clinical educator 2, 3, 4 times as much as somebody who, has the degrees and the technical experience, but has 10 times more technical experience than somebody who has focused their career on clinical education and clinical practice and that kind of thing. And so you do yourself a disservice when you don't allow yourself the investment into the appropriate support infrastructure of your simulation program over time. Absolutely.
Exactly what I wanted to say in my slide, Lance. Long story short, faculty can focus on, what they intended to do, that is design and, evaluation, and the technologists can, support to deliver that, program. So we will go to the next slides, Lance. I think we have to move on a little bit faster here. So you can see when it started in 2011, or SIMOPS by SSH started in 2014, the attendance from the conference was less than 100, but it increased over the years, and I think it was double folded or triple folded increase. That shows that there is value acceptance by the institution. Financial support is available. I've been fortunate to to go to travel to SimGhost and SSH conferences throughout the years. So there is value. The financial support is there, but I'm not sure whether the financial support is there for everybody. But I've been fortunate to have that that support. That made a huge impact. Starting or coming from a nursing background and learning the trade, I was fortunate again to have somebody as good as technology as my mentor. So I learned the tricks and trades, but it is not the case with everybody. Lance, do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, just briefly that, even in the United States, there are still programs that have not yet made this investment or have had enough time to understand that they really need to make this kind of investment. So this is not something that's localized just to certain parts of the world. It's the whole world over. And that's because we're on this early adopter phase of technology, right? And so we're very early still with regards to how prominent and prevalent is simulation technology and methodology within clinical education training and patient safety practice. So we still have to educate people about not only about simulation, but how it works properly and how we can be most effective with it. So we're going to be having this conversation for many, many years to come.
Yeah. I think we will circle around this conversation for some time. I mean, it's a niche, very niche, subject and niche field when it comes to healthcare simulation technology. So we'll have that conversation going. In the survey, we asked, what is your current position? It's not much relevant here, but we can move on to the next slide. But you can see, the specialist or the technologist, the presence is felt there. Coming to this, this interface, this is our center learning management system, which we use in Khalifa University here. So you can see different, widgets here, recording, how the SOS can help to generate reports after the sessions. How do you, create users? If you want to create a group of users, there are, cases. How do you build a case in the system? Or how do you build activities? Calendar management or scheduling. Resources, how do you keep the resources in order? Inventory, huge part of inventory at the center, especially when you're dealing with Excel sheet. It is good that you have an inventory system, and where anybody can access what you have as a resource for the session. this gives you an overview of how SOS can help to generate data and how they can manage the system. Some of the senders will have dedicated AV specialists. We are fortunate to have at Khalifa University to have somebody who can manage this system. So we can focus more on the operation side of the sender. So the next few slides will show how do you manage the calendar, and this is about our calendar, and the next slide will show about how do we keep the inventory in order in each room. So somebody checks out the inventory, okay, we understand, okay, who is checking out, that's equipment from that particular room, and we can always track. This is something which is unique. We are fortunate to have the system here so that we can manage the inventory. But I wanted to say that, okay, SOS can help to build and to manage the system so that the workload for others will be less. The manager or the director can focus, or they can just ask for the report, and by a simple click you can generate the reports. One other skill set which is important, I think, is an SOS to have. Next slide, Lance. In the survey, we asked, okay, what could be the ideal ratio of technologists to educators? So we are, in the Middle East, we have the educators, the full-time educators, and the technologists based at the center, mainly academic health centers or universities. So at the MBRU, in the place where I worked previously, we had 1:3, for example, 3 educators and a technologist available. So in the next slide, I will show the team over there. It's 2 reasons. They were all great mentors and colleagues. At MBRU, I personally, when I started in 2016, I learned a lot from all of them. And the second reason I want to show is there were 2 people who were the technologists, and they were educators and lead educators, and an SP director or a trainer. And Meghna, she was one of the faculty presenter yesterday in our SIMULCON conference. So a great team over there. I learned a lot from them, and dedicate all my success to them, and to be part of great to be part of this team. So 1:2, 1:3, but also depends on what your program is doing and how much volume of students you have. So that, that could be the ratio. Some of the participants of the survey said, okay, you cannot determine what could be the exact ratio of against the technologists and the educators, because it depends on the volume of the program or the width of the program you're offering at the center. Lance?
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll move to the next slide.
Okay.
Just touching on fidelity. So I just wanted to go over quickly, Lance, just move over to the slides, please. Technologist or operation SOS can hugely contribute on a couple of aspects in fidelity when it comes to simulation fidelity. One is, the Rahman and their and colleagues, when they talked about technology in aviation simulation, they said, okay, it's not unidimensional, it is multidimensional. Fidelity is multidimensional. So that includes a psychological fidelity, and equipment fidelity, and the environment fidelity. SOS can really contribute and enhance to give the right fidelity of equipment and environment, so that it enhances the psychological fidelity of a simulation. just we will quickly go through the slides, and then this is just, I wanted to make sure that okay, fidelity is covered and everybody who is working as technologist in the center knows what kind of fidelity is available, what is is a high technology or low technology mannequin, and whether high technology will lead to high fidelity. This is a different discussion, but I just wanted to touch upon this topic before we move on to the next slide. So like I mentioned, there are three classifications. Rahman and his colleagues mentioned about this Venn diagram, and rightly pointed out equipment and environment fidelity can enhance the psychological fidelity of a simulation. This is another survey done by Rachel Bailey and her colleagues in 2015, and it was published in the Journal of SSH Journal. They surveyed around 136 participants who are actively working in the role of simulations technicians or technologists, and they asked the question, what do you think is the right or the most important 3 to 5 important characteristics of a simulation technician role? And 56 survey participants said on-site simulator maintenance is one of the important responsibility, followed by operating software during simulation, followed by equipment setup and breakdown. So you can see audiovisual support for courses, programming scenarios in the software. These are all important responsibilities which they felt to be core to the simulation technician role. This could be taken as a framework, and SimGhost also has this framework for healthcare simulation technology specialists when it comes to job description and hiring. All based on this, initial surveys and studies. We came across these responsibilities, which are mainly focusing when you hire a new specialist or a technologist. Course design and external education is felt to be very they felt least important, but I think it is it's coming to the fore. When technologist or SOS becomes more experienced, they get involved more in course designs and contribute to the design of this scenario. We will quickly move and to the next slide, and this is just a weight cloud. Okay, what we usually do, and depend based on that survey. So you can see that. We also asked the participants, what do you think is the technologies which is going to be important for future medical simulation centers? Everybody said it's going to be virtual or augmented reality. So we may see in the future people who are specialized in AR and mixed reality are specializing, and they may have their own job descriptions in the center. That could be in the near future. Next slide. Yeah, we'll just quickly move on. I will also talk about in the future. I mean, we can go to the next slide, Lance. This is about SSH accreditation. I think there are under 250 or 500, between 250 or 500 centers are currently accredited, fully accredited by the SSH, programs. I will quickly say that okay, the SOS plays a vital role, to get this standard, to get the accreditation going. When you talk about the blueprints of this accreditation, core standards, how SOS can help to get the accreditation, or the strength of the program shows the strength of the accreditation shows the full-time presence of SOS. We will quickly move Lance here to a couple of more slides. So the SOS will definitely contribute in resource management. They should know what are the different simulation modalities used in that program. And SOS will be the one who is most likely to compile the second point, which is providing a list for the reviewers to the accreditation reviewers, to talk about simulation equipment and resources. And they will be also showcasing, what resources or equipment are available in the center. How SOS will be also able to assess simulation equipment and what technology can leverage a particular session or a particular program or particular simulation entails. So they play a vital role there in terms of finding the right simulation equipment and technology. So this is one of the important thing as well, which contributes to the accreditation process, where SOS play an important role. Yeah, we'll move quickly to the next slide.
Yeah, and just to point out there, no one's using a computer from 15 years ago, right? So same thing with your simulation technology, all of it will eventually become obsolete. So we should be using it now. We should show ROI now, but also we need to make a technology refresh cycle plan, right? And not to think that we have to do the whole center all at once, but pick a room. This year, next year we do the next thing, next year we do the AV system. And so we're always constantly looking at, okay, where can we make improvements, or what systems are failing and how can we prepare to replace them over time instead of just one bill every 15 years. Think about a cycle through your program.
Yeah, exactly. Rightly mentioned, Lance. We'll quickly move to the next couple of slides. So here you can see, how the SOS, can support the mission and vision of that center, and the importance of operation staff, the presence to be felt, during the accreditation, and for the sustainability of that program. How many, whether you have sufficient staff, sufficient operation team to support that program. It all depends on, if your center is going to look at an SSH accreditation, very highly likely to have this data compile and cover this topic. Coming to teaching and education standard, SOS plays an important role in designing educational activities, especially giving a proper orientation and proper orientation or design and orientation program for any learner who comes to the center. So this is where SOS can again contribute to the accreditation. Yeah, we will move to the next slides. Is a little bit about onboarding and pathways. I understand, people come from different, backgrounds, but mostly healthcare. So RN, ENTs, but, it depends on the employer, whom you want as a technologist in your center. And others, or 50% of the technologists come from IT or audiovisual or electronics background or an engineering background. That's a good balance is always good. But how do you assign or how do you onboard a newly hired technologist? So give them the guidelines. Once you have the person on board, the 4 weeks is very important, or this couple of months are very important to give them the right tool to perform the job. So that includes the guidelines for how, when we will quickly move to the slide, Lance. So we have these guidelines in place here. So that says, how do you prepare the supplies? How do you prepare the equipment, software? When do you program the software? When do you program the simulator? What rubrics are used? How do you run a sim? How do you tear down? How do you break down? How do you reset? How do you give feedback? So all this will be included during the onboarding. and which can be done by a senior SOS or the director of the center. So during the onboarding, please make sure your SOS gets access to SIMS simulation team's shared folder, to the checklist, to the scenarios, and then where the boxes or the props are stored. Please make sure the SOS gets access. Other thing which is important is to give access to the learning space, or what center management the program uses. Give him access, him or her the access. And the last thing is even though the industry will have for each simulator user guide, give them ask them to create step-by-step user guide for turning on and turning off mannequins. Very important, because those user guides were very extensive. Nobody looks at the user guide, especially if you're coming from a healthcare background. But if you're an engineering, if you're coming from an engineering background, they look at the user guides properly. And but very important to have SOPs in place of mannequin operations.
So I've been told we're running a little low on time here, so I might have to move through these last couple of ones here just quickly.
Yeah. So we will quickly move through these slides. We already spoke about orientation, giving orientation to the SOS, about the sim spaces and what equipment we have, how to locate, how do you operate the mannequins using this the created user guides, and give them access, or introduce them to the professional organizations like SSH or SimGhost. Healthy Simulation website has a good resource available for anybody who starts in technology. Get some understanding on the debriefing courses available out there. And then the last thing and the most important thing is to go through the blueprint and familiarize its 4 domains. Once you have this, you will be almost ready to go, and rest everything happens with experience. That's what I understand, and that's what my experience from the last 5 years, how I developed my skills and for performing this role. These are a couple of these are some of the career advancing opportunities available for the SOS. Some people went on to become lead when the program, when the center expands, and when the juniors join, they become lead, or they went on to become administrators, or they go to management, or some also move to the industry. Yeah. So it's just quickly. Today morning, Susan from Inaxel, mentioned about the professional development. Rightly said by her. It is not faculty development. It is not operations specialist development. It is professional development, which they thought is core for anybody who would like to stay and stick to this job, and that gives the sustainability of the program, to give the opportunity for professional development. There are support groups available. I've been fortunate to be part of a simulation group, technology specialist group based in the UK. We have around more than 150 people focusing mainly talking about what is new out there in terms of technology. Okay, how can you help yourself and to get the job done. And there is some important resources like job titles, job descriptions available in that group. So this is something which is unique. Lance has created the Healthy Simulation website. It has got everything you require. Dr. Lulu just mentioned when we started, it's a one stop place to see what's out there. How can I learn? I'm a self-taught specialist. I did not have formal training before I started my job. So these are resources which you can use and help develop yourself when it comes to technology. And so I also recommend this couple of books. Healthcare Simulation: A Guide for Operations Specialists. This is one of the first textbook which was out there sometime like a decade before, and Lance and Scott Crawford and Stormy Monks, in 2019, before the pandemic, released the newest comprehensive healthcare simulation. This is good for anybody who is starting in technology, as well as for somebody who is experienced. So I have a book as well here, Lance. You just showed the copy of that book. I recommend this couple of books for anybody who would like to know more about the technology and the history of simulation technology and operations. This is last couple of slides. We asked, what qualifications do you think is beneficial for technologists? Most of them responded by saying CHSOS and a degree in simulation. But when it comes to official programs, very rarely you will find a degree program, which is very rarely you find programs which a technologist can attend. That's yeah. So we'll move slide. Yeah. How do you advance education? So these are the the opportunities available: vendor trainings, formal certifications. So please, I recommend everybody to look at the CHSOS blueprint. And if anybody who is starting, and if you have a couple of years experience, please look at that certification and try to become certified. It gives you it gives you recognition, it gives you more grip on the trade, and also look at what degree programs are available at this at this stage. Conferences and meetings. So a healthy simulation has a good resource for anybody to look at in terms of webinars. And SimConnect, that's the SIG section for simulation operations specialist in SSH website. Anybody who is a member can join and look at what surveys or what discussions are going on. SimGhost has its own dedicated website for courses, guides, what tools are required for to perform the job. Including everything. So what is the future? What I think in India, I think we should have a framework and follow the same framework or a similar framework which is available out there from SimGhost, from the survey or from the SSH, and try to find the job criteria and try to hire the right selection, try to make the right selection of SimOps specialists. You also need to create resources that should help to make the work easier. WhatsApp groups, or find a champion and find somebody who is interested, and find groups and subcommittees and start the discussion going. A SimTech course, we had an initial discussion. Dr. Raj and the SIMULCON committee has identified a need for a course. I mean, we did the survey to identify identify the gap, and we identified, okay, there is not much official certifications or courses available for this tech world. So we identified and did this survey, and we came across, and the result was a course for anybody who is interested, who is starting in simulation operations, to go through. I will just quickly go through the topics which is part of the course. So basically, this course will be mostly covering these topics: educational theories, concepts, preparation, how do you do the programming, how do you do the operations, a brief discussion on various debriefing frameworks, and going back mainly on the visual base, AV and IT infrastructure components, and troubleshooting, how do you do the troubleshooting, medical terminology, and we'll be focusing a little bit on the inventory management. So this is a course which is we designed as a result of that survey, and would be happy to present this sometime in the future. And Ian has kindly agreed to be part of this course, and we would be able to deliver the course virtually in sometimes future with the help of Raj and his team.
Well, let me know about that for sure. So here's your references here, folks, if you want that. Certainly, I think the presentation can be downloaded later in the future. I know we're coming up on the end here. Just one final quote from Chad that you wanted to share, Abhi.
Yeah, Chad was fantastic, and he left us last year, but he was a pioneer in simulation, and he was a past president of SSH. He said once, one day patients will come to the hospital and be comfortable asking their healthcare provider, have you simulated this before? The same way people flying on airplanes expect their pilots had simulated training before. I hope this happens in the future, in right now. That's my hope and everybody's hope attending this conference. Yeah, my colleagues at MBRU and KU, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lance, and
thanks for listening.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you, Abhi. Abhi, that code is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, that really puts us into reality, right? A patient comes and asks us, are you ready? Are you actually simulated? So thank you for your time, Abhi, and we really hope that we can get this course going, because there's been a dream of SHS that to have this SimOps course happening, but it's been difficult to get the universities to accredit. So we really hope that this year is the year we do it. So it's been one of the dreams of Dr. Dinkar Pai sir as well. He's been constantly pushing a SimOps course in India. We had the panel last year with Lance joining and Sabrina from Singapore joining, and now we have the talk on SimOps. So hopefully next year will be the launch of the course for SimOps. Thank you very much for joining, Lance and Abhi Syed. We'll be moving on to the next session now.
Thank you.
We have with us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We have with us for this session Dr. Shiv Shankar, who will be talking about innovations in dental simulation. Dr. Shiv Shankar is a world-renowned international key speaker in prosthodontics. He's a director of Confident Dental Laboratory in Bangalore. He was awarded the Outstanding Young Dentist Award by the Indian Dentist Research and Review in the year 2011. He's an editorial board member of the Journal of the Indian Prosthodontic Society. He has been examiner for undergraduate and postgraduate training for the Rajiv Gandhi University of Sciences, Bangalore. He's done plenty of research in evaluation of properties of zirconia, evaluation of efficacy of zir primer in multi-link restorative material, evaluation of physical properties of zirconia, and competitive evaluation of fracture toughness of Emax based on their method of Fabry. Dr. Shiv Shankar, if you're online, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. It's a unique honor and pleasure for having been invited here to share a little bit of it's more of a knowledge gain for me than sharing of my knowledge. I really like the previous speaker's last slide, that my hope is that one day patients will come to the hospital and be comfortable asking about their healthcare provider, have you simulated this before? It's a wonderful thought, and I think this emulates what this whole theme of this conference is. So let me start my presentation by sharing my screen. Let me be honest. When I start my presentation here, I'm basically a dentist, and I'm in awe with this technology. But I have been in the other end of the use of this technology. That to the patient side, we've been doing a lot of digitization. So this is something new which has caught up me once I visited the lovely facility at DSL Medical College. Then I met the chairman. And then really, it really innovated me into looking into this. And I was pleasantly surprised when the principal and the staff called me and said, Dr. Shiv Shankar, you make a presentation on the dental simulation. To be honest, it is more of, I am not such a, I do not have so much of knowledge or expertise into dental simulation. So I thought, I will share for the benefit of the dental staff, dental faculty, because I am not too much into medical. So for the dental faculty who are listening into my presentation here, what is dental simulation and what is immersive? For me, dental simulation is all about immersive learning. Immersive learning is that you get into the learning part of it, and that is what sticks to you. So this is what is going to be my topic of presentation for the next 20-25 minutes. is what I'm going to talk about. See, this is reality in our day-to-day world. We are talking about the other side because I am more experienced on the other side of the value chain, that is from the dentist or from the medical professional to the patient. Let me start by showing those, and then I will come back to the dental simulation part of it. See, this is how we are controlled today in the digital era. We have everything, whether it is going to be our our weight, or things like that, and or how our teeth is moving, whether to brush your teeth, when to brush your teeth, how to brush your teeth, whether my number of brushes I have used is there or not. Or, for example, I have an orthodontic treatment, and today with the AI, I take a selfie and then I send it to a particular website, and the website gives a feedback to the orthodontist saying that yes, the teeth is moving very well as per our plan, or is it not moving, or the patient is not following up the treatment plan properly. From there to here is where we are now coming into. It is not only at the end of the patient patient is not the only criterion what we hear here. Here, dental simulation is shown. Dental simulation has instigated us. It is not something new. There are many companies in the world which are doing, but in India, I think this field of science is a very new field for dental educationists to talk about simulation, because it's only very few colleges or very few institutions in India who have adapted this way, and their adaptation is also a very nascent way of adaptation into this technology. See, dentistry has changed exponentially largely as a result of these newer technologies. We are truly experiencing a paradigm shift in the way we acquire data, arrive at a treatment protocol, and execute the manufacturing workflow. This is at the other end of the spectrum, as I talked about, to the patient. Now, what are these benefits of these technologies? I think on both the spectrums, whether it is the training segment, that is the dentist and the simulation segment, or at the segment of patient to the doctor segment, the benefits of the digital technologies is the same. Digital dental technology is the same. It is communication and visualization. It is improved quality, precise and predictable. It is archiving of data and enhanced patient experience. In dental technologies, we talk about these things because everything is about visual appeal in dentistry. Because dentistry is part of, part considered as an aesthetic science, part considered as a science. Because if you look at our definition of dentistry, it says art and science, the art and science of dentistry, any branch of it. So communication and visualization, the more we communicate, the more visualization occurs. It is very easy for us to adapt into it. So even in simulation topic of it, if you're looking at it, these simulations help us in communication to a student, a newcomer or a student who's there, an experienced clinician can put all the data into the patient's view through a simulator, and the patient and the student is ready to look at it, and he understands what is a clinical situation, rather than, in the textbook we say, okay, there is a class 1 cavity, there's a class 2 cavity, there is a pulpal involvement. There are so many things which we talk about it. And for a student who's sitting in a third year BDS or a final year BDS, or a second year BDS, it becomes very difficult for him to visualize it. So visualization is what is going to be the maximum benefit of this technology which is coming into it. And the second point is improved quality. Here I meant by improved quality is on the other side of the spectrum, is that it is the resultant prosthesis which comes out of the patient. Because we as dentists or prosthodontists, me being a prosthodontist, my main area of field is that to replace the lost form and function of a particular tooth or area which has been lost. Now, when we talk about improved quality, precise and predictability, is that with the use of these simulators and simulation technology, we are going to get dentists who are well informed, who know what is the situation, and then they come into it. As the last speaker's last slide says, it is very important that the surgeon, when he is going inside an operatory theater or things like that, if he can simulate the area, he can simulate the whole data, all the data available with him, and then be prepared for whatever best it is there. It is the best of it. And of course, archiving of data is always a gold. I consider data as a golden value, because every time we need something new, we can go back to our data and then we can check it. So data archiving also helps us out. As at the end of the day, it is going to be enhanced patient experience, is that the patient wants the best, we also want to deliver the best, and the student also has to have the best technology. Now, why should we adapt these technological changes in our curriculum or in our life or in our technology part? Because our workplaces are changing and the changes are quite dynamic. We as professionals need to pay attention and prepare us for the future. An important aspect of the preparation is to develop the skills that will help us succeed and thrive in the new reality of next decade. These are going to be the most important job skills for the future, and there is no better time than now to start building on them. This last statement is not for the dentist per se, it is for the education. Because right now, if you look at the dental education scenario part of it, we need something which is going to be drastic. We need something to be ready. We need something to re-energize into us. You know what, with all these technologies I spoke, on the other side of this spectrum, that is between the dentist and the patient, lot many technological advancements have occurred. But whereas when we train our dentists, these many technologies have not been crept into our education system. That is what it says. See, dentistry as a field has been making major strides thanks to the technology. However, the things have not progressed as quickly as it has to be when it comes to training the new dentists. Today, what is happening? There is only so much that a student can learn about practical dentistry from reading books or listening to lectures. Hands-on education, which is more effective, is limited by the resources. When we say resources, is, you know what, we need, because dentistry is hand skill. Dentistry is not something which is going to be there. We need manual dexterity. So highly competent clinical practice requires skill in the cognitive, effective and psychomotor domains of that particular doctor who is developing into a dentist, because everything what we are doing in the patient's mouth is a very small and a very small area, is a small tooth. We have to start doing the treatment of a tooth, and we better be precise and practice in our field what we are doing. What is traditional methods, or what is the present day methods in most of the dental colleges which we are following, is that it's a traditional method on practicing procedural skills on plastic teeth, or in our case, when I was a student, probably we used to, you know what, we used to keep a bottle of spirit inside a dentist clinic, and the dentist, whenever he extracts a teeth, if it is a good teeth, he used to put it into it, and once in a month, once in 15 days, we used to go collect the teeth, and when we used to come and clean the teeth, and then mount it on a jig or an articulator and put it in the typhoid tooth and start preparing that tooth. So that was the era. From there, we've come to plasticine teeth, which is ivory or plastic teeth, or a live patient, that is in third year and final year. What we do is a live patient under the supervision of a dental expert. This is more like Guru Shishya Parampara, which we used to follow, which have been following from the Vedic ages. This is master apprentice type of training that has been carried out for decades. But the current dental program in India accommodates the progression of psychomotor skill development in dental education from instrument control to phantom simulator, followed by a clinical performance on patients. Such traditional approach may not permit a gradual learning curve or trial and errors before working on the patient, which is very important in present day scenario we are talking about. Whereas why is it very important that we get into simulation, we get into learning simulation and then getting into the patient's per se acting, is actual treatment of the patient, is because it is being challenged by the complications such as increasing costs of training materials, ethical concerns of safety of the patients, and the unavailability of real world challenging cases. In our present day exam system, we say, okay, you know what, we say, okay, you have to do a particular class 1 cavity or a class 2 cavity, and we start searching for a cavity which is class 1 or class 2. Some may be ideal, some may not be ideal, but we are only being examined for that particular case. We are not being challenged by a case which has been a complicated case, or which is a case which has already been there. So if with these simulation technologies being more and more adapted into our dentistry field, our whole education system will get opened up, and the whole examination system will change. It is based on what we are having, so that we can have a examiner who comes as a series of clinical situations, and he can put it into a simulator and start telling the patient as to how is he going to work on it and how is he going to arrive at a treatment plan for it. So this is GPS. Like, you know what? So far, we were only working on 2D models, or we were working on some typhoid on teeth. We used to cut a teeth, and then the moment we come into the patient, we are left on our own to do it, or we are handheld by the by our professors or by our instructors how to do a cavity, and sometimes it comes good, sometimes it doesn't do. Whereas today we are in the world of GPS. Wherever we want to travel today, we are not expecting anybody to know where to go. We are not taking any courses. For example, if I have to travel in a city like Bangalore from one place to another place, or a place which I even know, even today, I do not prefer to go with, even though I know the route very well, I do not like to take a chance. I just put on my GPS on my mobile and take it across, because I want to know very precisely how am I going to do, which route am I going to use it, and how long is it going to take. So for me, in dentistry, I would call it as guided prosthetic surgery. As I told you, I'm a prosthodontist, and for me, prosthetic comes the first. So when I am replacing a tooth, I should see how to replace a tooth. What are the possible options of replacing a tooth, and what are the data? So my GPS is all about guided prosthetics and surgical part of it. Coming to dental simulator, a dental simulator is a computerized device that allows to reproduce a system, and simulators reproduce a sensation and experience that can actually happen to a patient when the student or we are treating a patient. So this is what is the simulators can encapsulate onto it. With the application of virtual reality, simulators have been increasingly identified in activities such as pre-admission assessments, preclinical training, remedial training for less advanced students, and external accreditation for professional licenses. Today, simulation, I'm sure in colleges like GSL Dental College or some other colleges, they already have started putting this virtual simulators into their preclinical rooms. I have personally visited GSL's Smart Lab. The students are getting trained into this so that the students are well aware when they touch the first patient. And I always believe in the adage saying that it is always better that the students have to have some experience on it rather than trying with the patients directly, because patients are not guinea pigs anymore. Nevertheless, the incorporations of such simulators with virtual reality in the curricula seems to be virtually justified today. So this is because it is augmented even more in the last couple of years. All of us as educators have found that the postgraduate exams or the undergraduate exams in the last couple of years have deteriorated or have been in a very, very bad phase, because what all we have done is we have just given them some models to work on this. This COVID-19 pandemic hit the dental education hard. The cessation of preclinical and clinical activities have limited clinical skills, learning opportunities for the students. Virtual online simulators representing advances in technology and telecommunications have presented an opportunity in dental education for a student to face real life situations in the clinic. I think this is where we are all lacking, and this is where simulation, as it is in the medical field, has to penetrate into our dentistry. And dental simulators there are a lot of companies now, upcoming companies, and there are many companies like Moog or Vertizi, or a couple of names. There are many companies which are there, which are already creating the environment which is required for the real life situations, which you can add into it, and for the clinic what you're looking at it. Now, if you look at, these are some of the few simulators which are already in the market, like the DentSim simulator or guided implant simulators, virtual reality dental trainings, the dental surgical simulators, PerioSim, haptic simulator. So these are all the systems which are available in different fields. And if you look into the fields of it, the predominant fields of it is the prosthetic field, or the restorative field is where we're doing it, and the surgical field. So these are the three fields which are more commonly used in our day-to-day practice, while these fields are already available in it. But there are some, each one has got its own pluses and minuses in the simulation background, and we need to adapt this technology to go forward. The students can learn from real life cases by utilizing the actual patient's data, like the 2D radiographs, CBCT and STL, and creating these in virtual environment. Today, what is happening is that whenever we read a textbook, it is mainly written for a particular way of particular population size. Whereas what we are doing is that if we have data like this, we can create data for our own population, and we can make our students understand much better. We have all these records already with us. We can feed this data. I'm sure one of these days, my virtual thinking of a simulator, I'm sure some of the simulators are already working on this, is that We should be able to give out solutions. We should be able to load our own patients' data into our simulators and start working onto it, like how medical people are doing. I've seen medical people working on their CBCTs or on their CT scans or MRIs or their advanced imaging techniques and working on the surgical procedures on it. So we should also be able to give our dental students the value of saying, okay, these are the radiographs, these are the CBCTs, and this is the STL. And by creating this a virtual environment, they start working on this data. So this is what is going to be the way it is going to be there. And the advantages of this technology is that it is not only going to help the students do the study part of it and become more proficient before they actually touch the patient, or before they even touch the patient, they become more proficient in how to use a particular instrument, how to use a handpiece, how to use it virtually. They can start working on it, but also it helps the teaching community or the assessment community to assess the skills based on the qualitative analysis of the metrics of the student, rather than, you know what, we are asking a few questions and they're doing it. There is no qualitative assessment of the student. I still feel the psychomotor, because in dentistry it is all about the psychomotor skills and your knowledge on that particular situation. So this this technology is going to help us doing a qualitative analysis of the patient. Already we were talking about OSCE, we're talking about problem-related solvings. All these things are going to be even more helpful in doing it on a simulator. And also, it also gives us not only for the basic student training, it also gives us a scope for advanced trainings and new techniques for the already trained surgeons, where we can do advanced CMEs or CDEs for the technicians or for the dentists, because any new technique or technology can be easily simulated using these simulations and enhancing the skill matrix of these dental professionals. Despite the fact that, all these technologies also have certain lacunae or certain good things about it. The good things are that it can simulate a lot many factors of it, and lot many things are there, but there are still, as of now in 2021, we still have some amount of lacunae which are resisting in dental simulators. Dental simulators as a dental simulation as a community is not as far-fetched as what medical simulation is. Dental simulations have been only for a last 5 to 6 years, have been very progressive. They have been there for a long time, but they have been progressive. Universities abroad have started utilizing it, and some of the studies which I have gone through, especially for this particular topic too, is that despite the fact that dental simulators are not currently able to rival the traditional training modalities of skill training, in some disciplines, they still have some advantages over traditional methods, and their effectiveness has been validated in most of the cases. With the scientific and technological advancements in the simulators, with the scientific and technological development, dental simulators that gradually combine with big data, cloud computing, and deep learning technology will offer students individualized learning experience, and their functions will become more diverse and suitable for our preclinical or the paraclinical training. So with these few insights on the dental simulation, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity in this vast field of medical. I've seen that there are only a couple of speakers, a couple of people who are going to speak, who are speaking on this particular topic. I am one particular person who's not got too much of experience on the dental simulation part of it. Whatever my little knowledge on dental simulation is what I wanted to share with you. And then I think I'm looking forward to the next speaker who's speaking on the dental simulation is a person who's already been working on the dental simulators. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much for finishing your talk on time. It was very apt, and you're right, there's plenty of scope for simulation in dental sciences. So the other talk happened in the parallel hall. Diego.
Okay.
It's already done. I'll share the link with you for later viewing, so that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivshankar, and thank you for being patient with us despite the
because I am very, very novice in the field of dental simulation. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my knowledge share my thoughts on dental simulation. Thank you so much.
So the GSL, sir, we just got the What Easy simulator, so you can come and try your hands on it.
I know. I'm Dr. Sunil Ganta has already informed me that I will be visiting your place very soon. looking forward for training in under you. Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we'll conclude the morning session with this. We'll start the afternoon session at 2 p.m. sharp. We have a lot of speakers lined up. We have the poster presentation competition, and we also have our flagship SIM roundtable. So when we start our afternoon session, we'll be starting in 2 parallel halls. We'll be having a pediatric box surgery simulation innovation by Dr. Maya Joosten from Amsterdam. And we'll also have urology simulation bootcamp from Dr. Shekhar Biani, all the way from UK. So it will be Hall A and Hall B. After Hall A, Hall B are done at 2:30 p.m., we'll come back to Hall A for SIM roundtable, where all the events for the rest of the day will happen only in Hall A. So right after lunch, Hall A and Hall B sessions, and after Hall A, Hall B sessions, we'll come back to Hall A. Thank you everyone. We'll break for lunch now and see you at 2 p.m. Dr. Houston, are you online?
Yes, I am.
We'll be starting in 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting with the afternoon session and the panel and the ultimate session of SIMULCON 2021. After the series of talks, we'll be having a sim roundtable and the poster presentation competition. So to conclude the talks and interactive sessions, we have Dr. Maya Houston, who is a surgical resident from Zuiderland Hospital in the Netherlands. She has a special interest in laparoscopy surgery, and she has developed a pediatric surgical box simulator. And as part of our push to help out some innovators, she'll be talking about a product right now. Dr. Maya, over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen.
Let me make you as a co-host, Dr. Maya, just a second.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you can share now.
Okay, so thank you for your kind introduction. When I say I work with simulation models, half the people think I'm talking about mathematical models or theoretical models. And when I say it's about simulation, they usually assume it has something to do with computers or something fancy, but what I'm actually working with are these. And these are simulation models for surgical procedures, especially pediatrical surgical procedures. And in a minute, you can see Sanne Bodden. She's a there you can see her in the middle. She's a pediatric surgeon, and she's the co-owner of Pediatric Bugs, the company that develops and produces these simulation models. And I'm Maya Joost, I'm a PhD student, and I focus on evaluating and implementing these simulation models in the training of pediatric surgeons worldwide. So for disclosures, like I told you, Sanne Bodden is the co-owner of Pediatric Bugs, which develops these simulation models. I have no other disclosures. So these inanimate simulation models are specifically designed to train certain pediatric surgical procedures, and they are low budget and low fidelity. So they can be used around the world, and they are sent as a self-assembly kit, so they fit in a mailbox. So we can actually send them around the world for people around the world to practice on them. Several simulation models have been developed for a variety of surgical procedures. And I would like to demonstrate one of the first models that was developed, the model for an anorectal malformation, just to show you really what these models are all about. So an anorectal malformation is a congenital disease that occurs in 2 to 6 of 10,000 live births. And it results in a neonate being born either without an anus or with a perineal fistula, which is a fistula in the perineal area. And this results in the neonates being unable to pass stool, resulting in bowel distension, which can even result in bowel blowout and severe sickness and even death. So it really needs a treatment, and the treatment is surgical. And one of the treatments possible is the PSARP. And this procedure, it's a highly technical procedure and it needs a structured approach. But since the disease is very rare, the surgical treatment also occurs relatively infrequently. So in order to acquire and maintain the skills needed for this surgical procedure, we need to practice them, but we can't practice them in a clinical setting. So we need to practice them pre-clinically in a simulation model. And we can either practice them in an animal simulation model or an inanimate simulation model. However, animal models come with ethical concerns, but also logistic concerns, because anomalies in animals are rare as well. So we've developed this inanimate simulation model to practice this procedure. And here you can see the simulation model again in the self-assembly kit. So it consists of a wooden laser cut casing, which is reusable. And the perineal body is represented by a sponge with a silicone layer and balloons for the perineal fistula. That part isn't reusable, but is constructed of low-cost materials. And as you can see, the assembly of the model can be done at home, and it's fairly easy. And the perineal body can be inserted in the wooden casing. So this model can be used to practice the steps of the PSARP to really get acquainted with the several steps and the structured approach. And then when the trainee performs this procedure in the clinical setting, they already know what to do, and they can focus on really on the technical skills, because this procedure, the technical skills, they really affect the outcome on the long term, and also the quality of life of the neonate on the long term. And this model can be used either during hands-on workshops or for training at home. Just want to show you quickly what it looks like when the PSARP is performed on the model. So as you could see, the PSARP consists of 5 different steps. One of them is the sagittal incision, and then you place traction sutures around the fistula. You can see these steps can all be performed on this model. Most steps are exactly as they are in a clinical setting. Some steps are not, especially the step of the dissection of the fistula and the rectum, which is the next step. It's easier in this model than it is in real life, but it is about practicing the structured approach and practicing the different steps. So when trainees focus on training the steps and they perform the procedure in a clinical setting, they can focus more on really meticulously dissecting the rectum and the fistula. And this procedure takes about an hour, so I will only show you a few minutes. So here they are starting to start with the last step, which is reconstructing the new anus, the neo anus, in the correct spot. And as said, the perineal fistula and the rectum are made out of balloons, which is what you can see right now. So again, low budget, low fidelity, used for training the steps. So we've evaluated this model in the use of hands-on workshops during several international pediatric surgical courses in 2019 and 2020. And we've asked trainees of these workshops to practice the PSAR procedure on the model. They were working in pairs. So one of them was performing the procedure and the other one was assisting them. And then afterwards, they switched places. And after they had both performed the procedure, they scored statements on the use of the model on a 5-point scale. And you can see the statements here, and they were also provided with a poster of the 5 steps of the procedure, both on the model and on real patients. And we also showed them the videos of the procedure, both on the model and on a real patients. And then the participants were divided into a target group, which are the trainees, and a more experienced group, which were people with more experience of performing the PSARP in real life. And we compared this group. We saw that the target group was slightly younger than the experienced group, and there were more female participants in the target group and more male participants in the experienced group. And the target group mainly consisted of residents and fellows, while the experienced group mainly consisted of pediatric surgeons, which is all not that very surprising. And like I said, they were international workshops. So we had participants from all around the world, but most of them were from Europe and Northern America, which were the places where we actually held the workshops. So not that surprising as well. So when we looked at the opinion of the participants on the use of the simulation model during the hands-on workshop, we see that they scored all the statements very positive. So on the left side, you can see the statements. And then you can see the score they gave, which is ranging from 1 to 5. And we compared this score with a neutral opinion, which was a score of 3 on the 5-point scale. So you can see they thought it was helpful in teaching the PSARP. It was a structured way to learn the steps. They thought the model should remain in the workshop. And they thought it would also be valuable to take home for training after the workshop. And all these statements were scored significantly positive compared to the neutral opinion. And we also compared it to an opinion, a strongly positive opinion, which is a score of 4 points on this 5-point scale. And you can see that most statements also score significantly very positive, with the exception of it's a suitable exercise at home without a workshop, and it's a suitable replacement for an animal model. Furthermore, we compared the opinion of the target group, which is depicted in the orange, with the experienced group, which you can see in blue. And as you can see, they both thought it was a structured way to learn the steps. It had the appropriate level of difficulty. It was useful both during workshops and also for repeated practice. And you can see that their opinion on whether or not it should replace an animal model differs slightly, where the experienced group is more positive. And the target group is more positive on the opinion that it generates transferable skills, which can be used in the clinical setting as well. But both groups are still positive about these 2 statements. So all in all, they had a very positive opinion on the use of simulation models in hands-on workshops. Like I said, it is used to train for one specific procedure, and we do know from previous research that surgeons who already have general basic skills, they benefit far more from training for one specific procedure than continuing training these general skills. And it can be used to train for these rare procedures that we can practice enough or perform enough in the clinical setting. So we really do need a simulation model to train for those. Well, you could, it was noticeable that the target group and the experienced group differed slightly in their opinion on whether or not it should replace an animal model. But we should note that very little participants actually had experience with animal models, and there was no direct comparison between the model and an animal model. So we can, however, compare the costs of the simulation model and the animal model. So using this simulation model during a workshop and reusing it, it will cost about 35 euros per participant, while using an animal simulation model costs about 1,370 euro per participant. And this model can be sent home. So even when we perform the courses online, participants can still participate in the hands-on training, but then the model can be used, so it will cost about 165 euros. So that's slightly more expensive. And the next step is to see whether using the simulation models actually results in skill improvement in the preclinical and, more importantly, in the clinical setting as well. So that was the first model that we developed and researched. I really want to show you a little bit about some of the other models as well. So this is a simulation model for Hirschsprung's disease, which is also a rare congenital malformation resulting in a bowel that doesn't function adequately. And that part of the bowel needs to be surgically removed as well. And that can be done by a pull-through, in which it is dissected and then pulled through the anus. And as you can see, we use the same wooden casing, but just a different sponge for the perineal area. Again, with balloons, but with several layers of balloons, this time to represent the healthy and the affected bowel. And only the affected bowel needs to be removed, which is the most difficult part, both in the real procedure and on the simulation model. And as you can see, the balloons are being dissected here right now. The wrong layer is dissected off of the affected bowel, and then in a few seconds you can see that the balloons are being pulled through, just like in a real procedure. And again, a low fidelity, low budget model. This is a simulation model for ECMO cannulation. The ECMO is the heart-lung machine, which sometimes needs to be used to keep neonates alive, but that's also always in an emergency setting. So there's really no room for practicing this in real life. When you do ECMO cannulation, you need to know what you're doing. You need to know the steps. So what needs to be done is placing 2 tubes in the large vessels of the neck. And these vessels can be seen here. The artery is represented by a red water balloon and the vein by a blue water balloon. And they're filled with water, which represents the blood. And much like in real life, you need to keep the water from spilling. And also, this is really just for practicing the steps of the procedure. And then the last model that I want to show you is a model for congenital diaphragmatic hernia, which is, again, a congenital malformation in which neonates are born with a hole in their diaphragm, and it needs surgical correction as well. As you can see here, this is the hole in the diaphragm that can be closed either with sutures or with a patch, much as like in real life. And surgeons can practice whichever procedure they think they need to practice. And there are several ways to repair this, but you can choose whichever way you want to practice on this model. So this was real short an overview of some of the models that are developed by Pediatric Box. All are low fidelity and are used for hands-on training of rare surgical procedures. They're all self-assembly and they're suitable for use during hands-on workshops, but also for training at home. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm really looking forward to answering any questions you might have.
So there's a question from the audience asking if this product is commercially available already or is it in development?
Most of the models are commercially available on the website of Pediatric Box. Some are still in development and are in their final stage of testing because we do want to evaluate each of the models first. And already establish some sort of validation before we bring them on the market.
Thank you very much for your time. I mean, these are very innovative, and it's almost like a child playing a game. So it's very, very innovative. There's a lot of interest in box simulators these days, and I think this is amazing for surgery. So thank you very much for your time and joining in from Amsterdam. We hope to catch up with you soon at the next SIMULCON probably, and maybe you can bring in your box here and show it to us.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. Now we're a little early on time. If any of the audience and the guests here have any questions for Dr. Maya, you can please feel free to unmute and ask. Okay, so then we'll be moving with our next round, which is something which we've been waiting for eagerly. This is the SIM Roundtable. So the SIM Roundtable is a platform that the executive committee at SHS came up with to foster innovation and simulation in India, and for people to bring out their own unique ideas. So Dr. Lulu ma'am, if I think the first speaker is already here. The guests are already here.
Raj, since we mentioned 2:30, I think we will, just have just check if everything is working. We'll check if the
Ashoka sir is yet to join.
Yes.
Once he joins, it'll be great. Hello, Naren sir, how are you? Very nice to see you.
Fine, thank you. Glad to see you as well.
Hi, Naren. Hi, Mandy. I think Ashoka is yet to join. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Lulu. Hello, everyone.
Good morning, good afternoon from the UK, and what a tremendous conference so far, and so wonderful to be networking across the world to share and embrace simulation education. And well done to all the organising committee of SIMULCON 2021.
Raj, we have 4 abstracts for the SIM Roundtable, right?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
So I can see 2 of the abstracts, and we have the 3rd and 4th.
Yes, ma'am. The 3rd and 4th, they're going to present it directly, ma'am. The 4th one has been sent to us by video, as a video format as well. Okay. So I just have to play my screen and share. The presenter will log in for questions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And the 4th?
The 4th one, actually the order of presentation is like this, ma'am. We have Karthik from Gandhi Medical College. He'll be presenting first.
Yeah, he's there. Okay.
Yeah, he's there. Then we have Sabrina Liu from Sick Patients Hospital from Canada.
Yes, she's there.
She'll be the one having the video.
Yes.
3rd would be Dr. Shailaja. She's already here.
Yes.
And 4th would be Dr. Jolene.
Yes. Thank you for the order. And if you could just introduce a little bit of the SIM Roundtable of what we had in mind. Thank you to all the executive committee members here, Dinkar sir, Sandeep, and I can see Dr. Murthy is also here.
Murthy just wrapping up Hall B, ma'am. Once he comes in here, I'll start, ma'am. Yeah.
So thank you to our non-stop meetings that we decided we needed to do something about advocating and advancing simulation research in India. And this is just one small baby step. So requesting the judges and the mentors and the panelists to kind of, forgive us for the small shortcomings. So we have 4 presentations. We will start small and hopefully next year we'll take it big. So our main aim here is to give us your inputs based on your expertise on how these ideas can be taken forward. We will have 15 minutes of presentation by each abstract presenter, 5 minutes for them to present on a template given to them, and 10 minutes on discussion. And then once you all are done, we can open up, to see if there's any questions in the chat box or any suggestions by the audience, just to advance a little bit of peer discussion, and definitely to any of the committee members here. So that's a little gist of what we are planning to do. Any questions, Naren or Mandy, till Ashoka joins?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Mandy is also said nothing. Dinkar sir, anything you want to add in or chip in?
No, I'm fine, thanks. I'm only a guest here. Hi all, nice to see you people.
Hi, sir. Hi.
Thank you, sir. Sandeep, if there's anything, till we wait, if you want to chip in.
No, I'm also just spectator, Lulu.
Thank you so much.
All on you, ma'am.
Now that is something very scary. But yes, we have to begin somewhere. So let's begin here. I think we can introduce the panelists and the mentors for today.
Yes, ma'am. So give me 2 minutes, ma'am. I'll just start one by one. We have with us Amanda Wilford. Amanda Wilford is currently a senior lecturer in patient safety and simulation at the School of Health, Science and Wellbeing, Staffordshire University. Mandy has worked in healthcare simulation in commercial and NHS settings. As a registered nurse, her specialism is cardiac nursing. Mandy is currently a part-time postgraduate research student at the Open University. Her research is centered around unfolding healthcare simulations and how learning is supported from both the learner and facilitator's perspective. She volunteers for SESAM and is a secretary for Special Interest Group for Nursing. As a volunteer for INAXL, she contributed to the 2021 update of the Professional Integrity Standard and is faculty for the ISAP program. When not working and studying, she enjoys walking and narrowboating. Thank you, Amanda, ma'am, for joining us. And with us is also another long-term collaborator, Dr. Narendran. I personally watched him teach. I personally seen him judge, and there's no one better to join this panel than him. Dr. Narendran is a UN consultant for simulation training centers from School of Medicine, Taylor's University, Malaysia. He's a medical doctor with Masters in Medical Education and Masters in Hospital Management with a clinical experience in ICU. He works as a full-time staff in Human Patient Simulator Center, facilitating simulation training to undergraduate medical students for the past 16 years. He trains undergraduate students in clinical workflows, patient safety, teamwork, and communication, and clinical escalation through a multidisciplinary simulation approach. Now, he's responsible for developing pedagogy of healthcare simulation across basic science disciplines for undergraduate medical students. Since 2010, Naren sir has been supporting locally and regional simulation centers with curriculum development and instructional strategies and infrastructure development based on their needs. He's also been working actively on the telesimulation front, and I think Lulu ma'am will have a lot to add on that. And for the third judge, he is also a long-term associate of SHS, has been there since the first conference, Dr. Ashoka Balakrishnan. He is a consultant anesthesiologist and simulation program director at NUH and CenMed Association at Center for Medical Education, National University of Singapore. He is the assistant treasurer for the Pan-Asian Simulation Society and treasurer for Asia Oceanic Society of Regional Anesthesia and Pain Medicine. So he's had over 15 years of experience in high-fidelity simulation-based undergraduate, postgraduate medical training. He's a module lead for Masters in Health Professional Education program for the Maastricht Singapore collaboration. He has a fellowship of the Australia-New Zealand College of Anesthesiologists and Masters in Health Professional Education from Maastricht, Netherlands. He has conducted international workshops in simulation, airway and crisis management for acute practitioners, trauma teams, anesthesiologists, and nursing delegates. He is the reviewer of advances in healthcare sciences education and Singapore Medical Journal.
Thank you so much, Raj. I think we still have a couple of minutes. So if the four presenters could just test their sharing and their audio, just say hello to us, and then we'll get going.
Yes. Can we start with the first presenter? Karthik, can you please switch on your webcam and audio and just do a mic check?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Hi, Karthik. Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Yes, I am, sir.
So his video will be shared by you, I think, right, Raj?
Karthik will be presenting live, ma'am. He does not have a video. He'll be presenting live.
So we will just test his sharing.
Hello, Sabrina.
One second, ma'am. The person who's supposed to be sharing isn't in the meeting right now. She'll be joining in like a minute.
Okay, okay, fine. No problem, Karthik. So we'll move on to the next presenter.
Dr. Sabrina.
Yes, Sabrina. Glad to have you.
Hi, just checking my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes, Sabrina, we have your video, so we'll be sharing that when your turn comes.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Shailaja will be presenting next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me and see me, right?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jolie is actually in a camp right now. She said she'll be held up by the, she'll be available by the
Yeah,
time of
so
the.
I'm here. Hi, Raj. So I'm here, and
Dr. Jolene, I have your presentation with me. Do you want me to share it while you are narrating?
hello.
Yes, Joylene. I think she's actually in a obstetric camp, and she told me she'll be available in the next few minutes. So I think we'll keep her last, and you keep her presentation as backup.
I have it, ma'am. Done.
Okay. Yeah. So just a couple of minutes to wait for Ashoka, and then we'll begin.
Ma'am, have you had a word with Dr. Ashoka? He's joining, right?
Yeah. I think Naren has contacted him. Yes. For a change, Mandy is not in her boat on a Sunday. Yes, Mandy. I hope your husband forgives you.
Also, it's very cold in the UK. It's like freezing. So today was going to be a day, and we're putting up Christmas trees and decorations. So, but it's I was so excited to be part of this and hear some phenomenal presentations, and yeah, the real future of simulation.
Thank you so much for supporting as always. Naren? Yeah, Ashoka, I think he's trying.
I'm trying actually.
Raj, the first presenter can share the screen actually. Meanwhile.
Dr. Jolene has just messaged in the group that she is ready as well.
Okay,
Karthik, are we ready? We're waiting for you.
Just a minute, sir. There's some hold up at last year's end. She'll be joining in just like a few seconds.
Okay, so should we just change the order and go ahead with Shailaja or Sabrina meanwhile? Is that okay with you, Karthik?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. Sabrina, do you want to go first? Yes, thank you, Sabrina. Thank you so much. Raj, give her sharing rights. She can share her screen.
Yeah. Dr. Shailaja, Dr. Shailaja, right, ma'am? Oh, sorry, Sabrina.
No, Sabrina.
I'll be sharing the screen for you. I have the video. Yeah.
So we'll just play it. I mean, just keep it ready and just wait for Ashoka. We have a couple of minutes, so.
Yes, it's ready. Can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yes, Raj, we can see the screen. Naren, is it okay if we start? I think Ashoka will be joining soon.
Yes.
He's anyway seen all these presentations, so I think he will join on time. I think we'll start now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mandy will be starting now, if it's okay with you. Yes, I think I can see Mandy. So we'll start now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Raj.
As a staff physician and simulation lead at SickKids and assistant professor at the University of Toronto. Our project is entitled The Best of Both Worlds, Development of a Simulation-Based Junior Mock Code Curriculum for Undergraduate and Junior Postgraduate Medical Trainees using complementary interactive asynchronous e-learning modules. In Canada, managing pediatric emergencies is a core competency for undergraduate and postgraduate medical learners. To meet the needs of these learners, SickKids Hospital established a standardized simulation-based junior mock code curriculum to supplement clinical exposure for junior trainees. Core postgraduate learners include pediatrics, emergency medicine, anesthesia, and family medicine residents from both the University of Toronto and Queen's University in the first and second years of their training. At this time, undergraduate medical students do not have the opportunity to benefit from the junior mock code curriculum, even though management of pediatric emergencies is part of their expected core clerkship exposures. Though the original curriculum was established to address training gaps, learner feedback identified persistent learning gaps around core topics due to the curriculum's narrow scope. In particular, core pediatric emergencies with low clinical exposure frequency were missing from this curriculum, and they were not provided with resources to address these knowledge deficiencies. They reported inconsistent clinical exposures and opportunities to practice critical procedural skills, and that simulation experience and skills practice were limited and lacked standardization. They also expressed dissatisfaction with the use of time dedicated to didactic lectures and the inefficiency of linking a didactic lecture with a simulation scenario on the same topic, as learners may not be able to attend every session in sequence, and missing a session significantly impacts the quality of their simulation experience. The linked sessions also lead to a significant learning gap if a learner is unable to attend a simulation session. The current curriculum is facilitated by senior trainees, specifically the pediatric emergency medicine fellows. They have expressed that the 4-week curriculum is repetitive and the lecture portion lacks educational value for them as senior educators in training. The lecture content is similar to that which is covered in other sessions during the rotation, therefore being viewed as lacking added value. Unfortunately, the facilitators also felt that they lacked adequate orientation and support when starting to teach the simulation portion of the curriculum, even though this was identified as a highly valuable and enjoyable component. Both junior and senior facilitators also identified that there was a lack of feedback or evaluation provided to them by simulation experts, thereby limiting their growth in medical education. In response to this feedback, our goals for the new junior mock code curriculum are to implement a hybrid curriculum to improve junior trainee knowledge and competencies in pediatric emergency medicine, and to optimize both trainee and facilitator satisfaction and usefulness of the curriculum. Our aims are to expand the core content covered by the curriculum with the future goal of having a continuously growing library of modules to empower learners to address their own knowledge gaps or areas lacking clinical exposure, to promote learner engagement with interactive modules and simulation-based education, therefore emphasizing critical thinking, clinical decision-making, and procedural skills, to increase the accessibility of resources to include not only postgraduate but also undergraduate medical trainees, and to promote the growth of senior trainees facilitating the simulation sessions as medical educators. To meet these aims, we designed our proposed curriculum. To do so, we used the current curriculum development model. We just discussed the first 3 steps. Now we will move on to the curriculum itself. This is an outline of our current 4-week curriculum. It focuses on only 2 core pediatric emergency topics, respiratory distress and septic shock. Each topic is covered in 2 linked sessions. First, a lecture, followed by skills practice. And for the respiratory session, skills practice covers bag mask ventilation and intubation. For the shock session, it covers intraosseous insertion. The lecture sessions are then complemented by a simulation scenario on the next week to help learners consolidate their knowledge. Based on the feedback we received, we developed a new learner-centered curriculum combining the high-yield simulation-based education with complementary interactive asynchronous learning modules. This increases the content covered by the curriculum and maximizes simulation experience to better incorporate mandatory training objectives, supplement clinical exposure, and enrich the learning of senior trainees developing the curriculum. Since the curriculum was designed, our team has been working on the components necessary for implementation. At this time, we are approaching completion of our core module development. All 4 have been built on the novel Affinity Learning platform and are in final revision stages. We are also addressing the last logistical steps in booking the simulation center to accommodate the curriculum sessions. We are on track to launch on January 17th, 2022, which will be the beginning of the 8th academic block of the year. This will be preceded by an orientation for facilitators. Over the months following our curriculum launch, we will be continuously collecting evaluations for the individual modules, simulation sessions, and overall curriculum from both learners and facilitators. facilitators. We will also be exploring the use of module completion and performance tracking on overall trainee rotation evaluations. We will continue to revise and adapt our curriculum in response to feedback and also expand our modules to include more and more topics to supplement training education for both the participants and the module developers. Finally, most importantly, this leads us to your input. Per the Kirkpatrick model of training evaluation, our first cycle of the curriculum evaluation will focus on level 1, the learner reaction. This will explore whether the learners enjoyed the learning experience for both modules and the simulation scenarios and determine what they liked and disliked about them, as well as seek their suggestions for improvements. Future steps may include evaluating level 2, whether learning transfer has occurred, by assessing trainee confidence or competency scores for simulation sessions and correlating with performance on the preceding complementary asynchronous e-learning modules. The last 2 levels, evaluating behavioral change and influence on trainee performance, would be areas we will explore with future iterations of the curriculum. For this first level of feedback, our main sources of data will be the learners, the facilitators, and the cohort reports generated by the Affinity Learning Platform. These will be assessed for common themes to suggest next revisions and curriculum review. To address another main component of facilitator feedback, we are co-developing a simulation facilitator mentorship program that will be integrated into the new junior mock code curriculum. This will provide more resources, a more robust orientation, and longitudinal facilitator mentorship to support junior facilitators and to empower senior facilitators to develop more advanced simulation education skills. This program will undergo cycles of evaluation and revision as well. Our anticipated challenges are as follows. For evaluation, we are concerned about designing an effective evaluation and are also concerned that there may potentially be a low completion rate by trainees. For learner accountability, we have thus far not had any system for tracking learner attendance, and we would like to ensure that pre-completion of the modules is done as a mandatory component of learning before attendance to the simulation sessions. Finally, we are not sure how we will integrate these components into the final rotation evaluation for these trainees. For facilitator standardization, we want to ensure that there's inclusion of enough technical skills and procedures practice in addition to the simulation scenario, and also to cover the same minimum core content while recognizing the need for flexibility and responsiveness to the learners and their needs. We also have limited facilitator availability, which may lead to having very experienced versus very much less experienced facilitators on any given session. And the time management for the scenarios is very important, given that the procedural skills training needs to be included in the same time period. The turnaround time for the modules is also a concern, as each one does require a bit of time and effort to develop. And with regards to simulation center capacity logistics for the maximum number of participants to ensure available space, simulation support personnel, and equipment. And at this time, there's no way of tracking or anticipating the number of participants that will attend each session to help the facilitators plan how they want to run the scenario. And finally, for facilitator support, we understand that the mentorship program is a pilot and will continue to move at a parallel pace with ongoing evaluations and revisions. We look forward to your feedback. In particular, we are seeking suggestions on evaluation methods for our curriculum revision cycles, strategies for maintaining consistency and delivering core competency objectives in a simulation-based curriculum with multiple facilitators of varying experience. And finally, any thoughts you may have for us to optimize our curriculum. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. That was an excellent.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sabrina Lutam, and I am a pediatric emergency medicine.
Thank you, Raj. Yes. So thank you, Sabrina. Over to the panelists, Amanda and Narelle. Sabrina, do you want to sum up something before we hand it over to them? You can unmute and just sum up.
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for having us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to share with you our new curriculum. Looking forward to any thoughts that you might have with regards to how we can continue to evaluate the curriculum for future revision cycles. Any thoughts that you might have with regards to potential suggestions for the curriculum itself. And then anything that you may be able to suggest in terms of maintaining the consistency of the curriculum across various different simulation facilitators.
Firstly, thank you, Sabrina and the team at Toronto. That's a huge piece of work. So thank you for sharing. If I maybe just start off with an opening thought, I just want to talk a bit about how you're using your platform to create, and you're getting ready to go live. So I'm going to go a technical piece first for my sort of online education piece. Have you thought about accessibility issues? And what I mean by that is about language. What about if you have learners where maybe the visuals, have you done any testing around visuals hearing, if people perhaps will have been, have you put closed captions in just to make it as accessible as possible? Because I'm aware, certainly in Canada, lots of people from across the world, but also I'm not sure, do you have to do it in the French English thing?
Thank you so much. That's a great suggestion. So at this moment right now, there's actually not very many video components to the e-learning modules. There's only one module thus far that does have a video component, and that video does have closed captioning. Otherwise, the remainder of the videos the modules are mainly text-based, and then we'll have some interactive components such as recall questions, such as consolidation questions, and then also actually a lot of really interesting functions of the platform itself include ways that we're able to integrate, for example, an image where they can actually click on different spots in the image to therefore interact with the image, whether it's, for example, in our trauma module for them to conduct their primary survey, or for our shock module where they're able to assess different potential insertion sites for an intraosseous line. So these functions are not done in any audio format at this point in time. And then at the moment, we offer these modules in English, as the instruction language at the Hospital for Sick Children is in English.
Okay, just a thought, if you for your e-learning component, Gilly Salmon's e-learning model has got 5 stages. It talks both about the learners and the facilitators, so you might want to check that out. So Gilly Salmon is called the 5-stage e-learning model, really well published. It was from her PhD research. It might give you some top tips to resolve some of those. I'm going to pass the baton to Dr. Naren.
Can I say something?
Yes, it's your turn.
If I must, actually, to tell you the truth, it was a little fast for me. For me, I felt the video was a bit fast, probably because of the time one. And second thing is probably it took a while for me to follow what exactly are you looking for. Now, basically, you're looking for to find out ways and means to sustain your curriculum, correct? All right. So back to basics. Basically, generally, when you're coming up with a curriculum, you've identified a topic, you identified a content, now you're coming up with a learning outcome. So if I'm going to call this as a module, have you got up a module learning outcome?
So with regards to the module learning outcomes, we actually have, because of the interactivity and the questions that are asked in the modules, we're able to generate a performance score for the learners. And there is like a minimum performance score that they are to achieve to successfully pass the module.
Second thing is, if that module content has a kind of a learning outcome, was it being linked to an assessment? And each of the outcome, what is the kind of assessment are you looking for?
So the modules themselves are actually the questions and the critical thinking are integrated as part of the module. So we look at how many attempts, for example, it might take for a learner to get to a successful completion. And the learners are not actually, at this point in time, required to pass within a certain number of attempts. They're essentially allowed to attempt as many times as they need to complete the module and achieve that minimum score. At this time, we don't have like a post assessment necessarily, which is something that we're actually trying to integrate as part of the simulation component that they would be that they would be attending after they've completed the asynchronous module. The difficulty that we have with that is that because of the nature of the pediatric emergency rotation, not all learners are actually able to attend all of the simulation sessions just based on scheduling. So for example, if they work an overnight shift, they would not be expected to be attending the simulation scenario the next morning. So at this time, there's no way for us to fully track exactly who is going to be attending which simulation sessions, therefore link those assessments.
Okay, for such group of people who are not able to assess, is there any different form of assessment, or do they have to follow the same method like the rest?
Yeah, so this curriculum is a supplementation to the clinical rotation. And so the clinical rotation has an overall evaluation that will be done with a combination of the end of shift clinical evaluations that are done by the clinical preceptor during the learner's clinical work. And then this is the supplementary curriculum for which at this point, actually, with our previous model, as we discussed very briefly in the video, the current model actually doesn't have any evaluative component whatsoever. So we actually didn't have a method of tracking whether our learners were attending the simulation sessions at all. And so this actually gives us a method of being able to at least track whether they're completing the asynchronous learning modules. And then actually our goal is to be able to link that with the simulation scenarios to therefore, like you were saying, have a post module assessment.
All right, thanks.
And Sabrina, I have a real interest on facilitation. It's my area of research for my PhD. And you talked quite a lot about junior facilitator, senior, and I would argue that if you're implementing this asynchronous, that all the facilitators need to have some course. So are you creating some sort of facilitator training or mentoring? Have you got any ideas? Because what you don't want to happen is to go to like a sage on the stage approach. You want them to be a guide, to be nurturing. So have you thought how you're going to engage those facilitators? Because sometimes the junior ones are actually maybe better at it because they've recently done the journey.
Yeah, so actually what I mean by junior and senior facilitators is that for our curriculum, it's actually run entirely by the trainees in the subspecialty trainees in pediatric emergency medicine. It is in Canada a 2-year program, and so the junior facilitators I refer to are the first year fellows, and then the second year fellows are the senior facilitators. And that being said, the junior fellows may come in with no previous simulation experience. And so their first simulation facilitation experience may be doing this curriculum. It is an expectation across the board for our program. So they would be required to facilitate these simulations and they always have been according to our current curriculum model. And now shifting to the new curriculum, our goal is actually that because we're no longer doing that lecture component, it actually increases the exposure that these fellows have to be able to get more practice and more opportunity to get that simulation experience as facilitators. The other thing that I unfortunately was only able to mention very briefly is that at the same time we're co-piloting a mentorship program for these facilitators. And so the facilitators, coming into fellowship, we receive a standard orientation to simulation anyway, and that is kind of the first step to getting us integrated into the simulation facilitation stream. But then the mentorship program is our goal of trying to make this a longitudinal experience so that the junior facilitators, as they gain more experience, are gaining more confidence and are gaining more tips and tricks of the trade essentially as they go along. But then for the senior facilitators, it means that they'll also have someone who may be able to directly observe them and provide them with more feedback so they can continue to grow.
So you may want to think to cross-reference either with the Canadian Simulation Society or things like SSIH, the International, even SIMULCON, some competencies which could be used for accreditation for them as simulation educators. That might help get everybody working in the same way, because then they get value. So they're not just doing it for the program, actually for future career development. So I think if you could maybe cross-reference that to some form of accreditation or certification of your simulation facilitators, then you can say these are the checks and balances, but also for them, if you're growing your faculty for the future, they begin that lovely journey. So that would be my suggestion is, there's the Canadian competencies, there's loads out there, choose what's the best fit, or even the IPSSW, I always get it wrong, the Pediatric Simulation Society. That might be a way just to help get your facilitators working in a similar way with that, and also your mentoring, that they get extra value. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, that's a wonderful suggestion. Thank you so much.
Maybe one thought that comes to my mind as well as you're looking at evaluating your curriculum. If you ask me, actually, many around the world do a lot of integrated program. If you can find out someone who does the same kind of courses across the globe, if you find somebody probably not from my side where I'm more into an undergraduate program, but if you look at the world outside, there are people who just follow a kind of residency program that you have planned for. If you can find them and you can pass this curriculum, and if you have somebody whom you can trust, give them the curriculum, ask them to evaluate, see two different cohorts, but they should be the same kind. They should have gone through the same kind of education across the board. If you have such cohorts of from two different parts of the world, probably your curriculum can be evaluated better. You can come up with something might pop up along the way. Just give it a thought, probably. Thank you.
I think that'll be a great future step for us once we've actually launched and hopefully ironed out most of our kinks.
My suggestion is give it a go. Who knows what is going to pop up? You just follow the basic principles of generating a curriculum. You have gone through with the content. You have the content in your hand and you know how it goes through. Allow it to run and go with an open mind, see what happens and come across what points that you get along the way. And that will be your base from which you can kickstart to come up with something that needs to be done with the curriculum, or it's fine and good. So you can work like that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naren and Amanda, and thank you so much, Sabrina. Hope you got some pointers based on, our time constraints. And if you do still have any queries or you need something, please contact the society. We at the society are planning to guide and mentor such participants who are willing to, collaborate with us. And there was a question by Murthy sir. What templates did you use to ensure consistency in your curriculum development? But I think from what I understood is you're yet to do it, right?
We actually already have a library of simulation templates already. Like that's how we actually have been running our simulations thus far. The change that we've made has just integrated more of the simulation templates that already exist into this curriculum that were previously used for other curriculums as well.
Thank you so much, Sabrina.
Thank you so much.
All the best to you.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Naren. Thank you, Mandy. And thank you, Dr. Mandy, for that.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Raj, over to the next presenter. I think it's Shailaja, or is it Karthik?
I think Karthik is ready, ma'am. So.
Yeah, Karthik is ready. Yes, over to you, Karthik.
Good morning, judges. Last year, would like to share a screen now.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, Lasya, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon to the esteemed judges present here. I, Lasya Kondapalli, and my partner Sriram Karthik are here to present our idea on basic surgical skills trainer. It is a novel approach to clinical training. The problem statement is here as follows. Traditionally, medical education programs present learners with two major transitions. The first arises when learners transfer from preclinical to clinical training, and the second occurs as graduate medical students start to care for the patients as junior doctors. During the first transition, medical students encounter a shift from learning in a classroom setting to learning from real patient issues in a clinical setting. But a feeling of unpreparedness and uncertainty exacerbates students' stress and anxiety as they start first clinical training. We, as a team, devised a tool which serves as an aid, thus generating an approach process to facilitate skill, confidence, and ease this transition. We came up with a box that actually facilitates a medical student to gain knowledge on basic surgical procedures. The 4 procedures are suturing and knotting, urinary catheterization, nasogastric tube insertion, and IV pad access. The contents present in the box were toothed forceps, suture thread and needle, Foley's catheter, surgical gloves, syringes, IV cannula, and needle holding forceps. This box can be used by the medical students. It is a versatile, autodidactic, and low-cost simulation tool. When compared to the supervision mandatory skill mannequins, it is inexpensive. So how did we accomplish this? The design, engineering, implementation took us about a month. After a series of additions and deletions, we came up with a sound, sustainable design plan, which finally took the shape of the basic surgical skill set trainer that we have today. The BSS trainer is completely handcrafted in-house, and we were able to produce and ship about 100 trainers in just a month. The registrations were closed within an hour of its inception, which depicts the success of our model. What makes this trainer one of a kind? It is reusable. It is quite comparable to that of a real-life scenario. It is affordable as opposed to the expensive supervision mandatory simulation mannequins. It helps keep up the skill set of the user. This trainer could mark a new era of affordable yet sustainable simulation platform of clinical training. This was the final product that we created. This is the trainer, the contents of the box, and the instruments that we provided inside the box. Now, my partner Karthik will demonstrate the box.
Thank you, Lasya. Sir, can you pin me?
Yes, Karthik, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lasya. This trainer is made up of PVC board, which makes it durable, portable, and makes a perfect practice tool. The students can practice all types of suturing on the suture pad until they become perfect or until it wears out. And they can practice knotting like 1,000 times, which cannot be done in a simulation workshop. And that is the problem which we're tackling with this trainer. And the urinary catheterization is done using a 3D printed model, which resembles a female external genitalia. And it also has a reservoir built inside it, which resembles the urinary bladder. And we actually used a creative one-way valve found in a party balloon, which we used to make something resembling the urinary sphincter. So this just works the same way as it works in the patient also. On the other side, we have the face mask. This serves two purposes. One is that it trains the procedure of nasogastric tube insertion, and the main purpose is it gives it a facial expression, and it uses a human appearance for the box. And we designed the IV pad on the back. This has a subcutaneous vein running through it, and we made it using a foam pad. This has a palpable subcutaneous vein where the students can palpate it and actually can draw a blood sample from it and even practice IV cannulation in this. And we actually provided one end of it with a tube where they can actually insert a red fluid in it. So when they actually draw the sample, they actually get a feeling of drawing blood. And also, and last note, we have a site completely dedicated for promotion. So that is one of the sales pitches. Let us see the practical application of this trainer. Imagine there's a case scenario like this. Miss X, a 26-year-old female, met with a road traffic accident and sustained the following lacerations, lost a lot of blood, and is near to hypovolemic shock. And she was brought to the ER. Imagining the trainer as the patient and the student in the ER doctor's position, he can start an IV line on this, do blood sampling for grouping and typing so that he can start the transfusion. He can even do Foley's catheterization and nasogastric tube insertion if it is indicated. So basically, this student has completed a case. He has taken up a case and he actually tackled a life-threatening condition and probably saved a life. Imagine how confident he would feel to actually face a real-life situation, real-life emergency after practicing this. So this is what we are bringing towards the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik and Lasya. Very innovative. Have you all patented it, and how much does it cost? Anyway, that's on a lighter note. But yes, Karthik and Lasya, what would you want to ask the panelists on how are you going to take it forward? What are your challenges, and what tips do you want from them? If you just mention that, then we can directly go ahead and discuss with the panelists. So anything in mind you have, which, there's some challenges for you, or you want to take it forward, you have some ideas you want to share, go ahead, Karthik.
Thank you, ma'am. This we actually created as a part of a medical conference in our college, where we supplied the trainer to around 80 delegates, and we actually provided them with a virtual course along with this. And I'm glad to say that they were all extremely happy with the kit, and they would definitely like to follow up on this. We're not just providing the trainer, we are also giving them a virtual course where instructor will be teaching them about the procedure, their indications, how to do it, and the contraindications when not to do it, which is more important than that. Coming to the affordability price of that, this is actually way more affordable than the expensive mannequins which we see in the simulation workshops. In the simulation workshops, they're given a certain amount of time where they can just practice for a few hours, or in some cases minutes. But this trainer, this will be in your hands forever. And for, let's just say, for 5 to 10 years, you can practice on it 1,000 times, and you can refine your skills. And when you do step into the ER to actually work on a patient, I'm pretty sure that they'll be thanking us for this kit.
Thank you, Karthik. Over to Mandy and Naren for your comments, please.
Okay, there is a product expert who is here who can speak more, because she's got the big background from there, and I am from a person who uses the product. Now, if I'm looking at, I look at it from an angle, if I'm supposed to buy this and use this for my students, I'm going to share it from that angle. And please do not be offended if I'm going to say something that may not, probably that you don't want to hear. First thing is, let me go to the nasogastric tube model.
Yes.
How do they know that the tube has reached the right place? The same question that I ask my students, is that what you get right now?
Yes, sir. Since this is a basic prototype model which we made on a budget, it includes one major thing is it has a tube inside where they can actually feel the resistance when they're inserting it. So they'll be feeling the resistance which they get when they're going through the tube. And basically the length can be measured because it can be done on himself actually. Yeah, yes, sir.
It's the same distance that you
yes,
have.
Sir.
That is the length of the tube that is
Yes,
inside.
sir. And even when inserting it, they can actually put a glass with a straw near his mouth so that you can assume that he's taking a sip, and you can insert during that. But as far as reaching that place is considered, the way you check the positioning, as far as now, we haven't done in this one, but that is a work in progress where we can actually include the auscultation part or even the aspiration part.
Coming to the IV line component that you have, so we can inject some material into it?
Yes, sir. We can actually
just say
2 tubes into it. You can inject any fluid through this, and that will get filled up in the subcutaneous vein, which can be palpated, and it can be drawn. So this actually feels like a real vein.
What is the skin made up of?
This one is made up of a improvised foam material, sir. Which
means it's the same. How thick it is? Maybe how thick it is?
It's around 5 mm, sir.
What do you, Mandy? I'll hold back here.
Okay. Well, firstly, a sort of simulation and skill center in a box. So fabulous innovation. I'm just going to talk a bit about the learning piece, if I may, because so I think this is fabulous. My slight anxiety, and this is from an educational perspective, is the learners will be on their box. They'll get very used to doing those procedures at home. The holes will get bigger. So my worry is that they could inadvertently learn how to do things poorly because the holes, and as they use it more. So how are you going to counteract that? Because what I would hate to happen is it's fabulous for skill rehearsal, but over time they're going to holes, or they may do bad technique but still get the fluid up or cannulate. So how have you sort of protected yourself as a company to sort of put that in mind? Because they could get the skill done, but in a really bad, unsafe way.
Regarding the IV cannulation, I think it needs like 2 to 3 times for it to come out or the hole to become bigger, but the suture pad can be reused a lot of times. It needs I can assure you that the other 3 procedures can be done multiple times except for the IV cannulation.
Sure. It's not so much about the doing the times. What if the learners keep doing a poor technique? So they're actually doing it wrong, but getting the right end product. So they're doing things that are unsafe. And because they keep repeating, that becomes their normal pattern of behavior. That's what I'm trying to.
The first time we make them do it properly, like we actually get them do it the right way. We monitor while they do it. Since they practice it the same way as they do it the first time, that is how we make sure. I mean, as we can't keep looking at them if we're doing it the right way every time they do it, but the first and the second time, we will make sure that they have done it perfectly.
Yes. So have you got some strategies of, say, they did it perfectly with you, but a few weeks later they're doing a bit of practice and they're doing it wrong? Are you going to try and build on whether they
Mandy, can I step in here?
Of course.
Yeah, they do it very poorly, even in live. We see this
I know.
So what techniques do we have? What techniques do we have to control this?
Sure. I think, well, I'm just trying to get them to say they just need to put a disclaimer on their product that this is for practice and things, just to look after themselves from a commercial. I think it's fabulous. I love it, and I think it.
No, I think you're onto something very nice, actually. What do we do in real life that they can learn from us in this interaction that they should be doing? Not just a disclaimer. You got onto a very nice track. What can we advise as young students to make sure? What would you suggest?
I mean, I think it's almost the case, and I think it for the practice is brilliant. Is almost to get the learners to reflect. So maybe as part of your lovely box, you give them some maybe a resource electronically or some sort of competency checklist, so that the learners can every now and again do the tasks themselves at home, and they've got the nice checklist with those you said about your videos or whatever resource, and encourage them when they use it that maybe once a month they're going to do a bit more practice. You just go back in, re-log in, have that lovely checklist of safe practice or something like that to keep it as a learning. And I think don't limit it to medicine. Think about nursing, think about paramedics. Some of these skills that you're teaching can be used for multiple professions. So I do think it is fabulous.
Yes, thank you so much, Mandy. And there's a suggestion by Sabrina in the chat box to include a video manual. So I think these are very two important suggestions, which I think y'all can take a checklist, a competency checklist, as Mandy mentioned, and a video manual probably, which y'all can think of, so that they can go back and repeat and view it. You know, they get immediate feedback. That basically, if you do a skill, you need feedback. So I think that's what, and Murthy sir was trying to drill it out of us. So thank you so much. Naren, anything you want to add?
No, nothing actually, nothing. Yes. Product expert has said that video manual and checklist will always help. I agree with that. For the reason being, there are some limitations with the mannequin which has to be brought forward, rather than somebody getting used to this is the trend that it has, this is the method that it has to be done, and that becomes the regular method when they are exposed to real environment. So that should be stopped, or they should be aware of it is just a model that helps me to introduce the skill, and it is not going to be what it is like in a real-time human being. So either a video base or a checklist base to say, okay, these are the steps, or some kind of a thing actually will really help them. Now, I can give you some feedback from the students whom I use the same mannequin. I teach nasogastric NG tube insertion, IV line. IV line, we give a human touch by tying the arm to a person who's unfortunately is a lab staff who's supposed to show emotions. He's supposed to either get a kind of scold someone. It's like either you become very aggressive or you too calm. That's one. If there is some amount of human element, human tinge attached to this particular model, wherein which I put my face inside the box and they don't see me, and I make noises from the box. Something like that. Or if the arm could be segregated, it could be a different pad which can be clinged to the hand rather than cling to the box. You can tie it on me and I become the model for the day, and then I can show emotions. So in that way, something, a bit of human interaction here and there will always add values to it. So just have a look at it. Probably it could be a hybrid way as well. So if they have to now make an assessment, which nostril they have to insert a nasogastric tube, I will be the person sitting next to the box and I make that gesture. Okay, they have to test my nostril. Then they start measuring it. And when it comes to the real act, it is not going to be me. It is going to be your box that comes into the picture. So something like that, which you can provide in your manual, will always, all the videos or video kind of an information booklet, I will say, probably. So that will help. This is my 1 cent thought that I thought I can share this with you.
Thank you so much, Naren, for those insights, and thank you, Manvi. Thank you to the very interactive chat box also. So if Karthik and Lasya don't have any comments, I think we can move on to the next speaker, Raj.
Yes, Dr. Sairaja is next.
Yes, wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much for the sessions. Thank you so much. Sir.
Yes, and go and patent your product, dear. Okay.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sairaja, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, Dr. Raj. Can I share?
Yes, you can.
As Shailaja is sharing her screen, I would like to welcome Ashoka. Hi, Ashoka. Welcome. We've already introduced you in your absence, and now we are welcoming you in person. Yes, over to you, Shailaja.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Lulu, and thanks to all those who are here to just see our proposals. This was just my thought. It's not an exact research proposal. These were my thoughts as I was in the emergency department, and we are going through the process of getting our PGs. So this is one of the title which I thought, to create a hands-on workshop for medical and surgical postgraduates on point of care ultrasound to be used in emergency medicine, documenting the process, how we go about doing it. So why we needed this topic was emergency medicine is a new specialization in India. Only in 2009, India recognized that we need such specialists, and they have told by 2021, all medical colleges should have a working ED department running. But since we did not have enough pool of emergency medicine faculty, they have roped in people from general medicine, anesthesia, general surgery, and orthopedics into emergency and the trauma department. And we actually, those who have jumped into the field, we lack a structured training program. We are doing it by trial and error. And the main roles and responsibilities include, I already have a pediatric emergency medicine person on board. She would agree that it's triaging, evaluating, stabilizing, diagnosing, and disposition of these patients. And point of care ultrasound is one of the essential skills that is required in all these parameters. It's a screening tool, and all of us go through this learning curve. And at present, ED, our emergency department in our college, is being supported by residents from general medicine, surgery, orthopedics, and anesthesia, who are really not very confident enough and motivated to use our ultrasound machine for focus purpose. With this background, I had this research question: does a hands-on simulation workshop on using focus topics of emergency medicine motivate and bring in confidence to perform ultrasound in our department? The objectives were to evaluate the effectiveness of this hands-on workshop among our postgraduates and to document how we conduct this process. At present, we have a lot of postgraduates. We have 33 in medicine, 24 in orthopedics, 33 in anesthesia, and 24 surgery residents. We'll be using a convenient sampling of our college itself. We try to design it as a prospective cohort study, and the plan would be to decide on what topics we need to teach medicine residents, what would be different for orthopedicians and surgery people, and how it is different from deciding on these topics, whether it's going to be for monitoring, whether it's going to be for intervention, therapeutics, or resuscitation, whether we are using this ultrasound and echo for all these purposes. Actually, we have tried during induction program for surgery residents. We did FAST, eFAST, but their willingness or volunteering to do this in our ED is lacking. So when we were just talking to them, they were telling we are not happy with the knobology. They are not sure of how to work the real ultrasound. So then again, we had to train them in batches about the knobology. We had to call in some radiologists to help us in identifying for difficult cases, obese patients, how to do. So it was a little tedious process as we have different timings for these postgraduates to come in. So I was discussing with Dr. Lulu, and we were thinking if we could have a workshop together for all these residents. That is, we divide them into batches and then do workshop first in the simulation lab using our simulation mannequins. Then along with that, we will get our ultrasound, portable ultrasound machine there, and we will have volunteers who will be paid for this workshop on whom students can practice. After this, we wanted to see whether the residents are really using it. We wanted to go up to Kirkpatrick level 3 to evaluate their efficacy of this workshop. Barriers were identifying emergency physicians who are actually using focus in their practicing and getting them to conduct this workshop. At present, we have very few the proper trained emergency physicians, particularly in Mangalore, and we would require a large number of workshops since our postgraduate number is quite large, and we need to do it in small batches of maybe 6 to 8 would be the ideal number. And the costs of running these workshops and remunerating our resource faculty who come, paying our volunteers, simulated participants who will be volunteers. The facilitators for this workshop would be, we have a good supportive simulation team, we have all the mannequins required, we have an echo, we have ultrasound abdomen. The only thing we don't have is a lung ultrasound, but that I think we could use our real ultrasound and manage with an SP. We have resource faculty who will, the nearest resource faculty we could get is within 100 kilometers, which is Udupi. We can get them from 60 kilometers. So these are some of the facilitators we were thinking of if we pursue with this project. My queries is, now how do I decide which topics to teach for these specialties? If I teach eFast to a medicine person, he may not be very interested in attending this workshop or using it in his practice, but he would like to use a lung ultrasound or an echo. So this was one of my query, and the cost of running this program is really quite high. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Shailaja,
yes,
for presenting that. It'll be too biased if I open my mouth for this discussion. So yes. Over to the panelists.
Yes, sure. I can see Dr. Naren already here.
No. Actually, it comes back to what we are doing right now and what we are going through.
Yes,
now,
so
there is some component like, since you all have, I'm sorry, Ms. Amanda and Dr. Ashoka, I just took off straight away. Apologies for that. Now, the thing is, we do something called micro-credentialing. So at the end of the day, all these people come back to the emergency physician, or they are claimed to be an emergency physician from a different background. Is that my understanding? Is my understanding right?
Yes, sir. Right now till 2021, we are allowed. From all the other backgrounds, we can jump in.
What you could do is, those set of people who wish to come into the emergency department as a faculty or whatever, you give them a micro-credential program along with the existing program. Now identify that suits them based on what specialty they link to. So now you create a micro-credential program which will involve only orthopedicians, which is specific for the another specialty. Like that, when you create a micro-credential, it's an add-on to the existing degree.
Okay,
what happens is, when you manipulate an existing degree, your governing body will come back to you pointing guns saying, no, you can't do that. So when you have a micro-credential, it is an add-on feather. Yes. Probably it is like an elective that you can call it in different ways. Some people call it micro-credential or electives or whatever. So you can either generate a 3-credit or a 2-credit module, and they will be able to do that. And if the module is, just give them a short modules. For example, if you give them a large module which runs for a period of 6 months, they may not like it. So you can give multiple short versions where they, over a period of time, how do you conduct it? You need to come back to that cohort, how free they are. Will they be able to do it? Go by them, and then you design the teaching learning method. And this, I think, can click. This is what I was thinking right now. Maybe something that comes across, I will share along the way. Now I leave it to the others. Thank you.
Dr. Sharja, lovely work. I would carry on with the micro-credentialing. And I think if we're all clever, we as a simulation community group, we could actually micro-credential all the courses, which could end up to an award or be used towards an academic award. And I think that that's the way to do it. So with these micro-credentials like digital badges, for example, that you collect, they all add up to be the equivalent of a 10 or 20 or 30 credit module, or could be recognized by the different professional regulators. The lovely thing about ultrasound, it's not just, certainly from a UK and European perspective, and I think in parts of the world too, it's not just for physicians, midwives, other professions do this. So if you were to go that micro-credential route, you could really open up to the other professions, but it would take maybe a little bit of an all India work as well, not just to do it locally or maybe just in the region that you're in. But I think micro-credentialing should soon be replacing CPD, but there is work to get it done. But yeah, I would echo Dr. Naren's thoughts.
Thank you, Amanda, for that.
So hi, thank you for bringing these concepts together. So in my area of work actually is to get some people with similar interests together, just that they can't work together, like what Lulu is helping you with.
Yes.
So at some point in time, these people have their own silos and the walls, and we have to bring them all to live in a room. So there will be variations, and that is also necessary, as you highlighted. But we have to start from something as simple as nomology, as you mentioned. So understanding types of equipment, variations in how they have a systematic way or approach, their shortcuts within their specialty, and eventually things that they don't really want to know, but it's good to know that they can quickly refer to the other department. So that is how you can get them to come in. So one of the things our team managed to do is explore the world of apps. So Focus today is something which I think is more not necessarily whole body focus. It's related to the heart and the chest ultrasound. But what we did is we had a continuous program going, which is something like an echo of the week. And they have varying levels of information in a handheld source. That's something similar to the previous topic where they were saying, what's the frame of reference? How do you know what you're doing is the right thing? So do you have a printout or a checklist? What's the standard regionally for that? What is your institute practice? So it's an entire process of, when we call it micro-credentialing, you also want to be safe, saying that none of our specialists come back to say, I would never do that. Who taught you this? So that terrorizes most of our learners. And as teachers, we don't want to step in hot waters. We just want to be neutrally safe. So these are my quick thoughts. One more which is coming up, I think, is with the Springer, we got authors who are experts in focus, but in specialty of focus. So one for the lines, one for pediatrics, one for the chest, one for trauma. So I think it should be up in 3 weeks' time. So those kind of resources you can look for and make them as your curricula base. The sociopolitics definitely will vary, but you are the boss of that to sort out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashokan, for that.
Thank you, Ashoka, Mandy, and Naren. Shailaja, thank you so much. If any more queries, please do email us at the society. So there are a lot of references given on the chat box. I think, Shailaja, you can copy paste them and have a look at it.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So now we move on to the next speaker. Raj, Joylene, yes.
Yeah.
Over to
available?
you. Joylene, unmute yourself, please.
Ma'am. Hi, Raj. Yeah. Yes. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Dr. Joylene, I'll be happy to share the presentation if that's okay with you.
Yeah. Hi, Raj. Thank you. No, I'll be able to do it. I'm back in an area where I have some network, so I think I should be okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Just a second. Is that visible?
Yes, ma'am, very much. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, Thank you for giving me this opportunity, the SIM roundtable. Before I begin, just a few facts. 1 in 12,000 women admitted for delivery in the United States are known to suffer from cardiac arrest. And it has been seen that women are 27% less likely to receive CPR than men. That's because most of the times, whether it's a resident doctor or a bystander, people are hesitant to administer CPR to a woman who is pregnant and who's had a cardiopulmonary arrest because they're usually in the fear of inflicting hurt. So there is a stress on the importance of CPR and fluid resuscitation that is required for pregnant women who suffer cardiac arrest. It has been noted that the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the skills required for CPR in cardiopulmonary arrest in pregnant and women and in the parturiting mother is very, very less. So the skills are completely lacking in the obstetric postgraduate resident doctors and also among the newly passed out obstetricians. Hence, there is a need to tackle the unpredictable, and the scenario of cardiopulmonary arrest is highly unpredictable in the present situation. It's actually very rare, but we have to be fully equipped to tackle it, and more so in case of the first, second, and third year postgraduate residents. So here we want to understand the principles and the mechanism of CPR and fluid resuscitation in an antenatal patient in a situation of a CPA in a simulated hospital ward environment. So the background of this was basically that the knowledge of CPR in the parturiting woman is actually lacking among a lot of specialties, especially among the postgraduate residents of the first, second, and third year in obstetrics. So the aims were first predetermine the knowledge, the existing knowledge of the basic concepts of CPR and fluid resuscitation in antenatal mothers among the OB-GYN residents, and also to conduct simulation drills and training sessions to assess both the skills, knowledge, and the effective domains whenever there's a case of CPA in an antenatal patient. So the research question was that, is there adequate knowledge among OB-GYN residents involving CPR and fluid management? Are our OB-GYN residents adequately skilled at performing CPR? Should ACLS and critical care training in the pregnant be included as a part of the curriculum of postgraduate residency? Will this training and assessment overall help in reducing our maternal mortality rates? And eventually, will this training module then become an essential part of a postgraduate training program? So this was the approach that we chose to follow. First, a pre-test and a questionnaire to assess the knowledge and the basic principles, mechanism, and procedures of CPA and fluid resuscitation in the scenario of a cardiac arrest in an antenatal patient. So we assess the knowledge domain. Then we go on to move to a video tutorial on the CPR techniques and SOP of CPR in a CPA in an antenatal patient, which is then played for the students again onto the skills domain, and a didactic lecture is held on identifying cardiac arrest in antenatal patients. A live practical demonstration with a demo case of cardiopulmonary arrest is conducted by the facilitator, again with the skills domain in mind. Postgraduate resident students are then made to perform the steps of CPR in an antenatal scenario in an on-site simulated scene of an antenatal ward. A group discussion is held, especially on breaking bad news and counseling the families of antenatal patients. And this again is noted to be very much the effective domain. That is the knowledge on how to counsel women, the families of women who have had a cardiopulmonary arrest in the antenatal ward is lacking. So hence a group discussion to be held on various aspects of that. A debriefing session using the plus delta method on what went well and what could have been better. A reflection and a take-home message, feedback, post-test evaluation, and plus or minus kind of like a certification saying that, this course on CPR in the cardiopulmonary arrest in an antenatal mother is mandatory in case of a postgraduate residency. And evaluation to be done a month later to also assess the retention rate. So the barriers to our implementation would be time constraints, because postgraduate residents have a lot on their curriculum in terms of work as well as the practical skills. So the time is a little bit, hospital workload is a bit of an issue. The rarity in these adverse events occurring, just like flight simulators, basically train us for a scenario in which happens very rare or probably once in a lifetime. That's the same thing with a cardiopulmonary arrest in an antenatal mother. Financial considerations regarding the training. We have to remember that assessment always drives learning. So the requirement of an assessment, if we were to include this as a training module, as well as there is a compulsive need for certification before involving any kind of training, which is very essential as a part of the postgraduate curriculum. So things that I would want from the panel to give for ideas to improve the study would be, should the target be limited to first or final resident doctors? What should the minimum number of resident doctors needed for and effective experience be? Should the training module be validated by a person who's trained in critical care obstetrics? What is the frequency with which this program, a training module in CPR, in case of a cardiopulmonary arrest in postgraduate residents, be included to improve the retention rates and confidence of the residents? And is there a scope for interprofessional management, which includes other specialties like nursing, anesthesia, and internal medicine? So the ultimate goal would be to promote education, preparedness, and confidence among our postgraduate residents in situations of CPA, to teach them effective fluid resuscitation and stabilization of parturient patients, regular postgraduate OB-GYN training curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joylene. Over to the panelist. If Joylene can just put up that queries to the panelist. That slide.
The queries.
Yeah.
Queries,
So,
yes.
I can start off with one. You should take a breath. That was astounding.
I'm sorry I rushed through it, but I kind of like got threats from Raj saying that it's only 5 minutes, multiple number of times, and I didn't dare go like a minute more than that.
Yeah, it's amazing. We also do a program on interprofessional obstetric simulation in National University here. So from anesthesia, we lead it, but we have obstetric residents, nursing from the labor ward and from the ICU and the high dependency unit. And whenever we have additional scenarios which involve, let's say, sepsis, there will also be infectious diseases. There will also be seizures. We'll bring the neurologist. There is an arrest, we get a cardiologist input. So your scenarios and the content can change. Yes, definitely Amanda's indication that prompt is the obstetric gold standard simulation setup, which is accredited and recognized worldwide. I could discuss more, but let me hear from Amanda and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Really fabulous, Dr. Joylene and the team. You really demonstrated it well. The thing called prompt, it's an interprofessional course around all things of obstetric emergencies. The thing about prompt is it is an international course. Faculty can be trained. You can also commercialize it with your Father Muller commercial hat on as well. Have a look at the resources. There is training packages. It's linked to lots of maternal safety, and it's worldwide. And you don't need lots of posh, trendy stuff to do it. It's more about teamwork, but it does cover some of this. So I would just signpost you there because that might help. But I don't know all the costs and everything. I just need to be honest. I'll stop there just for time issues.
So thanks, Amanda. So one of the things would be to tailor it to your regional needs. So once you have prompt as like the interprofessional external labels, it would be in the range of $5,000 US. So you could also sit together as a team and then see what's your area of focus. So some of the courses are obstetric focus, which could involve a lot on PPH's workflow, hemorrhage and then obstructed labor. So we had to chunk out to suit what you require. So your question was, should the target be initiated to first or second year? We would actually ask you, what do you need to change? What difference do you want to make?
So basically, the focus I'm sorry, sir. So we do focus on doing things like obstetric drills and obstetric emergencies regularly for our postgraduate residents. But my concern here was most of our resident doctors do not know the differences in CPR, which are there in an antenatal patient versus a normal or non-pregnant patient. So like a module that would focus on CPR in CPA in an antenatal patient. And not just the idea of sort of like resuscitating the patient and stabilizing them. So,
if you look at,
probably,
if you look at developing this program, you can't throw them all into an interprofessional setting when we are sorting out quality of CPR as a skill in a prod task situation outside. So it's a curriculum that you're developing, and it involves a particular level to be eligible in the big scene because your faculty and simulation time and that big drama script that you create is a lot at stake. So there has to be a pre-session skills, which involves, even without being in the scenario, how to break bad news in the outside setting. So for example, my obstetrician walked with me. I was a first year resident in the 3rd month. The senior was managing. They said, go debrief to the husband. So the obstetrician went in front of me and said, the anesthetist did a lot of things. They broke even a few ribs. The heart stopped, but look, we have saved the baby. Here it is. And then I'm just behind her and announcing myself as the anesthetic resident. So there stops our communication skills. So these are done off the scene. I'm talking about 2002, 20 years. So these are things in the script which you have to get it outside of IPE on small segments. And then you layer it up further as the scene moves. Once you go to interprofessional, the small segments are sorted out, and that determines how many in that and how much is your volume, and how much commitment you can get from your system. Thank you.
Naren?
I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't say much about it because they have already said. My suggestion would be is break them into smaller portions, address them into small portions, and then you move on. If you feel that you have quite a number of objectives, suppose you have a question here, will it work for a first year and a final year? You need to do it as for the first years, open it up, perform a study, see, evaluate, see how they perform, but it should be a longitudinal one, which means if they do it for the first year and they continue to be doing it again and again to evaluate and see whether they have performed, at the end of the day, when they graduate or when they are supposed to come into a real environment, are they doing it? We'll fetch you an answer. Yes, if it is done during the first year, it is good. So it is going to take a while for you. So all I would suggest is break them into smaller portions, give objective maybe 1 or 2, and then you function. Maybe you can look into as what Dr. Ashoka and Ms. Manda were saying about you need to look at protocols which is available globally, which is standardized. You can use them as a template probably, and from there you could kickstart. Probably one other thing is your setup, your needs are different from everybody else's. I would say even from the neighboring college 2 streets away from your place. So what happens is there might be a different kind of students that you receive from that of the students that they have. So there might be a difference which you can come up with something, and that becomes a unique content for yourself as well. So work in that angle. That is my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joylene. Thank you, Ashoka, Naren, and Amanda. I think we are winding up this session. Any last minute comments, Raj, or shall we directly move on to the poster session?
Yeah, we can move to the poster session, ma'am. Will the judges be announcing a winner right now, or how's it going to?
I think they will do it so that later.
Let's discuss. Yeah.
Yes, let them discuss the poster as well as the roundtable together. And could you please tell the, in short, the ground rules of and the logistics of the poster? Just update everyone here.
Yeah, so the poster presentation is starting live in 3 parallel halls. The judges have already evaluated the poster that have been submitted to us in the presentation format. Now, what will happen is Dr. Naren will stay in Hall A, Amanda ma'am will go to Hall B, and Dr. Ashok will go to Hall C. They already have the links sent to them. The candidates are already waiting with their posters in the particular halls. As the judges go there, we, the organizers, will play each presentation. It's already pre-recorded with audio and video. After the presentation is over for 7 minutes, the judges can pose any questions for 3 minutes, and we'll move on to the next poster. So each judge will be given 6 posters, except Dr. Naren will be given 7 posters. I'm sorry, sir. So it'll be 7.
Raj likes you a lot, Naren.
I'm scared right now.
So it'll be 7, 6, and 6 posters, after which we'll come back to Hall A. Participants will be informed on the group as well to come back to Hall A, where we can have a group discussion. So good luck to everyone. The poster presenters in Hall A are already here. They're waiting for the judges to split up into their halls. Amanda ma'am, you can go to Hall B. The link has been mailed to you. Ashoka sir, the link has been sent to you on WhatsApp as well. You can go to Hall C.
Thank you so much, Raj. So just a couple of minutes for everyone to settle in.
Right. So shortcut is given on my WhatsApp.
I think Ashoka is in Hall C, I think, right?
I'll send you the link.
Yeah. can put it up in the chat box so he can just click on it.
Please, if you can put it here.
Yes,
Just a moment,
yes.
sir. Just a moment. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Participants, I'm sending it to Ashoka sir directly in case others don't click on it. Yeah. Send it to you, sir.
I got it. Thank you.
I'll just go check the other halls and come, ma'am. Just a moment.
Naren, you have the list of the presenters with you, or?
Yes. Actually,
yes.
I got it on my. Maybe I wouldn't know the names.
Yeah,
probably.
I think Raj.
Just identified as 1A, 1B,
yes.
like that.
Raj,
I can read out the names, ma'am. That's not an issue. I can read out
just
the names.
make sure that they are familiar with the order, and if you could put the list,
I will read out the names. The first presenter is Dr. Vinay V. Rao. He posted
Just
ID
hold on,
1A.
just hold on. Hold on, Raj. You're too fast for me. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First one is Vinay Rao. Okay, done.
Yep.
Second.
Second is Sumati MK.
Okay.
Sumati Francis.
Yeah.
Third is Karen J. Dickinson.
Karen Dixon. Right. Thank you. Fourth.
Fourth is Chaitra Sridhar. Okay. Chaitra Sridhar.
Yep. Fifth
is Ramya Ramakrishnan.
Ramya. Okay.
Sixth is Nalini YC.
Nalini. Okay, Dr. Nalini. Then
seventh is Karen D'Souza.
Karen D'Souza. All right. Yes. All right. The sequence is fine. Okay. So because I didn't get the titles. Okay. So for me, I go by the post A, B, C, D, that format.
It was a purely blinded judging. Good job. Yes. Raj, I think, Naren, I think we can start here so we can check on hall B and C.
Yeah. Are you playing the audio, ma'am? Just a second. Let me share my screen. Okay, hope everybody can see my screen.
Not yet.
Yes, it's coming on board, Raj. So requesting all the participants and presenters to kindly keep to time. I know this is the last session, but yes, we would like to give everyone a chance to have some discussion.
Yeah. Just a second, ma'am. Some issue. 1 second.
No problem, Raj. Yeah.
Evening, judges. Title of the study is Interprofessional Education Through Simulated Learning to Sensitize Medical Undergraduates to Safe Surgery Checklist. Authored by Dr. Vinay V. Rao and co-authored by Dr. Anand R. and Dr. Lulu Sharif.
Raj, there is a problem with the audio, or is it paused?
WHO introduced Safe Surgery Checklist in 2009 to check the mounting surgical mortality due to avoidable errors. It ushered in an era of better surgical outcome and safe surgical practices resting on the ethos of interprofessional practice. However, the compliance rates were not impressive and was never introduced in the undergraduate curriculum in India. We need to sensitize the undergraduate students in their early clinical years so that they become aware of the safe clinical practices and also understand the interprofessional teamwork involved through safe surgery checklist. Aims and objectives. First, to sensitize medical undergraduates to safe surgery checklist. Second, to develop collaborative practices amongst medical students. Methodology. An interprofessional team was constituted comprising of surgeon, anesthetist, nurse, and a student representative. A cohort of 30 medical students were enrolled in the study by purposive sampling technique. After a pre-test, a didactic lecture was taken on the various aspects of safe surgery checklist. This was followed by a video of orchestrated simulation session by professionals from different specialties. Considering the COVID situation prevailing at that time, the recorded video was uploaded on YouTube and a link was shared with the students. A link of one such video is mentioned below. The students then attended an in situ immersive simulated session in the operating room in teams of 10. A mannequin was provided and the students were made to enact the different roles of the interprofessional team members while reading the safe surgery checklist for the given surgical case. This was followed by a debrief, feedback session, and a post-test. Quantitative data was collected via Google Forms and qualitative assessment was done using focused group interviews. Results. The exercise was well received by all the students. The post-test scores and feedback indicated that most of them understood the concept of safe surgery checklist. Few noteworthy responses from the students were: we were not aware of such a practice and how a simple checklist can drastically improve the overall outcome and reduce errors. This cannot be taught in textbooks and needs such interactive, collaborative sessions to understand. Few responses from the interprofessional team were: we have been doing these exercises since long without actually appreciating each other and relegating on their roles. It's a learning experience for us as well. The students understood the concept of teamwork and interprofessional collaboration through the safe surgery checklist. Conclusion. There is a need to teach the students collaborative and safe surgical practices. One such practice like safe surgery checklist can be effectively taught using simulation with an interprofessional team. Using hybrid models and multiple simulation tools can make teaching learning more impactful. Simulation tools will improve training of medical professionals and improve health outcome. Thank you.
Okay, let me unmute. I hope I'm clear right now. I'm audible.
Yes, Naren, you're audible. And
Yes,
Dr.
yes.
Vinay is here.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Vinay, for sharing your thoughts. And I have a couple of questions. Probably, I think you need to help me to understand. It is not to evaluate anything. So let me go ahead and go back straight to the methodology part of it. You chose mixed methods, quantitative and qualitative, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What was the reason behind that? Is there any kind of why you went on to do both?
So first, since this idea was started off in a during COVID setting, so we started off teaching them, and we wanted to see how well they received this idea about safe surgery checklist. And when we came on to the simulation part of it, though they had understood it well, but we also wanted to understand, how well they appreciate the whole process, and what is their feedback on each other, on the teamwork concept of it, which was difficult for us to get those ideas through quantitative analysis. So that's the reason why I chose both.
Okay. So the next thing is, you mentioned something about pre-test and the post-test. So in the pre-test and the post-test, was the same question used or a different question?
I use the same questions, but elements of interprofessional practice, safe surgery checklist, all these things were there. But yes, I use the same elements. The items are the same.
So this was the only assessment, but the simulation part, was it assessed independently as some other way?
I had given a checklist. Actually, I divided the teams of 10 into 2, 5 and 5, and I'd given a checklist to one and vice versa. At the same time, checklist was also followed by a professional who was there at that time, whoever was free. So it was more of a checklist, and we saw, whether they did the simulation part well, did they understand, did they reiterate, and did they evaluate each other, their peers well. So that way, I went about that way. So.
That's regarding the quantitative. Qualitative, you said there were some themes, and you had shared some couple of views by a few participants here. Can you share some themes that you came up with? What was the analytical method that you used for qualitative analysis?
I used inductive thematic analysis. I first took the feedback through focused group interviews, and I jotted down. I had some codes, and then I put them into broader themes like communication, teamwork, collaboration, and the simulation skills. So that's how I went about it.
Okay. Can you share some themes that you generated on your analysis part? Was there
communication, communication primarily, teamwork. So I can share. I just made a small. If I can share my screen, I can show you a very brief. Can I, sir?
I'm not sure whether the organizers are okay with that. Is that okay? Okay, never mind. It's okay. Was there an ethical approval that you was this ethically approved? The study
Yes, sir,
part?
It was.
Okay. All right. So to me, what I see here is it falls under you have tried a method, and it is more at the beginning stage of the Kirkpatrick level, probably 1 or 2. So if you need to escalate this to a next level, probably you need to carry on this particular study in a longitudinal fashion, by which you get to re-examine or get the same students to revisit the same skill again, see whether they are able to follow what you have done. If you can do that kind of a thing, probably at the end, the level, the Kirkpatrick level thing that you can move up, escalate it up a little bit. So when that happens, probably this will kind of, you can come up with any form at the end of the day, whatever way it props up. So you can come up with the own kind of a, what you call a guideline kind of a thing from your side, saying that this is what, if it can be done, a checklist which can be introduced at an early level, probably over a period of time, and how often do you introduce, how often do you assess, what are the teaching learning methods that you need to adopt, and who are the kind of facilitators. You can come up with a kind of a module by itself, and that could be kind of, it can, I would say, a different kind of a certificate course or something like that you can come up with.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, what I intend to do was, I took 6-termers who are just coming into the clinical posting and who would be eventually posted in different surgical wards across different specialties. And once they have this, when they've been exposed to this, then they would go on to have the regular OR. And that is where, take kind of feedback from the surgeons there, whether these students were quite aware of safe surgery checklist and whether if it was followed, whether it was followed in the right way or not. And did they insist, whether this particular practice has to be followed in OR. So that was my second part of it. Once the students are trained, they would go to any OR, and then from the surgeon, operating surgeon, I was planning to take the feedback and then see whether this exercise actually yielded any result or not.
Okay. The next thing that I will suggest is these focus group interview questions that you have devised. Was it after the pre-test content answers that you evaluated, or before that you could come up with the focus group questions?
So the questions were after the test. After I gave them the test, then I took the focus group interviews after the test.
Or it was based on the answers or the grading values that you have got from the pre-test?
So it was more based on the feedback and what I observed, and I did not base it on the. Of course, I discussed the questions which I shared with them during both pre-test and post-test, and what were common mistakes and where they did well and where they did not. That was definitely part of the debrief and feedback following the simulation. I did discuss it, but then the post-test was taken much later, so that they understand and there is some kind of a recall, and they do it well and they understand the whole thing better.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Vinay, for sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you, Naresh. Can we move on to the next presentation?
Yes, Dr. Sumati, are you online?
Yes, I can see her.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Sumati.
Hello.
I'm just sharing your screen, Dr. Sumati.
I don't have a screen. It's
Oh,
I already sent the people.
No,
Yeah,
he's sharing the screen. Raj.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Let me share my screen.
Greetings to the SIMULCON team. I like to introduce my topic with a quote. When forced to work within a strict framework, the imagination is taxed to its utmost and will produce its richest ideas. Given total freedom, the work is likely to sprawl, said by T.S. Eliot. I'm Sumati here, a PhD student from the Medical Education Department of JIPMA. As you call all guests, my topic is on theory informs practice, learning theory in simulation-based education practice. We all knew simulation has outpaced the traditional bedside clinical teaching. As my thesis topic is on simulation, during my literature search, I found this interesting fact. Very little educational theories are connected to simulation. As an educationalist, it kindled my curiosity. So I dig deeper with two main objectives: to identify the theories used to explain learning in simulation, and proposition to integrate educational theories and conceptual framework for effective simulation. We did a research search on research papers between 2000 to 2020. We summarized the results data retrieved from Medline and Cochrane database using keywords: educational theories, cognitism, behaviorism, Coles learning theory, simulation, and medical education. We filtered it to 102 papers with simulation involved in medical education. Among that, 81 papers did not mention theories explicitly, and 21 papers mentioned one or more educational theories. Coles learning theory, cognitism, and behaviorism were often used. Studies were majorly done on simulation as competency tool and context construct, but none of the studies directly connected the educational theories to simulation. We just did only a narrative review on studies used on educational theories, but did not perform a quantitative synthesis or a meta-analysis. Moving on to the second objective, proposition to integrate education theories and conceptual framework for effective simulation. This is the most interesting part. The pillars of the education theories, cognitism, behaviorism, and constructivism directly embrace simulation. And further, situational learning theory and adult learning theories gives much more value. Cognitism, the major principles are stimuli, cognitive process, and response that is seen during the pre-briefing stage until the assessment. Behaviorism believes in stimuli. The proper reinforcement will change in the response in a positive behavior. The situation learning theory by Albert Bandura explains the students learns by observing the students in the repetitive practices. And it is not necessary there should be a change in behavior, but there will be a definitely change in the cognitive level. That he would definitely reach the higher order thinking skill if the scenario is set with a critical thinking and decision making objective. The adult learning theory. This theory could be applied for the expert level of learners. They are self-motivated, self-directed. They want to master the skill. They want to learn new skills and update to the new ones. For example, the best example is a robotic simulation teaching. The most interesting part is plugging in the conceptual framework and taxonomies to the steps of simulation. It is something like using the right formula to get the appropriate results. For cognitive domain, that is for knowledge, the teachers can apply Webb's depth of knowledge or the Bloom's taxonomy to understand the student's level and plan the program accordingly. If the student is expected to recall and reproduce, apply knowledge and skill with the basic reasoning, or at the third level, strategic thinking, or finally, use extensive thinking in solving a tough clinical scenario. The skill level can be easily divided by using Miller's pyramid. Whether the student need just to know or know how or show how independently. So according to that, the skill demonstration and teaching session could be developed. So the teacher and the student is clear what is expected from the simulation. The most difficult domain is to teach and assess the affective domain. As a medical student, one should have a higher level of affective domain because they handle humans with feelings and pain. So the simple concept is men matter and think. How a student receives the teachers, is he responsive to the teaching? How he treats the fellow students? How he treats a simulated patient? And matter. Is he accepting the simulated environment? And is he showing a positive motivation towards the simulated situation? Things. Is he handling the mannequin properly or the other lab equipment? Because does he just thinks only as a practice session, or he respects and takes responsibility of the articles which he is needed to learn later? So these can be assessed using the Rotholz et al. Taxonomy of affective domain. At the practice session, that is during the deliberate practice, Edward Thorndike has postulated 3 laws. The second law is law of exercise, which he explains the n number of deliberate practice is necessary to reach the level of acquisition, the competency, proficiency, and to automaticity level. Understanding this concept, a teacher will possibly plan and provide the deliberate session to the learner. And moving on to the debriefing stage, it can be intelligently conducted by adopting Kolb's learning style. At the concrete experience stage, when asking open-ended questions to break the ice, the learner is able to connect to the current experience, which leads to the reflective thinking stage. And that will move on to the third stage of abstract conceptualization, learning through experience, where the learner does the self-evaluation. Finally, active experimentation, the learner's learning stage, the learner tries out what he learned constructively. Overall, the simulation can be intelligently summarized by the hierarchy of competence given by Noel Berg. The unconscious incompetence, moving on to the conscious incompetence, then to the conscious competence, and finally, the students reaches the atomicity or level of unconscious competence. I like to conclude by this study findings, simulation is neither a clinical teaching nor a classroom teaching, but an entity by itself. The use of theories and conceptual framework and taxonomies would provide a structured lesson plan for an effective simulation learning. As a novelty of the study, integrating the framework will help the educators in preparing lesson plan. The simulation technology developers can develop application and manipulate to the level of the learner's cognition and the skill level. It will also help the students to analyze the level of learning and move forward with the simulation level. As learning is a phenomena, so simulation needs to work in a stronger educational framework so it can excel in the expectations the learner needs from what it can provide. And finally, I like to mention the limitations which I found in the study, the availability of relevant studies to simulation, and secondly, the impact of the researchers theorist's own logic and objectivity in integrating the theories. And so the testing and the deem is out of scope in this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumati, for sharing your thoughts. Now, let me have a couple of probably a few clarifications that I thought I will get it from you. Could you share something about your exclusion criteria? Correct me if I'm wrong. This was a literature review as a part of your research material that you have compiled, correct?
Yes.
Yes, with that.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something about the exclusion criteria and the search methods that you used?
Yeah, exclusion was, I was not able to take up assimilations, which was like only about like affect. I was keenly looking into 3 domains: cognitive, skill, and affective domains. So anything which was more related to like more of a literature type, I was not able to take that. Meta-analysis and systematic review, I was not able to take that. That was an exclusion criteria, which I probably took for especially for this thing.
These are old education theories. I wouldn't use the word, these are existing theories right now, which is available, which they have linked to simulation or linked to various activities of simulation. That is one. Have you found anything new apart from that?
Yeah. The thing is, this thing which actually came up to my idea is like, we have simulation. We keep talking about simulation, and I keep seeing studies about simulation. We're talking about cognitive and the skill level, because we're going to do any drill practice that is going to be, it is going to be a successful one, because it's going to be a drill practice and simulation. It's not something new. But how it is being done, it is being done in different varieties from one university to another university. I see it is being completely different from one paper to another paper. We don't have a strong one schedule which is being followed. So that was a variation which I found. But if you see a BLS study, or if you see an ATL study which is being done, they have a very, very strongly prepared a lesson plan, which is that is a booklet or the curriculum they follow it. So that is something new I found, because those type of studies shows a really a good outcome in simulation. But in other things, they keep drilling up regarding our simulations, whether they think about whether there is an increase in cognition, whether there is an increase in skill level, because they don't have a concrete framework in that. That is something was a lacuna which I found in my literature search.
Raj, is there a chance for one more question if I can? All right, so looks like one last question that I wanted to know is, are you planning to change the model that you have identified? Is there any way or new means by which you're planning to look at changing it?
Yes, this is actually ongoing work, a literature search for me, because having a concept-led theorist is something, it's newly popped up, and it is not something, it will be a final one which I can put it up. I want to prepare a simulation framework which I could be completely implement my own framework, which could be implemented for the simulation study. So that will be something new, which I definitely want to do it.
Thank you, Sumati. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Back to you, Raj. Hey, Dr. Karen, I think we have lost them probably, or I have lost them. I'm not sure of.
Sir, we can hear you.
Yes, Raj. Yes, Raj. Back again.
We can move to the next presenter if it's okay.
Yes, we can.
Just a moment.
To present our work on simulated patient perceptions of you for the opportunity to present our work on simulated patient perceptions of telesimulation education. My name is Karen Dickinson, and I'm presenting this work on behalf of the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences Centers for Simulation Education and the UAMS Office of Interprofessional Education. Telesimulation has been popularized through the COVID-19 pandemic due to the flexibility of this platform to provide experiential learning in the face of social distancing, quarantine, and isolation of learners. Telesimulation has been utilized.
I'm sorry, one moment.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our work.
Yeah, we're restarting because of technical issue.
Patient perceptions of telesimulation education. My name is Karen Dickinson, and I'm presenting this work on behalf of the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences Centers for Simulation Education and the UAMS Office of Interprofessional Education. Telesimulation has been popularized through the COVID-19 pandemic due to the flexibility of this platform to provide experiential learning in the face of social distancing, quarantine, and isolation of learners. Telesimulation has been utilized as an educational strategy over the last 2 decades, but only formally identified in the Healthcare Simulation Dictionary in 2020. Learner and educator evaluation of each other and the learning events allows simulation educators to modify and optimize the learning experience. However, perspectives of simulated patients, or SPs, as stakeholders are historically underrepresented. Previous qualitative analysis has demonstrated that SPs identify as specialists within the simulation experience and are committed to representing the perspectives of real patients. As vital components of effective simulation education, incorporation of SP perceptions, feedback, and insights within a simulation program may provide significant benefit to the efficacy of the educational process. The aim of this work, therefore, was to determine SP perceptions of telesimulation based on lived experiences to guide simulation development and faculty education. A qualitative study of SPs was performed at a simulation center in a single tertiary academic institution. In-depth, semi-structured interviews determined SP opinions of participation in telesimulation, and thematic analysis was performed from the transcripts of the interviews using grounded theory methodology. SP participants completed a survey of their demographics, past experience, and prior SP training, both for telesimulations and in-person simulations. Data saturation occurred after 16 interviews were performed. Half of all SPs had been in the role 6 years or more, and the median number of in-person simulation experiences in the cohort was 100, and for telesimulations, 27. The majority, 9 out of 16 SPs, participated in their first telesimulation in 2020. The commonest training received in preparation to participate in a telesimulation as an SP was practice sessions. Our qualitative analysis identified 5 domains pertaining to SP perceptions of telesimulation. 1 is student behaviors, 2 is SP performance, 3 is SP connection to learners, 4 is perceptions of telesimulation, and 5 is future applications of telesimulation. When examining SP perceptions of student behaviors within telesimulation, the majority of SPs expressed concern that learners were more distracted during these telesimulations than the in-person events. Examples included talking to others within the room, playing with pets, drinking, eating, and engaging with cell phones. SPs additionally expressed concern that learners were less professional in the virtual environment, and the majority reported that telesimulation events, although useful, raised concern in them that the students were less prepared for real life. Explanations provided included the lower fidelity of the telesimulation experience, particularly with relation to performing clinical examinations, the lack of connection to the SP between the learner and the SP, and the lack of simulating a face-to-face consultation environment. SPs also perceive students to be less nervous in the simulation learning events compared to in-person simulations. When reflecting upon their performance, SPs universally reported an increased cognitive load when they were participating in telesimulation compared to in-person simulation events. The majority of SPs, however, felt that they were able to deliver a more standardized performance in telesimulations. They specifically discussed the fact that case materials could be readily accessed during a telesimulation, providing this increased standardization. SPs were, however, concerned that they were required to come out of role more during telesimulations, and this was predominantly due to technical issues experienced by either the SP or the learner and the process required to address them. With regard to the SP connection to learners, all SPs reported that they experienced a lesser personal connection with learners in telesimulation events compared to those they experienced in person. And the majority, 15 out of 16, struggled to connect to the learners due to the different cues within the virtual environment. SP perceptions of telesimulation were that when considering the psychological safety, they all felt that this was equivalent to in-person simulations. They all appreciated the opportunity to continue to educate learners and to stay employed during the pandemic, and the majority also detailed their appreciation for the opportunity to protect their personal safety by participating in telesimulation education. And finally, all SPs identified that they felt telesimulation would be crucial in the educational healthcare professionals to provide effective, patient-centered telehealth in the future. They expressed the belief that the COVID-19 pandemic had changed delivery of healthcare to emphasize the contribution of telehealth, which they believed would persist beyond the pandemic. And the majority of SPs described the benefit of telesimulation to the learners in that they were able to access learning across both geographical distances and also increase the diversity of the educator pool that the telesimulation enabled access of the learner to. So in conclusion, SP perceptions of telesimulation education revealed appreciation of the pedagogy and identified potential benefit in telehealth education. SPs were concerned about learner participation, professionalism, and resultant preparation for clinical practice. Incorporating SP feedback into telesimulation education may be important to ensure continuing high quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, for that. Lovely work. Much needed at this point in time when all of us are caught up with hybrid mode and distance learning, and telesimulation is coming along the way as well. Simulations with SPs as well will continue, but this is one other thing. And you have captured things. I look at the educational perspective about the alignment with the titles, with the aim, with the objective, rationale, and the methodology of the study. Everything falls in place. I'm a little curious. I want to know a little bit more on the data that you have, especially regarding the professionalism which the SPs shared with you. Would you mind sharing something on us, please? All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I found that this, from an investigator point of view, was very eye-opening to me. I think, as you said, that we're all looking now to determine how we're going to incorporate telesimulation as we move forward, but also as the pandemic is not ending, then how we determine best practices. And so I get a lot of insight from the SP interviews. With regard to the professionalism, that's something that I noticed anecdotally, but I was interested to see play out in the interviews. And I think it it was interesting to me that the examples that they gave and things that I've seen as well, this was despite when we do these educational events, we reinforce the behaviors that are expected for the students in their, when we do the flipped classroom, we also provide them with like Zoom etiquette and etiquette for engagement in the telesimulations. But despite this, that we have had examples of learners eating, drinking, playing with pets, some even driving in certain instances. And so obviously what we were doing is not currently working. Most students are not driving, I should say, but you know, there is a perception that engagement and also professionalism is reduced. And so that was the impetus behind this study, to try and see if we could more scientifically determine what was happening there, but also to strategize about how we can address this. And so based on the results that we have, we are formulating faculty development activities with regard to educating faculty about promoting professional behaviors, but also addressing that in the debrief as well, with strategies such as naming the dynamic and trying to discuss it as well at the time. Because I think what is really important as well is that we found that telehealth has increased during the pandemic, and I think that that is also going to persist. And I think it's important for us to teach our students professionalism in those encounters as well as telesimulation. And I suspect, although I don't currently have evidence, that there's some bleed over. So if you teach good professionalism and good etiquette within telesimulation, then you're setting your students up for professional behaviors within telehealth and engaging with patients. And I've also done some work on developing a virtual learner engagement tool, which we're going to discuss and also teach our faculty how to utilize, with the view of trying to collect some data with regards to learner engagement in these events as well, so that we're able to accurately assess whether the faculty development initiatives that we're doing are working. So we're going to do a baseline and then a post-intervention. So that's kind of watch this space.
Okay, I'm a little curious, which looks like we get to see students as well who do the same thing. In fact, sitting in a restaurant, sipping a cup of coffee and attending a session, and you will have a cat running across the computer from one end to another end during the session. So all that we have seen as well looks like we are on the same boat looking at things like this. Yeah. Good luck with your work. Probably it could materialize something for you. And overall, it looks fine and it looks perfect. Probably how do you take it further? It comes back to your expert and your team whom you're working along with. Good luck to you, and thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Back to you, Raj.
Thanks for logging in all the way from US at such an order. The next presenter is Dr. Chetra. Dr. Chetra, are you online? Dr. Chetra, can you please confirm if you're online?
Yes, I am online. Yeah, I'm there.
So I'm sharing your presentation, ma'am. Just a moment.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Dr. Chaitra MS. I'm Associate Professor in Department of Physiology, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical College and Research Institute, Bangalore. Title of my study is A Comparative Study of Simulation-Based Training with Conventional Training in Measurement of Blood Pressure. Measurement of blood pressure is a key competency that is required throughout the career of a clinician, irrespective of rank or specialty. This competency is usually taught to medical students in their first year of medical course. This competency is taught in a conventional way in the medical colleges, which included initial measurement on a fellow student and later directly on the patient during their clinical postings. In this conventional learning method, during the course of learning, very little emphasis was given on direct observation by the trainer, or even worse is, many a times accuracy of students' BP measurement was not always rechecked. Now we have come up with simulation-based education. In the simulation-based education, it has been proved to be effective in teaching strategy to facilitate learning, which improves clinical knowledge, provides controlled and safe practice opportunities, and aid in the development of strong clinical skills. And as simulation lab has also been made compulsory by NMC at all medical colleges in India, we are having a skill lab provided in all of the medical colleges now. And BP measuring arms are the common simulators available at all the medical colleges. Blood pressure training and assessment using this simulator arms help us to check the accuracy, because we can, using this simulator, the assessor can set the systolic and diastolic systolic and diastolic values using a remote digital device, and the accuracy can be checked. There are studies suggesting simulation-based BP measurement being better than regular method, and also we have studies which say the vice versa of this. So our study, we decided to check the outcome in the students who were trained in BP measurement in a conventional method, and to compare with the students who were trained in BP measurement using BP arm simulator. Objective of the study: to check the methodology of BP recording by simulation trained students and conventional trained students, and to compare the outcome. To also check the accuracy of BP measurement by simulation trained students and conventional trained students, and to compare the outcome. Coming to methodology, this was a comparative study planned on first and second year medical students. Students who are in second year during 2021 were the students who were trained in the first year to record BP in a conventional way. Conventional training included demonstration of BP recording on a volunteer student using sphygmomanometer. Parts of the instruments were made familiar and the importance of each part was mentioned. Later, learning was reinforced by small group discussions and student demonstration in front of the teacher. Students were given sufficient time to practice on a fellow colleague. Any queries were resolved by physiology teacher present at that time. And coming to the first year medical students, these students were trained using BP arm simulator at physiology skill lab. Students were given a demonstration using BP arm simulator. The simulator has an arm with sphygmomanometer cuff and an aneroid dial. BP in this instrument could be set for systolic 70 to 230 millimeters of mercury and diastolic 40 to 140 millimeters of mercury. Small group discussions were conducted with BP simulator and students were allowed to demonstrate in front of physiology teacher. Students were given enough time to practice the skill recording. Skills were reinforced by setting various pressures on simulators and checking the accuracy of measurement by students. Once the study was designed, institutional ethical clearance was taken, and first and second year students were informed about the study. 132 simulator trained, that is first year MBBS students, and 120 conventionally trained, that is second year MBBS students, participated in this study. Informed written consent was taken by them. Students were divided into batches of 25. 1 week prior to the assessment, students were informed about the assessment. And when students came for the assessment, they were given either a normotensive, hypotensive or a hypertensive subject for recording the BP. Assessment of their recording and their accuracy was checked using a dual head stethoscope from a physiology teacher available. And the methodology of their checking was scored using a checklist of OSCE. Objectively structured clinical examination or OSCE scoring was done for a maximum of 10 marks. In this, each procedure followed by the student was given 1 mark. From greeting a patient, given 1 mark. Explain procedure to the patient and sanitize his hand, a 1 mark. Ties BP cuff around middle of the arm properly, was given 1 mark. Whether he palpates the radial pulse or not was checked. Palpating the radial pulse was given 1 mark. Inflates BP cuff slowly. checks BP by palpatory method, deflates cuff completely, places stethoscope properly over the cubital fossa and inflates cuff above palpatory blood pressure value, deflates slowly listening to cord cough sounds, deflates cuff completely and removes this. Totally, this OSCE was scored 10 marks. Data which was collected took over 2 weeks of the assessment in batches, and the data collected was analyzed using GraphPad. Coming to the results, in this graph you can see 65% of the simulator trained students accurately measured the blood pressure, whereas 61% in the conventionally trained students accurately measured the blood pressure. Accuracy was taken by plus or minus 4 millimeters of mercury compared to the assessor. More than that, deviations were divided into more than 4 to 10 millimeters of mercury. For example, when we come to systolic blood pressure, 120 plus or, if we take 120 as the systolic blood pressure accuracy, plus or minus 4 millimeters of mercury was considered to be accurate, whereas 124 to 130 millimeters of mercury was considered as above 4 and up to 10 millimeters of mercury. Similarly, it was divided. There was no significant difference between simulator trained and conventionally trained students in the accuracy of determining systolic blood pressure. Among 254 students, 160, that is 63% students were able to accurately determine the systolic blood pressure, same as the assessor. The above and below limit was approximately the same in both the groups. Coming to the diastolic blood pressure, even in diastolic blood pressure, there was no much difference between both the groups when coming to accuracy. 58% in the simulator group recorded accurately, whereas 57% in conventionally trained group recorded accurately. And the difference was also almost the same. The higher the values and the lower the values between both the groups were approximately the same. There was no much difference. When among 254 students, 145 students, that is 57% of the students, were able to accurately determine systolic blood pressure, same as the assessors. Even after training, some students had difficulties with BP measurement. This disparity of the skill retention demonstrates the need of providing more repeated training or more repeated simulated based education trainings, and or testing the students on and off may help them to learn and retain the competency well. Coming to the OSCE score, when we come to OSCE score, approximately the methodology was followed well between both the groups. There was little difference, or let less, there was a significant difference when compared to both the groups in greeting the patient, whereas 67% of the simulator.
Dr. Chetra, for lack of time, we'll have to interrupt your presentation. If you can make your conclusions here, it will be great, please. Dr. Chetra, are you online?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah, sorry, the presentation went well over 10 minutes, so we had to interrupt it. So,
sorry about that. Good afternoon, Naren sir. Good afternoon, Raj. In my study, we had scored OSCE between the two groups. When I said simulators or a trained group and the conventionally trained group, in simulator trained group, there was a difference in when it came to a subject, let's say, or when it came to a patient, they forgot to greet the patient or to explain the procedure
And while trying the BP cuff also, they were not so confident like conventionally trained students to where the BP cuff should be. So there was the disparity which we saw only in this. Otherwise, the other competencies, other methodologies were followed very well with both of them. So in our study, we conclude saying that students need to be with whichever the method followed, student must be given enough time or continuous repeated examination or repeated assessment must be done to check the accuracy of the students' measurement. And if you are actually, many studies say instead of a complete mannequin, it is better to have a part by part of the simulators, which we found when we are giving only arm, patient is forgetting as such a complete subject or some complete patient in front of him. So I prefer with a BP arm, there is, if a mannequin is present there, or a complete mannequin to measure a BP would help the students to remember the procedures to be done, like greeting and other procedure to be followed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaitra, for your insight. But can I have one major question that I want to ask actually to clarify this?
Yes, sir.
With the especially with the samples that I want to find out, especially the cohort of students that you have chosen in your research study. Yes, because sir. I see one is a first year, the other is a second year. The knowledge levels between the two cohorts are different. Probably the second year students would have already undergone the same skill earlier. They would have learned the art of the trade they must have been used to. Can you tell me the rationale for choosing a two different cohort, which you're trying to compare a methodology? I wouldn't use the word methodology, a method of delivering a particular component of clinical skill. How do you justify that? How are you going to, what is the rationale behind having two different cohorts?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, that was, I would have added that as my limitation of the study. Yes, I agree. Second year students were little exposed to this hospital and the patients. So they had a little advantage over the first year students as such. But as we have now started following the simulation studies or only training over the simulation, this thing, I wanted a group to compare, and I thought the first year, last year students were the better group as such because they were conventionally trained. That was the only reason for me to take them as the comparative group, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Back to you, Dr. Raj.
We'll move on to the next participant, sir, Dr. Ramya Ramakrishnan. Dr. Ramya, are you online?
Yes, Dr. Raj, thank you.
I'll be sharing your presentation, ma'am. Just a moment.
Sure, thanks.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Ramya Ramakrishnan and I bring greetings from Sri Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Today I'll be presenting my educational research which I did as part of the FAMER Fellowship on automated assessment of basic life support skills. As you all know that cardiopulmonary arrest is a major public health problem. The most important determinant for survival is the presence of a competent individual to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. High quality chest compressions is a basic life support skill that will improve survival. This is a very important life-saving skill that every physician should know. So it is imperative that assessment of such a skill needs to be very precise. The current BLS testing, the conventional method of assessment, requires an instructor who observes and assesses a student using a checklist and gives feedback, making the testing very time-consuming with the risk of instructor bias. And there can also be an instructor fatigue. The assessment may therefore not be very accurate. So this very essential life-saving skill under the new MBBS competency-based medical education curriculum is a certifiable skill that every MBBS student by the time they finish their internship, should have got a certification in order to be a qualified primary care physician. So because of the conventional method having these problems, objective data from automated devices may provide more accurate information. So this was a need for the study. And therefore, the aim of the study was to compare the efficacy of an automated feedback device with that of an instructor feedback in the assessment of basic life support skills of interns. The second aim is to determine the perception of interns and the faculty regarding the use of automated feedback device for the assessment of BLS skills. As this study was done during the COVID period, the respiratory component of the CPR has not been assessed. It is only the chest compressions that has been assessed in this study. This was a prospective non-randomized intervention study. The study setting was in the skills lab, and the participants were interns. The convenient method of sampling was used, and institutional ethics committee approval was obtained. 24 interns posted in the emergency medicine department were enrolled into the study after getting their informed written consent. The methodology was initially an interactive lecture with video demonstration of basic life support skill was done, which was followed by 2 hands-on practice sessions by the interns using the QCPR mannequin, which has got an automated feedback device attached to it. The interns practiced on at least 2 occasions before they were assessed. Assessment of the BLS skill was done with the instructor's checklist and simultaneously with the automated feedback device attached to the mannequin. And the scores were entered. The feedback from the interns and the faculty was also obtained using validated questionnaires, and the data was analyzed. The results showed that there was very good agreement between the 2 methods with regard to assessment of hand placement. The 4 key criteria of high quality chest compression is correct hand placement, correct compression rate, compression depth, and the presence of chest recoil. These 4 criteria were taken according to the European Resuscitation Council guidelines, and there was good agreement between the 2 methods of assessment with regard to assessment of hand placement. The compression rate scores were also congruent between the 2 methods. With regard to the depth of compression, the instructor checklist method had an accuracy of only 58.33%, and the specificity was as low as 37.5%. In the assessment of the chest recoil, the instructor checklist method had a low diagnostic accuracy of 69.57% and specificity as low as 12.5%. The analysis of the feedback from the students revealed that 100% everybody agreed that they found the automatic feedback device useful, very useful, and preferred it over the instructor checklist as an assessment tool for their BLS skills. The thematic analysis of the open-ended questions regarding the interns' perceptions about this assessment, key themes that emerged were real-time feedback, visual feedback, learning a vital skill, precision in the assessment, practice-oriented, and similarly, the faculty, 100% of the faculty agreed that the automated feedback helped the interns to improve their performance, and that it is a more objective method of assessment of BLS skills when compared with the instructor checklist. Again, the thematic analysis of the faculty perception regarding this assessment tool, the key themes that emerged were reliability, real-time feedback, precision, technique. So in conclusion, automated feedback is an effective and feasible method for assessing the basic life support skills in interns and has the potential to innovate traditional resuscitation training. I thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr.
very
Ramya,
much.
for the timely presentation.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramya. Right. Thanks, Dr. Raj. Thanks, Dr. Ramya. Now, a couple of things that I would like to share. Was this was the limitation of the mannequin, limitation of the feedback gadget, was that considered any time during the study? Especially with respect to the skin, especially with respect to it can only pick up only hand where it can be placed. The depth of compression are the two criteria that it works with. It's based on the sensors that are there.
Yeah,
Plus,
exactly.
And without a human touch there is no human touch actually. A person, it's slightly different from a real mode. Was that considered as well in the study?
Yeah, I mean, this was what I wanted to study as to the perception of the students as well as the faculty towards this. So actually, I've not shared the questionnaire. So this was what I was asked, like, what is a real feel of doing it? I mean, on a mannequin that is going to give you instant feedback. But as you rightly said, there is no human thing involved in it. The other limitation we found was in a conventional checklist for a CPR, the scene safety, the initial assessment, this machine is not going to pick it up. Whereas did the student shake and shout? Did he call for help and activate the EMS? And did he check the pulse and the respiration? That component is not really assessed by the machine. That I found it as more of a limitation than anything else.
Okay. Second part of the part, which I want to know is, you said faculty perception, students perception. How did it influence your conclusion?
Yeah, because some of the questions asked to the students was, did it improve your confidence in practicing BLS? Were you motivated to practice more BLS? Because this gives you a real-time instant feedback, and it's a structured feedback that is given. So these two components, the students very much agreed that they wish to practice more and learn more, because they're very, very excited looking at their own statistics coming on the screen. Of course, for the assessment, they were blinded to it. They were asked to do the BLS and the monitor recorded it, and they could not see the monitor at time. The practice session was very exciting for them because they could actually see and correct their compression rate and their depth, etc. So this was the questions asked, and to the faculty, whether what is the whether it's feasible for them, and whether it is their role is less now, isn't it? Because it's more of machine and less of man. So how did that affect the ego? Actually, they welcomed it, much to my surprise, that they would like to be handhold and teach them, but the assessment, they are very willing to give it over to the machine. Thank you very much.
That speaks volumes about your faculty whom you're working with. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramya. Back
Thanks
to you,
a lot.
Dr. Raj.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramya. Moving on to the next presenter, Dr. Nalini. Dr. Nalini, please can you turn on your microphone and video and confirm you're online? Dr. Nalini.
Raj, I don't see Dr.
I don't
Nalini.
see the name on the list, sir. So I'll move on to the next participant, sir.
All right.
The next participant is Dr. Karen D'Souza. Karen, ma'am, are you online?
Yeah, Raj.
Shall I in a moment?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Karen.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good morning, all. We present our poster titled Whole Task Simulation in Surgical Teaching, a hybrid method combining clinical knowledge with skill and communication. Presenter being Dr. Karen D'Souza and co-presenter is Dr. Supriya Pinto. The undergraduate medical curriculum has undergone many changes over the years. In spite of these, majority of the students passing out feel unprepared while transitioning to clinical practice. This is mainly because of lack of meaningful clinical experience and clinical responsibility as an undergraduate. Hence, we need to incorporate more innovative teaching methods which would make the undergraduate program more interesting. This would require more integrated methods combining learning experiences from clinical knowledge, skills, professionalism, and communication. SICO clinics, as suggested by Williamson et al. In 2013, addresses safe clinical practice in a supervised simulated environment where the students are encouraged to take the clinical responsibility for patients by combining their theoretical knowledge and clinical skills in the management of the patient. We modified this method by adding simulated operating room setup. The objective of our study was to assess the role of whole task simulation in teaching common surgical problems to medical students. Method: we enrolled 16 final year MBBS students posted with us. Following a small group teaching on the topic, simulated scenario was created using standardized patients and task trainer based on SICO design. In addition to it, simulated OR setup was also created. Students formed teams of 4, with 2 of them being doctors and other 2 helping them in the procedures. Scenarios which we chose included intestinal obstruction, acute pancreatitis, and diabetic foot. The doctors first took history from a standardized patient. Following this, examination was done on mannequins. They arrived at the differential diagnosis and ordered relevant investigation. Investigation reports were provided to them by the instructor, which were interpreted and conclusions were drawn by the team. The immediate management was started by the team using task trainers. This included IV cannulation, Riles tube insertion, Foley catheterization, dressings, etc. Pre-operative counseling of the standardized patient was done by the team and written informed consent was taken based on the scenario given to them. They were then taken to the simulated OR where they scrubbed, gowned, and gloved using aseptic methods. They were allowed to ask the instructor in case of any difficulties in interpretation and management. Post this simulation, a debrief session was held and feedback was taken. Qualitative data was collected through Google Forms, which had questions on the topic covered and also a set of 6 standard questions, and qualitative data by interview and feedback. Results: in the individual post-session questionnaire, the students showed a better understanding of the disease. Majority of the students preferred simulation-based teaching and wanted similar teaching methods in their future classes. Most of them felt involved in the task. They also felt that getting involved in the real-life scenario helps in understanding the surgical management better in a sequential order. The concept of the teamwork and communication was also reinforced. Few of the noteworthy responses: it was almost like a real-life scenario wherein we have to have a clear idea as to how to proceed with the patient. I feel that through this session, I was able to form a line of thought, that a sequence in which we should carry out each step. And other one, involvement is the best way to learn patient management. No amount of textbook literature can replace the knowledge garnered from being at the scene. Coming to the conclusion, this kind of hybrid teaching based on SICO design motivates the students for learning by helping them recognize the importance of clinical practice in addition to just passing exams. This would also help them understand the surgical problems better, along with improving their basic surgical skills and make them more confident in their clinical practice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you very much for sharing, Dr. Karen. Now, I have a few things. I just wanted to know something about the qualitative analysis, the thematic analysis that you do.
Yes, sir.
So how did you analyze the data probably?
So thematic analysis, I put them into codes and themes. So my themes were the teaching learning methods, the impact of the study, the surgical technique, and the simulatory method. My codes, what I used were the recall, teaching, communication, impact. I also put codes on asepsis, surgical focus, and fidelity of the study. So based on these, I put my codes and themes. Actually, there was a small mistake in the presentation. I said qualitative in two places. It was the first one was quantitative and second was qualitative. I'm sorry for the
I
error.
could get that. It was initially mixed. Probably
Yes.
I wanted to know a little bit on the qualitative part.
Yes.
So it was a semi-structured question focus group interview kind of a thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. How did you derive these questions?
So actually, initially we had taken a pre-test after a small group lecture. The small group lecture was in the form of seminars and role plays we had done. Following that, they had a pre-test. So based on their understanding of the subject, we created the scenarios, and again, based on how they performed during the thing, we created these standardized questions to see where they were falling short, whether they understood their deficiencies.
One last question is, were these questions validated by, was any chance of validation for these?
So it was only internally validated. I had not got an external validation for that. It was within the department, the questions were validated.
But they were derived from the pre-test part.
Pre-test and the scenarios when they were conducted. So the standard questions, the 6 standard questions were based on the students' performance. We allowed them to recall and find their deficiencies based on these questions. But otherwise, it was the pre-test.
All right. All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dr. Karen.
Thank you.
Down to our last presenter, sir, Dr. Nalini. Yeah. Dr. Nalini, are you online this time?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Please presenting your screen. Just a moment. It will be quickly done.
I'm Dr. Nalini, Associate Professor, Department of Physiology. So today my title of presentation is a low-cost working model to teach lung compliance and work of breathing physiology to first-year medical students, a pilot study. So the most common form of teaching till recently in physiology has been didactic lectures and practicals. But with the introduction of competency-based medical education, a small group teaching has been introduced and few hours are dedicated to this form of teaching. So we did a need analysis among the students and the teacher, asking their opinion to list out some topics which would require some aids for them to understand the concept better. The aids could be in the form of a model or any other e-learning resources. So one such topic which was listed out was lung compliance and work of breathing. So the surface tension, compliance and work of breathing are difficult topics to teach the first year physiology students via didactic lecture because these topics involve a dynamic process. Yet these are fundamental topics and they have a clinical application in understanding the pathophysiology and management of obstructive and restrictive lung disorders like bronchial asthma and scoliosis. So the main aim of the study was to use a working model to explain the concepts of compliance and work of breathing physiology to the first year students and also to link it with the clinical scenarios for them to understand the concept with the clinical application. The objective of my study was to assess the immediate knowledge gain post the simulation based teaching learning intervention and also to obtain student perception to this simulation based teaching learning intervention. So a model was created with 2 alveolar units, 3 plastic tubes which were of same diameter in length and a plastic piece in a white format. Using this, a lung model was created and this was attached to a mechanical ventilation bag. So before we explain to them the concepts, we just did a small experiment to show them the application of surface tension. So the same thing which is there at the aid liquid interface in the alveoli was tried to show via this demonstration how surface tension acts on the surface, and with the addition of surfactant this surface tension is reduced, thereby allowing the lung alveoli to expand completely. So to explain the concept of compliance, initially it was the definition was all explained to the student, that is the rate of unit change to pressure, etc. To demonstrate what happens when there is high or low compliance, we replace one of the lung with a glove. Now this glove material is very different in terms of thickness and also elasticity when compared to the other lung. Now on inflating and deflating this lung, this modified lung, we could see that the inflation and the deflation process varied between the two lungs. So this compliance, high compliance and low compliance in the clinical scenarios was explained to the students, and also the risk of barotrauma when there is high compliance in one of the lung was also emphasized. Now to explain the next concept of obstructive lung disorder, one of the lung was again altered, modified using a straw and a gauze piece. So this created the decreased lumen diameter, which generally happens in obstructive lung disorder. So using this model, when the lung, normal lung and the diseased lung was inflated and deflated, there was difference in the deflation process. That's what generally happens, and hair trapping and the expiration is getting altered in obstructive lung disorders. And lastly, to explain the concept of restrictive lung disorder, restriction was created using a rubber band which simulates the restriction which we see in case of restrictive lung disorder. So now when this model, when the inflation and the deflation process happened, definitely again there was difference between the two lungs. So here the inflation and deflation both was reduced when compared to the normal lung. So with this model demonstration, immediately as we are doing this demonstration, we correlated with the clinical scenarios of obstructive and restrictive lung disorders, which was vetted and validated by clinical specialists. Thereby we emphasize the physiological concepts with the clinical application. The ethical clearance was obtained for this study, and the students were exposed to this topic via didactic lecture before the actual small group teaching learning intervention. Moving on to results. So pre-test and post-test was collected. So we used 20 MCQs, single response type MCQs. Since it was a pilot study, we used only volunteers. So 16 students volunteered to be part of the study. The average pre-test score was 9.8 while the post-test was 11.7. Though there is an improvement in the score, but it is not statistically significant. To assess the student feedback, we devised a validated questionnaire asking them to rate the simulation-based teaching experience on a Likert scale via Google form. So there were around 15 questions, and a few of the questions were like, do you enjoy this mode of teaching, and what topic would you like in this mode of teaching, and how confident are you now in understanding these concepts of lung compliance and work of breathing. We also had two open-ended questions asking them what factors aided their understanding and what factors restricted or hindered their learning process. So we would like to conclude that usage of working models promotes better understanding and comprehension among students, especially for topics which involves a process or a mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your wonderful work. It's not easy to work with the topic, especially with compliance of the lung, and coming up with a model where the students can, to help the students learn and understand. Now, regarding the pre and the post test, were the same kind of questions used? Tell me about the questionnaire, please.
Yes, same questions were used. We actually prepared 20 MCQs. So this was again prepared with the help of the faculties in our physiology department, and we externally got validated in terms of the STEM and the options. So we used a validated questionnaires, MCQ based questions.
Thanks. Thank you. Second thing is regarding the model. How did you generate a tight seal with that of the, I think it was the ambu bag, if I'm right, the pictures was too small and I was not able to figure out.
Yes.
And how did you obtain a tight seal between the tube and that of the ambu bag, the nozzle of the ambu bag?
We designed it, sir. We checked the diameter and we designed a connection to connect. We made the model in such a way that it fits into the ambu bag.
You got the right
Yes,
gadget.
sir. Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, then. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. That's what I wanted to know from you. Thank you.
Yes,
all right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, back to you, Raj.
Yes, sir. So I'd like to personally extend my thanks and a pleasure hosting Dr. Amanda ma'am, Dr. Ashoka, and Dr. Naren, sir. So thank you all for taking time off from your personal lives and doing this for us. For nothing in return, as always. Thank you very much.
On
a Sunday. So I hope the poster presenters understand the breadth of experience and expertise that they've presented to, and we really hope they've had some learning outcomes from this. Now, sir, I'm quickly going to put you in a breakout room. We can chat in private and decide the judges. Where in the meantime, I'll give my vote of thanks and conclude. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, very much. Very much.
Naren, Ashoka, and Mandy. Yes.
Yeah.
You will give an invite to join the breakout room, so please accept the invite.
Requesting the other participants to please stay here.
Right, they join the breakout room, ma'am. Done. Okay.
To you, Raj.
Can I just invite my team to join the stage, please?
Yes, please do. And I hope our board members are here. I think I can't see if any of our executive board members are here and the organizing committee. So as that is happening at the back end, I thank all the presenters. Thank you so much. It's a huge leap for us from last year to this year with a great presentation, lovely ideas, and we were in awe of some of the ideas and innovations that's happening, and we really appreciate and acknowledge, because this was our mission to advocate and promote simulation-based research from within our country. We do have guests, especially Karen from abroad. I think it's past midnight or early morning for you. Thank you so much for joining from US, and we have from UAE. So thank you so much to all the delegates. Advocating simulation and promoting this very potential tool to promote patient safety and enhance students' competency can happen only if we collaborate and we network, we share ideas, and we learn together. So we have also learned a lot from y'all. And thank you so much. Irrespective of what the judging results are, all the best to y'all and congratulate to each of you. Over to you, Raj.
Yeah. So just a quick introduction of my team. I am Dr. Rajkumar. I was the organizing secretary for this conference. I'm the manager and clinical lead of simulation at GSL Smart Lab. I've been the organizing secretary 2 years in a row now. Along with me is Ravi Teja. Ravi Teja is the assistant manager here, and he's been instrumental in giving me ideas about how to improve our registrations. And we have Khyati and Shravanti. Most of you must have dealt with Khyati and Shravanti over phone. They've been taking phone calls, they've been pushing the registration, they've been helping out with the poster presentation, and they were moderating Hall B and Hall C. But on all 3 days, even though I was the face of the conference, they were behind me all through the conference events, making sure all the things went smoothly. And I do think, if I'm not being too immodest, that things did go smoothly. So
you're not being. We know you're modest, we know you're humble, but yes, I think all of you at the back end require a round of applause. If all of you could just unmute and give them a round of applause, because they definitely deserve it. It's not easy to do a 3D conference.
Congratulations with excellent presentations, and technically, I would say it was a fantastic job that you have done and your team. It's amazing how you could manage this big thing to run so smoothly.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Jack.
So much. Thank you so much, Yakimovich, for that. Yes, and we have Vaibhavi here. Vaibhavi, part of our team. Vaibhavi.
Hello.
Yes, hi, Vaibhavi.
Hello.
Yes.
Pai sir and Moti sir, are they here?
I cannot see them.
If you could just message them in the group.
Yes, I will. I will
wrap up the vote of thanks until then. As the organizing secretary, it's a privilege to be part of this organization and to be the face of SIMULCON for 2 years in a row. Now, as a simulation newbie, I feel jealous and disappointed that I could have been just a participant learning. But I'm pretty sure that from your position as a learner, I wish I could switch places with you, because I'm constantly organizing, moving things around and enabling it to happen. Sure, I have the recording videos for viewing. They've logged in at odd hours. They've contributed over months. They've given their ideas, their own thoughts and processes, and they sacrificed their own time to come and be part of this conference. And it's all for the love of simulation. The second group are the team at GSL, my chairman and the president of Society for Healthcare Simulation, Dr. Gani Bhaskar Rao, my managing director and the vice president of SHS, Dr. Sandeep, who've been constantly pushing the simulation conference year after year, despite the hurdles. And sometimes as more of a procrastinator, I think that push is very essential for me to go out and do things. So their push has been very, very supportive. They've not hesitated to spend money. They've not hesitated to give me resources to make sure that this conference is a hit. The third group is, of course, the executive committee, who've been my personal mentors from the beginning of my career in simulation. Dr. Dinkar Paisa from MGMCRA, Dr. Sita Ramachandra Murthy from the UK, Dr. Lulu Sharif ma'am from Father Muller, Dr. Yakimovich sir from the Netherlands, Dr. Vaibhavi ma'am from Dinana Pangeshkar, and Dr. Akshay Sethi sir from Pedestals. So irrespective of the time, irrespective of the hours, they constantly be supportive and give their own ideas and inputs as to how we can make this conference the best of everything. And I've learned from each of them. I learned how to be a better administrator. I've learned how to be a better teacher from each of them. So I'm privileged to have this opportunity to share space with them. And I think that is because I took a gamble with my own life at a certain point in my life where I decided to move to GSL. So I was a small-time simulation person doing clinical hours and working in simulation. When this opportunity came by, it was a very difficult choice to move to another city altogether. And I think being a yes man has helped me. So, and I'll conclude my vote of thanks there. I'm hoping the judges have come to a conclusion. Let me just close the breakout rooms and bring them back. Give me a moment.
Yes, thank you, Raj. If any of the presenters here would like to share, an open feedback to us meanwhile as the judging is going on, we still have our committee and organizing team debrief to do, where hopefully we can improve on a few points. That's what we always do, that as evaluation on, and you all will get feedback forms. But if there's anything which you all would like to share with us till the results are out. Vaibhavi, anything from your side?
I guess this year in SIMULCON, we saw a lot of research projects, and it was an amazing learning process, even for the faculty to actually, get involved and get a lot of ideas from this. So I think it is just increasing year by year, and hopefully next year we will have an in-person interaction with all. I guess that would catapult the whole conference, after a 2 year of gap due to COVID.
The very idea of one more SIMULCON at this stage makes me to run away. But I agree now.
Raj may run away now.
Yes.
No, but we will come there to help you, Raj. No worries.
Yes. Hopefully it's an in-person conference. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Raj, they will
just 5 more minutes, ma'am. They need 5 more minutes.
They will be announcing the results for Sim Roundtable as well as for the poster, right?
Correct, ma'am. Yes.
as we are waiting, I think we can take a few comments from our guests from out of the country. I can see Mohammed Tawheed from UAE. Sir, if you would like to just give us some feedback of how your experience was for this conference, if it's okay with you. I think he's not in a position to unmute. So Karen, if you're still awake, could you share your thoughts with us, please, on how your experiences were?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm definitely awake. It's a bit early, but I'm here. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to participate. I've really enjoyed, for me, getting the opportunity to learn from the other presenters and from the moderators and organizers in a conference that, you know, out with it being virtual, I wouldn't have had the chance to. And I really appreciate the opportunity to connect. And I think, you know, it's been said multiple times, but one of the welcome side effects of this pandemic, not that anything is welcome about it, but has been the opportunity to network, to make connections. And I really think that what you all have achieved with this is a great opportunity for international collaborations. And I really look forward to, you know, taking this forward and hopefully staying in touch and collaborating as well. And I really think that that is such a great thing about what you've been able to do here. And I just really think it's been a great platform. I've enjoyed the, you know, the poster hall and then having the two separate halls. I think it's very user friendly. And I've really enjoyed the diversity of expertise and the wonderful speakers, experts, and moderators.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we have a feedback from Dr. Jayashree. It was a great platform from where I have learned so much and also had access to some great resources. It also gave me an opportunity to know what tremendous growth in simulation is taking all over India and maybe networking too. Yes, yes. It's all about networking and collaboration. We all started like that. I'm sure Vaibhavi and Raj will also agree. It's all, you know, self-directed and we're learning just by networking and collaborating. That's how we even happen to form this society. Membership is open to anybody who's interested in joining it. Yes. Raj, are we there yet? I think he's writing down the results. I can see him writing something. Yes, so I would like to, I think Sandeep is joining. So I thank you, Sandeep, for joining. Sandeep is our vice president and he is also the organizing chair of the SIMULCON and a very dear friend of ours. Sandeep, we've already, yes, I think they're joining in back. Yes, Sandeep, we are wrapping up and they're going to announce the results. So glad you're here, Sandeep. Thank you so much.
Local
okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the results are here for all the countries.
Yes, tell me.
So I'm not going to create any suspense here. I'm just going to announce the winner straight away. Okay, yes. So if everybody's ready, the winner is abstract ID 3A. 3A, Dr. Karen J. Dickinson, SP Perception of Telesimulation. These are the first prize winners.
Could you repeat, Raj?
3A, Dr. Karen Dickinson, SP Perception of Telesimulation.
Nice.
Congratulations, Dr. Karen. Are you online?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is an honor to have you all the way from US and congrats on the winning prize. The second entry, the second prize goes to abstract ID 3B, SIM-based in learning microbiological sample collection. SIM-based learning in microbiological sample collection. Can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you.
Dr. Shruti Vasan. Thank you so much, Dr. Shruti, and congratulations. Now,
Raj, can we check from Amanda in the criteria what were they looking at? Thanks,
yes,
Amanda.
Please announce that.
Firstly, on behalf of Dr. Ashoka, Dr. Naren and myself, thank you to all of the poster presenters and the presentations, really high quality. Congratulations to our 2 winners, but it was a tough call. What we looked at was the clarity of the title. So when we first saw the title, did we know what you were going to talk about? We looked at the aims and objectives, were they clearly stated? We looked at your methodology, so your assumptions, where you were coming from, actually how you were going to collect your data, what different methods. A top tip is a lot of you in your discussions talked about ethics, but please write it into all poster presentations, just write a sentence. We also then looked at the quality of the poster, the use of graphics. Some posters, the writing was a little bit small. Sometimes the graphics were either too big or too small, but there were some phenomenal ones that were eye-catching. We came at it from an accessibility issue, use of references. A few people had a few spelling mistakes, so we actually did look at all of that. And then we also then looked at, for today, how well you answered your questions. And on the whole, everybody answered questions really, really well. But I have to say the quality of the posters was phenomenal. The top 5, there wasn't a lot between it. These were just small things. But again, congratulations and thank you for sharing your work. That's what I'm going to say.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Ashoka, and thank you, Dr. Naren, and thank you, Amanda. Now we're moving on to the winners of the SIM roundtable. Now, this is something which we wanted to push in a big way, but because the first time we had very few entries, but I'm sure it'll be big next year. And it gives me great pride in announcing that the winners are from my alumnus, Gandhi Medical College, the team that developed the basic surgical skills simulation box. Congratulations, guys. You will be winning a grant, a research grant from Society for Healthcare Simulation. I'm very glad that I was able to mentor you in this project as well. Just putting it out there. Congrats on the box, and I really hope you can do something out of it. So thank you, team Aegis from Gandhi Medical College. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Just so the rest of the audience can know, these people are undergrads. They still haven't graduated final year.
Oh.
So they're in final year, they do an undergraduate conference every year. And this idea was, while they were struggling with exams, while they're struggling with the COVID lockdown, they sat together, they had team meets every week, every month, and they made a prototype out of it. So congrats, team. Excellent job. And as always, I'm very proud of you. So without any further delays, thank you all for logging in. And that concludes the conference. Lulu ma'am, any closing notes on the winners?
No, thank you so much to the judges. Congratulations to all the winners. Like I said, all of you are winners. And before I say thank you, Sandeep is also saying thank you from everyone. I think he's unable to unmute and let us know. So thank you to everyone for a wonderful conference. Please do submit your feedback in the emails and let us know how we can improve further. And like Vaibhavi said, hopefully in person next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lulu?
Yes.
Master Rao. He did a fantastic, Rajkumar and you also did a fantastic work, and Sandeep, I congratulate you. I think our third conference, everything is streamlined. The people are very responsive and also fantastic work done. I think next time you'll do the physical conference, much more better.
Thank you so much, Kanisa. That was our president for all of you to see. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
This is SIMULCON-2021 signing off. Thank you all.
Hi, Dr. Vaibhavi.
Hello.
Right.
Hello,
Right.
Dr.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye, everyone. Amanda, Ashoka, Dr. Lulu, Prof. Gani. Bye-bye. Right.
Everybody
Raj,
did a
see you
fantastic
then.
work. It's a collective work.
Right, sir. Right.
Stay
Thank you.
safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, doc. Phone. Okay. All right. See you, Raj. Thank you.